people in that particular area. And he also got to experience firsthand what those people are going through. So that's what it does. But when these guys live in this bubble, Buhari and now Emiloko, they just stay there, and then what we get press releases from Garba Shehu or some other clown, and you call that leadership. I have a friend here who supports APC for fun. He doesn't get anything from it. It's just a calculation, political calculation he made in 2015 because some of his mates were there. But now he just does it like, okay, I made a project, just like Well Meaning was saying. I made a projection and it came to pass. And they say, they were saying Buhari will die. I said, but is that what you call living? Just that he's breathing and he's, we get to see his filtered videos and photographs. You don't see him anywhere there are issues, that Nigerians are grappling with. He's not present. So that, for me, is what sets BO apart from these other guys, is that he will be present. He will know what the people are feeling, and he will hear it. It's the same thing he was saying about how he, by visiting the schools and talking to the senior prefects, he was able to know what was happening in the schools in Anambra. So I think that for me, was the big takeaway from the weekend. Of course, in addition to some other nuggets, some of which you would expect from a philosopher. But the philosophizing aside, this gentleman actually lives it, which is why some professors are struggling, because the eloquence and the rhetoric cannot be matched with the hands-on and actually making a difference. So welcome again, and we'll be looking at what these guys have handed in. I don't expect it will set the world ablaze. It's just going to be the same vacuous, empty nonsense, because they don't really think they would be doing all this apapa stunt and and sending emissaries to try and railroad the legal process. So they're just doing all this to fulfill all righteousness, and now Niger is giving them a little bit of distraction. So I'm hoping to see Asari Dokubo and what's his name, MC Oluomu, going to sort out the Niger issue. That was on a lighter note, but yeah, welcome again, and I look forward to hearing your contributions. God bless. Thank you. Well meaning. I yield back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, Uncle Akaji. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, guys. We're about to go into like the major conversation with speakers. But so on the Jumbotron, we are currently streaming live on YouTube. I'm not so certain about Facebook yet, but we're on YouTube currently. So, and that, of course, if you have maybe family members you would like to join the space, or of course, maybe they are not on Twitter, you want them to just tune in and listen, you could let them in. Maybe at some point, hopefully at some point, we'll probably get the radio on as well. But for now, we are live. We are live on YouTube. So the link is on the Jumbotron. The link is on Jumbotron. Just share, kindly retweet it and share with your friends, your family. And thank you very much, Uncle Akaji, for that. That submission, because I mean, when you said something, it got me thinking. It sometimes just makes me sad. So of course, so a couple of times I see some of these about those spaces. Thank God we don't have obedience going to those kind of spaces again. And I sneak in with my Bona account and I just listen. And when I listen to them, most of the time, I just feel pain for Nigeria. I just see lost people. People that are just lost, like people that are gone. Like one, Atiku supporter said one time, people that are just, they are gone, far gone. Because you are just telling yourself, like, a lot of people see this as fans. Like, some people see that, oh, we are APC fans, we are Peter Obi fans, we are AAC fans. Like, I think that's where some people's very shallow mindset just stops. And I'm just thinking, like, why? I mean, even if you are doing okay, like maybe you are doing okay, don't you have families? Don't you have people that are struggling to feed? Let's even imagine that, oh, your okayness extends to your families. Don't you feel for people that are dying, like, really because of the insensitivity of government? I really don't know how people do these things. So maybe it's just me, like, because I say a couple of these things and I'm just like, how do you guys do this? This is not. Some people think it's just all about, hey, team obedient versus team Abados versus team PDP or Mikanos or versus team. No, like I see those kind of things and I just feel legit sad. Like, it's Nigeria that we are talking about here. It's not. I mean, some of us, like I say this all the time, if we want to go by standard of living, I'm sure if we take a statistics of, I mean, let's not go wide as per the whole of Nigeria. Let's just restrict ourselves to Twitter, a place that we are used to. If we take a statistics of people that are probably doing averagely well, at least well enough, on Twitter, politically, you discover that a good percentage, maybe not all, they are obedient. I'm not to say, oh, people that support the right people are not doing well, but the truth is that that's not, my point is that that's not where it stops. And there's something that Peter Obi said in that, in that space on Saturday. I mean, I think one of the first things we need as a president, the first for me personally, I know Peter Obi talks about the 5 C's or sometimes 4: character, competence, capacity, compassion, and a couple of other things. But I think the first thing we will need in Nigeria as a president is a human, a real human being. Someone that, and a real human being, you could tell by someone that has maybe not capacity first, maybe not even competence first, but someone that has character and compassion. And I think that's what we've lacked in Nigeria over time. I mean, anybody can argue with that keypad. I've said it and I stand on it. I will sleep on it. I will die on it. That as it stands, as of today, July 31st, 2023, in the political scene, in the typical political scene of Nigeria, Peter Obi stands a saint. I mean, people can go ahead and say, hey, you are preaching saintitude. You are preaching, it's fine. But it's why I chose my word carefully. In the current political scene of Nigeria, Peter Obi stands a saint. It is why that day on the space when he said he is not a saint, he's not claiming he's a saint. In my mind, I wanted to unmute and tell him, sir, forget to, in political scene, you are a saint. Don't, I know you, forget modesty. You are a saint. Forget. There are so many people that, I mean, in the political scene in Nigeria, we don't have humans. At best, we have tyrants. I mean, people that just feel like, oh, gra is the best way to do it. Here we have someone, a human being that can at least relate. In one of the spaces yesterday, I was listening to Oseanini of PDP. And one of the things he said, like when he was trying to, make reference to Peter Obi, he kept saying that you might say he's pretending, but he does it. So whether or not he's pretending, at least let's have someone that will pretend to be a good president. And this time we go to enjoy the pretend. He go pretend do road. He go pretend we go to get lights. He go pretend we have an established electoral system that elects people. At least let's get people that will pretend Nigeria to prosperity. No people that even don't pretend. If you want to stick with pretense, because some people, but not talk about someone that have it. Do you think it's possible for someone to pretend all his life? Someone that left presidency in 2014, governorship 2014, as of 2014, refused not to take a dime from the state. You say he's pretending. So in 2014, over 10 years ago, he knew he was going to contest for president. And he said, okay, let me not take for 10 years down so that when I want to contest, I will use it. Come on. Is that not shallow? To you, like if you are thinking that. And I'm saying it because I know about people come on this page, like people from other camp. I want to really speak true to your mind. So like, I mean, you can still go ahead and deceive yourself and say, hey, don't care, it's fine. But my new slogan is to make sure that the truth is said. Make it be like, say, I tell you, Sha, whether or not you agree. So, I mean, I could go on and eulogize, appeal to people's conscience. But at the end of the day, that's the best I can do. They say you can force the horse to deliver, you can't force the horse to drink water. I just really need people to come to terms with the fact that where Nigeria is now, we are on the pathway to destruction. It's not doom, it's not a bad wish. We are on the pathway to destruction. And we have a man. I'm not saying we have. Because like Uncle Akaji says every time, the court process, election stops after the court process. Election does not stop after INEC declares the result. It stops after courts have said, if anybody does not go to court, that's when election stops at INEC. But if someone goes to court, election stops after the court, Supreme Court decides who really is president or governor or senator or whoever it is. So for people that think, oh, election has finished, it's one of the things I wanted to, just I couldn't find myself going on the space yesterday with my main account and now requesting mic and blah, blah, blah. I didn't want to just do all that. I didn't want power for all that. So one thing I wanted to tell, some people, even some politicians don't know that. Some people think, oh, election has ended. We are now in governance. No, election has not ended. Why do you think the Electoral Act includes the process for tribunal? It included it inside the Electoral Act. If election was just about voting INEC, the Electoral Act would have stopped at polling unit or declaration of results. But the Electoral Act added how you will conduct election tribunal, how many days it will take, what will be done, how it will be done. Because the Electoral Act, which is the act that guides election, knows that election does not stop when the result is declared. So technically, we are still in the election. For people that don't know that, know this now. Technically, we are still in the election. And we are just hoping that the judiciary does the right thing, if not for anything, for the sake of Nigeria. We have somebody that is human. I think that's the best I can say. Someone that can relate. Someone that can understand. Like Uncle Akaji said, he has gone to IDP camps. Call it pretense, call it whatever, but he has gone there. He knows that in an IDP camp, there's only one nurse that is attending to all the people. And that nurse said if she's going to die there, she will die there. But she will make sure as much as possible that all the women that deliver there deliver safely. She will make sure. One nurse. Do you think that man, tomorrow, somebody will now bring budget, like Akaji just said, somebody will now bring budget and say, IDP camp, medical expense, 500 million. Do you think that will happen? No. Because he's involved. He knows it. He has been there. Nigerians, you have a choice, man. If you think you don't, if we play, we play. I said it. If the judiciary does the wrong thing, we can continue on inshallah and vibes. But Nigeria is going to burn for it. All right, quickly, let's go straight to speakers. I don't know which kind of mood I did today, but I really want to speak my heart and make sure it's well heard. Let's go straight to speakers. So we'll just get a couple of speakers. I'll call the first set of speakers. Then maybe I don't know if OM is free, but we can take it from there before we come and do the whole replies thing. All right. Federal Air Alpha. Calm down. How you go? Or your air now Federal. All right. Thank you very much. But I mean, if you want to speak and show your hand is up, we have. I don't know that's not why many people are requesting. Bless many people blow the boy. But we have a couple of requests. So if your hand is not up, we may need to drop you and bring in people that want to speak. And whenever you think you are ready, you can request the mic again, and that's totally fine. All right, quickly, let's start with, I think Unkem started requesting the mic right from when the space started. So we'll start from Unkem, then we'll go to okay, Official South. Official South just came back now. We'll go to Official South, then we'll take it from there. If OME is available, she'll take it, but if not, we'll take it from there. All right, Unkem, please go ahead. I mean, because I don't call the food name. Nkemlicious. Nkemlicious. Okay. I think Nkem don't go. All right, okay, no problem. I'm sure whenever you're back, you return back. Official sir, please go ahead, after which we'll go to Odigye.
Okay. Welcome to Nigeria. I greet you. Good afternoon, everybody. Greetings. Uncle Akaji, I greet you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, what I wanted to talk about, I would have wanted someone like, meaning you or probably Uncle Akaji to be the one to, to explain those documents, because me, I go fit explain them, but my voice and all that. You see, there is where we are now, and the where we are now is very, very critical. To every obedient and well-meaning Nigerians that still love this country and want this country, we need to all, in fact, fasten the whole city about our able brothers like David Udeyi 99. These are moments that they all need to hands on the deck. Honestly speaking, a whole lot of things is going on that is not within the reach of our own eyes. These are global power tussle that is really affecting us, affecting Africa as a whole. You see, those documents that FBI said they're not gonna release Tinubu crime case till 2026, but though I went and collect the document. Now, something happened yesterday. Do you know? Because I was actually following up. So, day before yesterday, when I collect the document, they noticed, they made a tweet. After for like 10 minutes again, they made another tweet again. I said, okay. Now, see what happened. Reaching last night, they hosted a space basically for that document. I got scared, actually, because I was following. I got scared, but something happened. Do you know that they were not angry that somebody came for it, but they were baffled that how could it happen? To the point I was there. They invited Mark.
I'm trying to place it with the topic, but I'm confused.
Dog yesterday, and they started analyzing it as of that yesterday. So, but I wanted someone that would give more insights on the document more than me, to explain it to the entire Nigerian, so that we'll understand the point we are now. So, but it's a good thing that they are managing this whole situation. You see, Tinubu, US, based on what he has done past in US, all these people talking about military coup and all that, you see, to US were managed, like, let me say, they managed to survive Tinubu. They survived the impact of Tinubu in US before they indict him. Nobody know about this whole thing. And this is what Tinubu came to play in Nigeria. That document, they named it the organized state crime. That is what US called, and they refused to release it. But thank God we have it, you know. Please, Uncle Akaji, try and go through that document so that we can be able to dilute it well to the full understanding of every Nigerian, so that we will know where we are. This is just what I want to say, you know. They are not.
Sorry, which document is this, my brother?
Okay, I don't know. I thought I posted it out, and there's, some of us have it already. Maybe I will still send it to you.
Oh, I haven't seen it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You can DM me.
Yeah, I will. So you know, and do you know what? In their space yesterday, they were saying something. Do you know these people are actually expecting Nigeria also to react? They were discussing it as if that even the people are not even doing anything. Like, they are not even reacting. They should react enough to attract them. You know that, and I recorded that space.
15 seconds.
Yeah. So I was able to record this space, some part I can and all that, you know. So that is it. So we need to, you know, buckle up. In fact, that is it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Uncle Akaji, I will reach out to you. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Official Asap. Thank you very much. I think if it's a document, by the time we get it, maybe over the next couple of days, we'll look at it. Thank you. All right. Okay, wait a minute, just okay, let's go to Odigie, after which we'll come to Tobechukwu. Or Tobe, yeah, Tobechukwu,
yeah. Good afternoon, my obedience family. Greet everybody. Well-meaning Naija, thank you very much for all you have been doing for this movement. It's not easy. If anybody say is not seeing your impact in this obedience movement, the person is lying. Thank you for agreeing to play this role. What I want to say is very simple, just very simple, and it's to the judiciary. Now, all my focus attention now is on the judiciary. You know, they've been on this path for a very long time, and I want to tell them that it's no longer business as usual. We, the Nigerian youth, we have woken up from our slumber, and we are ready to take the country from all those criminal rogues that have run the country down. So let them just be on the side of truth. Let the judiciary just be on the side of truth, because any decision they take might make or mar this country. You know, this is our country. It belongs to all of us, and seeing it in a very bad state, I wouldn't want that. So I every time I keep telling the judiciary, disqualify Tinubu, nothing will happen to you. Nothing. Disqualify that man, forget the threat, forget the money he has offered you guys. Disqualify this man, heaven will not fall. Heaven will remain in one place. Nobody owns the monopoly of violence. Nobody. And for they say if they disqualify him, there will be anarchy. It's a lie. When the court disqualified Tinubu, there will be jubilation across the country. There will be nobody voted for this man. Nobody. This man came third. Tinubu came third. This election was between Peter Obi and Atiku. They just swapped the whole thing. Carry Obi position to third. Carry third to first. Well, God is still God. As long as God is not a man, we will sure get that which we are fighting for. Enough is enough. This thing has just got to stop for Nigeria to move forward. This level of criminality, it just has to stop. It must stop. Who will do it? Is it our born children? No. We'll take it upon ourselves. This thing has to stop. So, dear judiciary, disqualify Tinubu. Heaven will not fall. There will be massive jubilation across the country. Massive one. At this time, I want to give a shout out to David Haidoin. Man, that man is really, really God sent. Because before now, no evidence to nail Tinubu because he was a drug baron. But all those documents came out through David Haidoin. Now, it's already been established that Tinubu is indeed a drug baron. So, God, let me see how you guys are going to twist this thing. So, just give this man his mandate. Not me, I'm not interested in rerun. I'm not interested in cancelling the results because all Nigerians willingly give Peter Obi this mandate. Both PDP, both APC, we all join hands together to make sure that this man gets the ticket. Because, in my own word, that day, PDP people voted for Tinubu Obi. APC people voted for Tinubu. It was not only Labour Party that voted for Tinubu. Where many Nigerians, because Tinubu don't have anything to offer. He just said, "It's my turn. Emilokon, it's my turn." Okay, tell us how you are going to solve the problem of Nigeria. Tinubu cannot. He just wants to become president. He was never prepared for it. He just said, "It's my turn. It's my turn." Okay, tell us how you are going to solve the problem of Nigeria. Nothing like that. He did not grant any interview. He did not grant any interview. He did not speak to Nigeria. Rather, he would just gather some politician in the town hall, speak rubbish to them, and they will start clapping. Somebody will just say rubbish and will start clapping. Which kind of people are we? Say, judiciary, give Peter Obi his mandate and let us move on. Let us just move on. To hell with that drug baron, a criminal, the man that have held Lagos State hostage for years. Only him one appoint governor, appoint chairman, appoint. Not let you dey. Judiciary, I hope you are hearing my voice. Oh. I know some of your relations might be on this platform currently. I don't know. But help me to pass the message to them. Disqualify Tinubu, heaven will not fall. Heaven will remain where they are. And there will be massive jubilation across the country. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Odige. Quickly. Tochukwu, please hold on. I think Moibolani just came in. So Moibolani, please go ahead.
No, let everyone go. It's fine. I'll wait.
Okay, you're around. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Tochukwu, please go ahead. After which we'll come to Luciano.
Okay. Good morning, all obedience. Good morning, women in Nigeria, and good morning, all the co-hosts. I really want to appreciate this time, and first things I wanted to say this morning is about the Prairie Fats interview with Mr. Peter Obi. It was a good one, and my few takeouts from there is that we just saw a man who has appreciated people and appreciate individuals and Nigerians. A man whose ambition did not born Nigeria, but has united us together even up until now. And I really appreciate what that man stands for. His compassion, his humility, I can continue to name them, but Peter Obi stands beyond what my words can really say this morning. But I thank God for him, and I thank God for the obedient movement. And also a few things I wanted to relate out to the obedient movement too is that we have come this far and it's been awesome. And I wanted to remind every one of us in this movement, especially every person who has put in all their efforts, to look at the wins we have been able to come through till now. It may not seem like it, but we are winning. And if you look around and see what is going on, this level of engagement have not been in our country before. The established politicians, they are scared of. They are scared of the people. They are scared of people standing in one voice. They are scared of the people understand what governance is all about. And the obedient movement has been able to push that out into Nigeria today. I know Nigeria is not going to collapse. There's a whole lot of things going on around us, the Niger, and everybody is talking about military takeover. It may sound right, but I don't think that is what our principal wants for Nigeria, because if his ambition was to get Nigeria at all costs, he would have asked every Nigerian to be on the street. But he wants a Nigeria that will work, and I believe that's what the movement stands for, and I will continue to push with what the model of our principle. And also want to let us know that the people we are dealing with, honestly, I can call them demons at this point. Because when you look at the man called Tinubu and his style of politics, you look at Lagos and the way he has established some individuals to use them to cause mayhem over time. And if we check that trajectory, he's building that up in Abuja right now. With the set of Asari Dokubo, he's building that model he has always built in Lagos. And whether we like it or not, that's the pattern they are trying to build. But we know that this movement is stronger than whatever sect. If all he has built in Lagos for 24 years could not stop P2B, or could not stop the obedient movement, because the obedient movement adopted P2B as a matter of fact, could not stop the obedient movement from establishing their footstool in Lagos as far as the election is concerned, he's not going to succeed anywhere else in Nigeria. So I want to let us know that we are winning this. The judiciary, we know that they hear us every day. And, as I round up right now, I also want to tell all our people, as far as this movement is concerned, by God's grace, we get back this Monday. I really want us to also play the grassroots politics, where we understand, I hear you, where we, hold accountable all the grassroots politics, because that's where they come up from. Even the magistrate courts, that's where they come up from. All these people has been doing justice through hook and crooks, and they make it all the way to the appeal courts, to the federal high courts, and all of those courts. We are not going to really expect miracles if a man have grown all his life through impunity. So for us, I believe that this movement can also, go down to the grassroots and continue to hold people accountable from there whenever we get back this mandate, by God's grace. Thank you, I yield.
All right, thank you very much, Tochukwu. Quickly, let's go to Luciano, after which we'll come to James, and eventually we'll take Mommy Bolanle. Luciano, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Wemini. Good afternoon, Mama Bolanle. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Oga Keji. So let me buttress on what Pew said on the Polaris fight on Saturday. It was someone asking a question from the north. So I think the guy was from the north. He asked him that, Appeal, when you become the president of Nigeria, what are you going to do regards to this bigotry in Nigeria? My thinking was like, he's going to say when I become the president, when I start doing things, everybody's going to calm down. But he said something that I didn't even thought that would be the answer to that question. He said incompetency is the problem of bigotry in Nigeria. I was just why incompetence will become a bigotry in Nigeria? I saw that was the strategy APC used, especially in Lagos. And that incompetency is someone like Tinubu, because he's not competent enough to be president of Nigeria. So they try to use bigotry to make sure people believe that PO is for the East. It does not have good intention in Nigeria. They brainwash. I do tell people that I believe in juju, all those kind of things. But the most powerful thing in this life is brainwash. When you are being brainwashed, you don't even care nothing they tell you. Those people especially in Lagos, they are being brainwashed that PO is from the East, that they don't East and the South people, they don't have love, all this kind of thing. So I was just because Tinubu is not competent enough to run for Nigeria president. And if you look at it, look at all the rallying he does. Everything was written. Everything was written. The one he tried to say, maybe he just tried to go offline. Someone would tell him at the back, oh, God, you are going to say this. The only thing in this life that Tinubu said with his own mouth was inauguration. What he said in inauguration day. The only thing, and that thing was subsidy is gone. And later I heard that some of the spokesmen said that it was not even in that paper that day. Tinubu is not competent enough. We know that. So the only thing that the only strategy they use on people that was in terms of bigotry. And I believe. Sometimes I just ask myself, we Nigerians, we don't deserve PO. I swear, honestly, we don't deserve PO. We don't. I just ask myself, why would God even give us this kind of person? Somebody, if you want to even think about it, someone that APC cannot find one fault on him. No, it's impossible. APC, the god of propagandas. APC cannot find one criminality on PO. That means that kind of person, in this life, there are some people who like, they are so intellectual. There are some people who are not that intellectual, and there are some people who are dull. Some of us, we don't know anything, but we know someone who is very intellectual, so we follow that kind of person. That is the kind of person I am. The first time I saw PO, I said, God, who is this man? I have never loved anybody apart from my dad. And from example again, Mercy. And PO, I will know anything concerning PO. Because I know as far APC has not found any criminality on him all the way from 2000 to this time. That man is a saint. That man, we don't deserve it. Sometimes I ask myself, what is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? I just want to let this opportunity to tell those judges and all those. See, we are all going to die, and when we die, and when you die, your children are going. We will make sure your children, they will regret why you become their father. If you don't do the right thing, we will make this world, not Nigeria alone, this world miserable for them. We will make, as far as you say our life will not become good, your children they will never find peace. You want me to bring my kids sorry. So I just want to use the opportunity to say that this fight, we are going to win this fight. On God, we are going to win this fight. Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity. God bless Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much, Luciano. I actually hit the timer because of time, not really because of what you were saying. So, at least for me, of course, as long as you are not threatening violence, outright violence on anybody, if you want to swear, please go ahead. I mean, when I say swear, I don't mean swear words. We don't curse. So please go ahead and. So I actually hit the timer because of time. All right, James. After which we'll go to Mommy Bolanle, then Nkem.
Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Thank you so much for another opportunity to speak. I just want to. What I want to say is basically directed to the judiciary. Today, we got the news. 2 high-ranking members of the judiciary died. Justice Chima Santos Nweze, Justice of the Supreme Court, 4th most senior justice, died at the age of 64. He's remembered today for 2 judgments. A judgment on Hope Uzodinma, where he was the only dissenter, the only person that disagreed with the other judges. in making fourth place to become first place. That was the good side. Then the bad side, it was the one that gave the lead judgment in the controversial Senate President Ahmed Lawan versus Machina case, where they gave Ahmed Lawan the senatorial candidacy in spite of not contesting in the primaries. So he has gone. The justice or the judge is now going to appear before the judge of all flesh to explain himself, how he used the position of responsibility entrusted upon him, how he used, abused, or misused is there between him and his God. And today also we heard that Peter Malone of the Federal High Court is dead. He is also, it's a common factor for everybody. So members of the judiciary, you are there today, you 5 justices as a starting point, the 5 justices of the PEPT, you are there today. Whatever money you collect, whatever thing you do will not be able to save you from mortality. Peter Obi, when addressing us on Saturday, quoted from somewhere in the scripture that it is better to go to the house of mourning than to go to the house of feasting. Because when you go to the house of mourning, when you go to the burial, then you understand your mortality, and that will now shape your thinking and your actions that, oh, all these things I'm fighting for, I will leave them one day. So probably one of the reasons why we see Peter Obi as a man of character, a man of compassion, a man that has conquered greed and all those things, all those vindictiveness and all those negative attributes that have held the nation down. So judiciary, the justices, the ball is really in your court. Do right by God. Let your names be remembered for what you've done. The songwriter said, only remembered for what we have done. So that's just my contribution.
All right. Thank you very much, James. Thank you very much, James. All right, Bolanle, are you good to go now?
Yeah, that's fine. Good afternoon, women in Nigeria. And my brother Odakaji, I hope you're fine. Where's Wayimi? Where's my darling Wayimi? She dropped, and where's she? Greetings to everybody on the space. I hope you're all doing fine and have had a good start to the week. I mean your opening monologue, I listened to that intently. I mean, it's the first time I've joined just immediately after you started the space. I was a bit more clued in. I don't have any meetings today, right? And yeah, it was interesting listening to you. I mean, Saturday was great, as you know. I'm still getting feedback because I made sure that I sent links to family members. And they have like sent it out to other people, and we're getting fantastic feedback. You know, they really felt that you know, our president cares about us and is actually listening and has his finger on the pulse of the nation. There's nothing, you can't deny that at any time, and you would see that from the way he answered his questions. You know, with Peter Obi, can never have like a short answer. To always have context. Always, he's a man who is full of wisdom, and we are so lucky to have him. So lucky. I note that the APC have been so shook by it that the Mogaji Tole is doing apparently it's not a media chat, apparently it's a broadcast. But as we know from experience, it would be cut and join, really, really staged. They will record it several times because he ain't gonna get it right. So we wait with interest to see what he's gonna talk about. But as always, Peter Obi leads, others follow, which we know that we chose the right person, and we should all be satisfied with knowing we did the right thing. As per, I saw that the PPT respondents have replied. I was gonna say let me read it, but I know how I don't really pay attention, especially when it's talking about objections and all the rest of it. Some of it, their language tends to be so flowery and very convoluted, and I do not have the energy. So I'll wait on you guys to read it and at least summarize it for us in due course. What I'm going to say in terms of power of facts, the chat we had with Peter Obi, please continue to share it. Share it to other people who weren't able to see to be present, when it was live. Like N6 always says, the replay value is gold, And as for the judge, when I saw your tweet about me in Nigeria about the guy that died and stuff, and I was like, life is so short. You're here today, gone tomorrow. And when I was growing up, my grandmother at the time, I didn't understand Yoruba, and she wasn't great with English, and I can remember my mom had to translate because she kept on saying that Uruko Rere Soju Wura Lo, which is a good name, is better than gold. Right? And she always used to say that. And that's what I'm saying to the judges now. You know the right thing. It's not like we're telling you to make a decision that is not a lawful one, which will not represent justice, right? Which is, some of the judgments that you guys have given in the past are sort of abhorrent and actually perverse because they go against natural justice. But that's not what we're saying. We're saying that you deal with the merits of the case. It is very clear. We have given evidence in our petition. Our witnesses have solidified that the evidence that we gave, right? So yours is actually a simple job. We know you're corrupt. We're not even going to deny it. We know you're corrupt, but remember, right? If you mess this up, your whole lineage, right, is going to be stained by this. We will never forgive you. And when Nigeria goes up in flames, you'll be the first that people will put on the bonfire, because it's like you want to put the desire of a criminal to be president, right, ahead of the needs of Nigerians to have their voices heard and their votes to count. So it's like on one hand we say, remember the day when you sleep and you won't wake up again, right? And again, remember that what you do now is going to go down, in the book of history. Your family, that name, that person now has died. What are we talking about? We're talking about the fact that he was involved in that perverse judgment, right? That's what we're saying. So whatever good he's done in the past, nobody really is going to refer to it. He's going to be remembered for what he did last, which is what Well-Meaning Nigerian has said. So it's like you have to choose. If I go a little biblical on it, when they crossed over the river Jordan, and it's like, which one do you choose, life or death? At the end of the day, you have to choose which camp. Is it good or evil? Are you going to rob the Nigerian people of their mandate in order to satisfy this, as Ejikeme always says, criminal drug baron, you have to choose. We know at the end of the day, we've handed it over to you. They told us to go to court. We've given our evidence, and there's no conjecture, there's no tenuous or evidence that you can't really make. It's very clear evidence, in which underpins our petition. And so therefore rule on the merits of the case and not be going shopping for technicalities. We've heard, like, my contact in the Agbado camp said that, there's a few technicalities that they're trying to float so that it will be when they do so they want the rerun, but they don't want P2B to be involved in it, so they want to try and disqualify him. So that's the plan, and that is what they have given to the justices as what Tinubu is expecting from them. So I'm like, it won't work. And they were like, how these judges, some of the decisions, well, that was then, this is now. Our eyes are on them, right? If they make that mistake of doing it and they successfully kill democracy, we'll know that law and order, which is like barely there, will go up in flames, and everybody will do as they want, and they will get caught up in it. Anyway, that's all I have to say for now. Let me yield the mic at this point. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Bonali. All right, that's like very cool submission. So, I think I've heard that rumor about they want to try. I always knew it was something they would want to attempt to do. Like, they want to go towards the part of the case that talks about, if Peter Obi filed his petition, and in their reply they brought up the issue of LP membership. But I can even tell when the hearing proper started that even they realized that in this whole case, there might be points where you can consider areas of high ease of technicality. I formed that word, it doesn't exist. But what I mean by that is that there are some points where maybe technicality might be easy for them to get. But it's certainly not in the membership of Peter Obi in LP. I would consider. I don't rate the what's it called now, the respondents' lawyers. I don't rate them.
One minute. Didn't they just give one of the petitions going on? I can't remember which level of government it was. Haven't they just done that to a LP a candidate? I can't remember which one. I think I saw something along based on membership, and everyone said, okay, no, that cannot, that will not fly. He needs to appeal. But that's what my contact is saying they're trying to do. They're trying to do the same, even though we know there's a judgment that says this is the internal processes of the Labour Party, no concern you. Even the Labour Party, no concern you. Even though
been determined at the higher court of appeal level that it's not what it meant there. That if you submitted names of membership, it's got nothing to do with who the party decides to pick as their presidential candidate. It didn't say the person must have been in their 30 days or whenever you submit, whatever you submit. And that's already gone to Court of Appeal, and the judgment is in PO and LP's favor. And that's what Dr. Liviu Zuku was saying, that he is amazed that APC appear not to have seen that judgment. So what Elumelu is doing, what they are doing is unfortunate. It's what's happened in Edo State, where they target people and try to intimidate them with their money, and then expect somehow that you won't have the money to go to court or appeal or, and do all that sort of thing. It's dead on arrival. Even in Kaduna, it wouldn't stand against the Okada rider. And they started flying the news, oh, he's been removed as well. So, yeah, let Elumelu spend his money in Asaba. We know Asaba Court, how it works. So, but when it gets to the next level, they will see what's going to happen. And one other thing is PC people are very good at putting their chest out on how they've won everything, and how the judges have all done this and how all that and all that. That's what we thought Adeleke was toast as well, until until he's the governor now, and the people were rolling on the floor with joy. So I take all the stuff they say, 99.9%, I take with a pinch of salt. If they knew, they wouldn't be doing all this gymnastics with Tapapa and all the things they are throwing up. Even trying to intimidate P or clone his identity and all whatnot. So that's my view on those guys. I don't. I know they are evil, but even the evil, they exaggerate their potency. Let me just put it that way. Well, meaning, let me just yield back. I don't know who was next.
Yeah. So what I was going to say was that I think, like I say this every time, I think we've established that the only way the court can rule this case that will not touch Tinubu has to be on, a high level, like I usually quantify it, 100% technicality. So we've established that already. So I don't think currently I'm concerned about technicalities. So because if I want to be concerned, one thing I was going to come to now was the objection, the reply to the objections. Because if you are really looking for technicalities, like if you want to listen to technicalities, then I wouldn't think Peter Obi membership of LP is the least. I've seen stronger things that I have read, stronger arguments, technical arguments. I'll be like, or more. This case, as a matter of fact, not until I read LP's written address. That's why kudos to all the lawyers that told us to wait. When I read a couple of, I think Claudius is here. Claudius was here the last time, and I usually remember some of these things. He had read the objections by the APC, and he was here and he was, reading out some of those objections. And when he was saying it from the perspective of I read it, which is what it is, you would think, oh more, this case is gone. So it is what lawyers do, right? And my point is really that, I've just said, I'm only looking forward to the level of technicality that the judiciary is willing to reach out to oppose Tinubu's presidency. That's just the fact. I'm not, what level, like what extent are they willing to reach out to? And like Uncle Akaji said, I think if I was going to advise, if I was an APC member and I wanted to advise APC, really, I'll just advise them that don't, this particular one, you are wasting time. Maybe try some other one, maybe if you can, which will be very many. It's a very big if, almost an impossible if. But don't just try this. What are they going to say? For me, it's an overflogged issue. You can't intend what the law meant, right? Even when the law says submit membership of political parties, of a political party before primaries, convention, and I think, Congress or something. But before 3 events, for me, the member of a political party, before those 3 events, he didn't even say what INEC should do with it. He didn't say it was a yardstick for anything. But let's even fast forward. Let's even imagine that you want to misconstrue, like they want to misconstrue the law. Like we've said a couple of times here, and Uncle Akaji just said it. The case had even been tried. I think that was just, God at work. If you believe in divinity, the case had even been tried before the court. So when the appeal court have already affirmed Peter Obi's membership of LP before the election, right? So that's one. Then move further. Right? I think the LP candidate in Kaduna, the Okada man, popularly the way they call him, had an issue the recent day. Just recently, and that case was also. So I mean, for me, if that's where they want to pass, I think I wish them all the best. They should go through it, and let's see how the court will do it. I said this a couple of times that if the court is going to rule this case on technicality, then there is no amount, there's nothing that would have been done. I think when I say this, people don't understand. If the court was going to rule this case on technicality, it means even if Peter Obi brings heaven and earth together in court, they will still rule it on technicality. I'm going to give you an example. I'm just reading the reply, and maybe this will lead me to talk about the reply. I think CC Maxwell is here before we get a couple of other speakers. I'll talk about, because the document that CC Maxwell shared are 2 parts. There's the reply to the objections, and there's the reply, there's the major reply to the final written address. Excuse me. Then there's the major reply to the final written address. So I've skimmed through the reply to the objection, so I'll just talk about that as bullet points. Maybe if CC Maxwell wants saw specific things that he wants to buttress, he'll buttress. And after which later, after some time, we'll focus mainly on the reply to the final written address in itself, which is what I'm skimming through. But as a matter of points, let me read the replies. Not read the replies, actually. Let me just say the points that the APC lawyers were trying to hold on to. And this is why I said, if they want to hold on to technicality, we're not going to stay here. We can as well just say, oh, the case is over. And Peter Obi's membership is the least of technicality. I'm really hoping they hope on that and they try to use that, because so that maybe the other technicalities can be blindsided. Anyway, of course, so this was like the 4th respondent's reply on point of law to the petitioner's address in response to the 4th respondent's objection to the admissibility of the petitioner's document. So this is like a reply to LP's, what LP said about admissibility of document. So one of the first things that they really hammered on was improper certification. So they called most of the document that LP tender, like party, this thing, they call it certified true copies. So it's document that is supposed to have been certified by INEC, or it's certified by INEC. Anyway, INEC thinks they certified their document. Now, do you know what APC said when they were objecting? What they said made them object to the document. They said, oh, it is, and I'm summarizing, so don't think this is just what it is. Because if I have to read everything to you, then we might have to stay the whole day on Spaces. APC paraphrase, or in summary, said, oh, it's improper certification, that did not certify it properly. And from the way they created the picture of the document, I've not seen the documents that were certified, but I could understand. So apparently, what was certified was just certified with INEC stamp that said it was certified true copy. And all that. APC first said, it says somebody was signing on behalf of somebody that no, certified directly by INEC and not somebody. I don't understand. Is there a human being called INEC that will come and certify, or whether they were trying to imply that the chairman himself, like the INEC chairman, should sit down and be certifying documents? That's the first thing they said. The second thing they said about improper certification, in summary, like paraphrase, was that the documents look at it was certified by, how do I put it now? There's a way they called it, but in layman terms, what they were saying was that, oh, the person just certified it with already typed. You know, when you stamp something, you can put a stamp on something, and everything that you want to, write will already be on the stamp, right? In some places, after stamping, you might now use your hand to write on it or sign on it, or if you want to. So APC said that it was supposed to be handwritten. So someone was supposed to write and say, this document are certified by. Well, I don't know if that was what they were trying, but they made reference to the fact that the fact that it was not handwritten makes it not meet certificate. And of course, like we see every time, if you read a legal document and you are looking for one thing I've noticed about the law profession, which I don't this about is here, but apparently that's how it is that the law profession, for every argument, there's a case for and a case against. So anything you want to present in court, you will see a case that will support it. The person that want to present against it, we see a case that will present against it. It's why when after I read, I was like, so maybe I think the judges will first, pay attention to the case from a higher court. But even at that, they probably will still need to use their own personality. Because the truth is, if judges were going to judge cases strictly based on what the previous court has judged, then there will be no need going to court, because you just go and just say, oh, a judgment has been made about this before, so let me just say this is what it is. But that's not the case. So you usually get to court and see for and against. So if you are reading APC's document and you are seeing them make references to cases, it exists. Because if you go to APC's document, you see them make reference to multiple cases as well. So just take that from out of your mind when you are reading documents. It's why we come to explain this thing here, because if I'm reading APC's document and sometimes I'll just see that they will just say, according to the case between this, I'll say, it means a court has judged on it for. Not until I'll go to episode to see that LP mentioned 5 cases, Supreme Court, Court of Appeal. I'll be like, why this court is courts contradicting themselves? You get, so I don't even, that to an extent has changed my, the perspective of how I read legal document. And I'm sure these are some of the things that people like you see know when they're reading document, that some of us that are not learned in the terms of legal profession don't know that whenever you go and read the document, you'll be thinking what you read is one superb thing. So like I was saying, they were talking about, it's not being properly certified. And so listen to one funny thing that APC said, which is what I want to use to talk about technicalities. So they said, and like I said, this is me trying to narrate what they wrote, so people don't, in case if you don't go and read it. If you still read it, you understand that, okay, it's what I said, what I'm narrating that they said. But technically, you know what they were trying to say? They were like, LP should have. So they made reference to a case, and they were like, I've really not going to know about that case, and I can't get it. I'm not a lawyer. So they're like, oh, what LP should have done is that they should have come and returned, like maybe INEC should have gone and certified it the way that they said it should be certified. And LP should come and return that it. That since LP did not bother to come and return that it, that so that means they did not do their initial argument on the fact that it's not admissible still stand and all that. I just laughed. You know why I like? The funny thing is that's why I said if you want to go by technicality, don't think they do go by technicality. You could just. Do you know if that was even possible? Then LP went to meet INEC to recertify. Like, let's imagine it was possible, which was not even possible because tension of evidence had ended. First of all, if LP had done that and come to return that, is this people that would write address and say, the tender document after document tender has ended? So, I mean, if you want to just go by all these narratives, if you're just a panic, one thing is certain. In this case, we know what justice is. I said this thing earlier on this space. In Ahmed Lawan, in Opus Odima, in Akpabio, we all knew what justice is, but we didn't say it, we didn't follow it, we didn't shout it. In this case, we know what justice is, and we have been saying it. And the judiciary knows that the common man knows what justice is in this case. So forget about every other thing that they will do, whether or not they will say, because because they did not really use barrel, it is let us watch them do it. Let us watch the judiciary say, because the implication of them saying it's not admissible is that they are saying, if we had admitted it, Peter Obi had won the election, but because APC say they don't use barrel, we will not admit it. So in that case, Tinubu is president, and people will ask tomorrow, why is Tinubu still president? And they'll be like, it's because judiciary said Peter Obi won the election, but the document that they turned out to prove it, they did not use barrel to write on it. That's what technicality is. So I'm really not bothered. Another thing they mentioned on the document. All right. I think there was one point that we hammered the last time. Just Max hammered it. Claudius raised it, I think. Was, one of the, they've tried. So what they did initially was that, if you remember, if you have been following us in this space for a long time, you will know that they objected against all LPs subpoenaed witnesses. If you remember, all LPs subpoenaed witnesses, they will say things like, oh, they don't care if the witness was subpoenaed or not. He was supposed to bring his witness statement on oath. But Yusuf Maxwell, and a couple of other people have explained that when you subpoena a witness, it is assumed that the witness will not want to testify until you subpoena him and he comes to court. Because you might even have prepared a subpoena. If you can't find the witness to give, he will not come to court. Why would you be front-loading a witness statement of a witness that you are not sure will come to court? First of all, it's only when the witness have agree that they will come and be your witness in court that they will write the witness statement. So, you know what they did? So, I think they finally gave up on that argument, right? They finally gave up on the argument that, the subpoenaed witnesses, their witness statement cannot stand. Because initially, they argued for all the subpoenaed witnesses, which was, I think, among all LP's witness, the only witness that was not subpoenaed is Tanko. I think it's just Tanko. I think almost all LP's witnesses were subpoenaed. So, when they saw that argument cannot stand, LP have killed it on arrival. Do you know what they did? They went to only 2 of the witnesses. Do you know the 2 witnesses that they went to? Witness number 4 and witness number 7. PW4 and PW7. Which was, PW4 is, I think it was a professor, but both of them, I can't remember which is which, but both of them is the Amazon staff, who also happened to be an LP member, and the maths professor. Both witness that they refused, that they not stuck to after they couldn't argue the rest. Do you know why? Because in their mind, they felt like, okay, we cannot tie the rest of them to LP or Peter Obi, but these 2, after all, this one is LP member, right? This other one is LP said they had employed him to before the election. So indirectly or directly, it works for them. So they now came and said, you can only use subpoena to bring a witness to court when the witness is not willing. So that, since this one is an LP member, technically they are trying to say, since this one is an LP member, automatically he's supposed to be willing. It cannot be an unwilling witness. Since this one is someone that they were employed before election, he's supposed to be willing. He's not supposed. And we established on this page that even your blood brother is not mandated to witness for you. Your blood brother. So the fact that he's a member of your party, nothing makes it compulsory that he must come and witness to it. So that technicality ground, dead on arrival. So I want to bring on this so people will know that all these things that they want to pass, all this road that they intend to pass, it cannot fly. There is a statement that I highlighted in everything that I read, and he said, and I'm going to quote, he said, they were trying to argue the fact that, whether or not a document will serve justice or not does not matter, as long as the document does not, see what they said. They said, in response to the petitioners, and this is paragraph 2.8, in case if you have the document, page 4, paragraph 2.8. In response to the petitioners' argument in paragraph 2.20 of their written address, we submit that inasmuch as document tendered are meant to assist the court in doing justice, such documents, such should not be done in utter disregard for the position of the law. I don't know what they mean by that, by preservation of the law, but it's fine. Then I went further to say documents which do not meet the requirement of the law, while tendered, cannot be admitted under the auspices of doing justice. So in their mind, do you know what this statement means? Paraphrase is that they are saying you can't say because something will do justice to a case, but it's not tendered rightly. The tender is more important than the justice. When we know that it's a court of justice, not a court of technicality, a court of law, a court of justice, fine. So it was just funny for me, but they went on with that argument very badly, and at some point they were like, just deliver justice according to law and not according to sentiment. And let me emphasize this one more time. When they are saying law, the law that they are saying is wrong. So you don't want to think that, oh, they even made a point on law. It is wrong because, like I said, every case that they brought in, LP had like 3 or 5 orders to counter it. So let's just move that. But I'm just trying to establish that so people will know that this is what it is. And lo and behold, that's like a summary of their entire argument. Of course, they also argued about the European EU report and said that it's not admissible because it's not certified by the proper custodian of the document itself. So that it's not certified by the proper custodian. So I did not see the EU report that the LP tendered, right? But I saw the one that the PDP tendered. Or rather, I heard when the PDP tendered the one that they tendered, and they said that it was duly certified. So I don't want to say, oh, I cannot remember. Maybe Yusuf Maxwell knows if the one that LP tendered is duly certified or not. But if that is even the case, it's Ben Kiebed, because the ECOWAS report that they tendered in court was also not certified. So what will now happen, and I'm just going to assume that they are right, that the EU report that LP tendered was not certified. What will now be the summary is that the court has 3 observers report currently, 2 EU reports and 1 ECOWAS report. Assumption. The one for PDP is certified based on what we know and what PDP said when they were tendering it. The one for LP, let's assume that because we've not seen it, let's assume that they were right. And it's not certified. But over the ECOWAS report that they wanted to rely on, that the guy finally denied, is also not certified. So my brothers and sisters, lo and behold, that's all they had to say about objections. So I just told you everything. There's nothing more to say. So for people that are listening and thinking, oh, there's one special thing. If right here and here we can already demolish whatever they said, it's I don't know what the court wants to do about that, but that's totally fine. Well, Amy, I think you want to say something.
Yeah, well, at this point, I don't think I can ever push this space anymore because the standard that you set is really high. So I'll just stick to being a co-host. I just wanted to establish a queue because we have a lot of people that want to speak. So I just wanted to establish a queue. So I would take Jones first, then Real Jack, based on who has their hands raised. Real Jack, Manuel, and Mukemini in that order. So, Mr. Jones, if you're there, I'll mute your mic and speak. Thank you.
Hi, Wayne. I appreciate you and all listeners. I know we're talking about the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, but something struck me. I was actually reading the readout of the phone call that Kamala Harris, Vice President of US, had with placeholder Tinubu. And something struck me that I just wanted to bring people's attention to. I don't know how many people follow such readouts, but when President of United States or Vice President makes a phone call to a foreign leader, they normally give us a printout of what was discussed. And what goes into such discussion is that all the intelligence agencies of America brief the president or the vice president before the phone call to tell them what is going on with that country. As much as they can, they'll brief them very well so that they will not be blindsided when they're making such phone calls. They'll know what is on ground. And down on about the 3rd or 4th paragraph of that readout, I noticed where Kamala was telling placeholder Tinubu that they should make sure that the military is there to protect the people, not to do people harm. This is my words, I'm paraphrasing. And it struck me because what that tells me is that Tinubu is planning to unleash the Nigerian military against Nigerian people. If that's not the case, she would not have made that statement to him. And that is concerning. We know that placeholder is an anarchist. He has talked about anarchy. And people are thinking it's Asari Dokubo. No, it's the Nigerian military he wants to use against Nigerian people. And that is very concerning to me. Many of us have not looked at it, we've not noticed it, but that's the truth. For the vice president to bring that up to Tinubu, they have intelligence on what he wants to do in Nigeria. That's just what I'm trying to wrap my head around today after reading it last night. I yield the mic.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. Please,
All
can
right,
you send
sorry,
that to me
before
so
you
that I can read as well? Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, before you take the next speaker. So apparently someone just went to dig out UC Maxwell's court update, and actually the European Union report that the LP tendered is a CTC. So it's a certified true copy. So maybe what they are talking about is that their normal standard of nobody reads by the right on it. It was typed. They actually said that in their objection that it was not written. Sorry, call the next speaker.
Okay, so I'm going to take Real Jack. Please, we have just 2 minutes. So my time says 2:54. So by 3 o'clock, Real Jack, you should be wrapping up your submission. Real Jack, over to you, please.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Wait a minute. Okay, I just want to add my voice, both from what the last speaker has said. Yes. Both from the court case in Delta State. You see, I think I am perceiving that these people, from what they are doing, what they want to do is they want to cancel this election and use what they are trying to do in Delta State as a medium to say they are going to disqualify our principal and they will ask us to go to Supreme Court. And again, these guys are prepared to unleash the military on Nigerians. So I just want Nigerians to think of preparing their mind on what and how we are going to stop this criminal. Enough is enough. It is unfortunate that we're not supposed to be talking about coup d'etat. But you see, if Nigeria, the placeholder being Tinubu, push Nigeria the way they want to push, it will not all go well with all of them. Because this is going to go beyond the EndSARS issue. So we have to prepare our mind to make sure we stop these people. Their desperation is much. Like somebody say, the international community have interest. And they are playing. So in conclusion, we should make up our mind to confront these guys head on while we look forward that judiciary should do the right thing. But failure to do that is going to be unease with all of us. I rest my case.
Thank you. Okay, I will pass the mic over to Inkemelicious. Inkemelicious, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'll quickly go straight to my submission. So what I'm trying to say is that our main problem is Europeans, the Westerners. They are the challenges of ours. And the truth is that we are still under slavery. The difference is that they have changed their mechanism. Like before, it was all this well-known slavery, but now they are using our leaders against us. And just like they did in the olden days, and they succeeded. Because in the olden days, they never came and took any Africans as a slave. they have to pay their brothers to sell them to sell us to them. So that's the same way they are using. Now they are using that because they know that there's one problem of Africa is their greediness and their selfishness. Everyone thinks about just himself. Just like now we're fighting for a better country and people are using ethnicity, they're using religion. It look like it's only the Igbos, mostly the Igbos that want good Nigerian. So these are the things these people are using. So they're using these corrupt leaders because recently now the World Bank gave Tinubu 800 million dollars. What for? People keep saying that Nigeria is in recession, Nigeria does not have money. Who tell you that Nigeria is in recession? The number one thing that making money for Nigeria is crude oil, and crude oil is at its peak. So where is the recession coming from? Nigerian government is making a hell lot of money from crude oil, and they're telling you they're in recession. What form of recession are they? Please, can you educate me on what is recession so I can understand? So they are making money. Which country, which state did they remove all subsidy? They were subsidizing university, like Federal University. Now they have stopped it. They removed from Unilag from 26,000 naira to almost 200,000, just 3,000 naira change. I have a student there that nearly committed suicide last week because this girl she was crying. She was telling me that that why she made sure she got admission into Unilag was because her parents are not well to do. She even have to overstudy. She did everything humanly possible to make sure she gained admission. Now she have gotten the admission. I just see year one now. They are increased school fees. That's why I've been running around trying to get her a job that she can be doing while going to school. So what I'm trying to say, go ahead and interview a lot of students. They are giving up on life. A lot of students are dropping out of school. If the problem of this country is not affecting you, I don't think you have a heart. Let's try to remove ethnicity. Let's try to remove religion. If ethnicity will make you not to reason like a human being, you keep reasoning like your forefathers that sold us into slavery. Because the Westerners look at the VP of America supporting Tinubu, a criminal, the person that they have to export out of their country because of his drug dealings and everything. Okay, I'm sorry. So what I'm trying to say here is that every Nigerian should prepare their mind. We should prepare their mind because anything this government wants to do with us, we should be ready beforehand because this government does not like us in any form. They're just so greedy and selfish that they're willing to sell us into slavery, modern day slavery for their own personal gains. Because there's nothing good about this government, and we need to fight in any means we can fight. I yield my mic.
Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to establish a new queue. I will go with Claudius first, Kingsley, and lastly Sonny Yop. So Claudius, over to you, please. You have 2 minutes to make your submission.
Thank you, Wemi. I'm just going to start by a recap of what our principal said on the last piece. I mean, he said lots of wonderful things, but one major thing that stood out for me was what he talked about subsidy. You know, when they removed subsidy, all of us were busy criticizing the process of removing it, but there was one aspect of it that was actually, I mean, running me mad that nobody is talking about it. Because before now, what we knew or what we were told is that subsidy was a scam. Then we are removing the scam, but who are the scammers? These are the questions that nobody was asking. So I was very happy to hear from our principal that actually the first part of removing it is actually identifying the scammers. Because it doesn't make sense that a government is providing a social protection system for the poor, and the funds are not getting to the poor. And the most ideal thing the government thought of was just to remove the social protection without actually trying to see what were those barriers that was preventing the social protection scheme from getting to the intended people. So I am looking forward to the day that somebody answers the question, who are the scammers? In fact, he even said that if he was there, he would have gone to Issa Yagoda, or is he Yagoda, or I don't know his name. So because the man came on national television to tell us that his friend was actually tired of, scamming Nigeria. So he would have asked him, please Tell me who that your friend is so that we can start from there. That was the thing that common sense would have demanded of a normal thinking person. But that's by the way. Then in terms of the replies from APC, I don't really have much to say. Maybe when I have the time to go through the document, I will get on with my specific questions because I found it very helpful when I go through all these documents. I'm able to get it from my own perspective. Then anything that is confusing, I can come on with questions and the rest of them. Then just one final comment about the person that said something about the conversation between president and the VP of United States of America. Even though I did not read the comment, but I was thinking that when he was saying don't use military against the civilians, I guess he was referring to the Niger civilians, not necessarily Nigeria. I think that's the context. I guess that's it because I don't see any reason why. I mean, Tinubu should be using military. Anyway, he can do that, but in that context, I think he was talking about the Niger civilians. So that's basically my submission. Thank you guys for everything you do. I appreciate all of you. Bye.
All right. Thank you.
So sorry, wait. So what Claudio just said, I just didn't want to make reference to it, of course, because I don't want to water down what people have said as per the need for Nigerians to be alert, which is what Rijak said, which is what the person before Rijak said. But let's how I put it, in that particular context, it was talking to, as a matter of fact, the way I see it, she was actually making reference to NSAS indirectly, like don't go and pull another NSAS in Niger, don't go and cause war, literally. Not really, because she knows Tinubu has plans for this thing, but notwithstanding, we should be prepared for if the judiciary was mad. I think that's an established fact. I just wanted to say that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. I will pass the mic over to Kingsley. After Kingsley, Sonny Walker. Kingsley, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, YMMC, UC Maswell, and everyone on this space. I'm so happy to be here to, bring my submission. When our principal was talking the other day, I listened carefully, and what I can see is that identifying the people who are scamming us, it is very simple. Same people who have borrowed the money to share 70 billion for a particular set of people and projecting to give 8,000 naira to families. These are the same people. Because remember the last time too, we also said that there's no vessel that will leave the country without the naval officials, without government officials knowing where these vessels are going. Now, vessels were held in my own region, which is Delta State. And now these people, they said these vessels have been working for years in the sea, stealing our crude. And now on apprehending them, what do? You set them ablaze because you don't want the identity of the people to be unraveled. And we the Niger Deltans, for instance, me, I am a Niger Delta. I can tell you for free that yes, these people, they know who they are. And they know who doing all this. So those things you see that they come to burn down those vessels, it is just a cover-up. They are just trying to cover up all these lies, all these things they have been doing for years. Me personally, I for one, I know that creek very well because I've traveled in those communities. I can name as much as 30 to 40 communities in that area, in the whole of that area, to Escravos, Age, Oporoza, Egbema, the rest of them. I know the area very well, and I know the creek, and I know what has been going on over the years. Now, back to what we are talking about, the response they gave, the replies they are giving, it will not hold water because we know who won this election, and we know that Peter Obi won this election. So for them to come out here to come and try to say they want to use technical, they just want to set the country ablaze. As for me individually, as for me, Kingsley Opopi Ajokpa Ogene, I'm saying it. I'm saying it without anything if should this thing go the other way around, I think there should be nothing called Nigeria, because we have had enough. We have had enough. We have had more than enough. Like there was one of our obedient that said the other day that when our principal was online, when he said we don't like the word if. I really don't like the word if, because the way it was saying that if it goes the other way, we should take it. See, we are tired. Because they've pushed up to the wall. They've pushed us as in we've taken more than, like when you are trying to stretch an elastic, there's a strength that their elasticity will go. That's where we have reached. We have reached that level. They can't stretch us more than this. We can't take more than this again, because we have done our part. They say we should embrace the peaceful means of voting, register, collect our PVC and all that, or even in the process of registration and all that. Do you know that even before the election, they have already been setting out strategies on how to rig the election? And there was a space we hold the other time before even.
Sorry, I have to mute you, Kingsley. I've been asking you to round up, but I don't think you can hear me. Your time is up. You've used more than 2 minutes, and the next speaker needs to come in. So I will unmute so you can make your final submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just trying to hold my emotions. I'm so sorry, but it's not really fair. It's not really fair, because we just have to get it right. We just have to get it right this very last time, because a lot of Nigerians are waiting. And thank God for our principal, because he's the one that he was able to calm the people. Me personally, I'm from Delta State, and I know what the youth have in mind already, because they said this time we are coming out. This is my first time of coming out to vote or do anything but any policy, because I've always seen it that it's not going to work. But because of what the promises and everything the government gave us, and what our principals and what they said to the world, that yes, this time the vote will count. So we put in our best and our resources. We took a lot of risks. Some of us have had enemies because of this. And all of this, they are trying to dash it to the floor. And we said, no, it won't work. It's not going to work. So let's just be hopeful that, yes, the judiciary should do the needful. Let's have our mandate back. Thank you. I yield my mic.
Thank you, Mr. Kingsley. And I will pass the mic over to Sunny. Sunny, over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you're spacing from. I want to ask a question. It's about AMP's case, the case of Shetima's double nomination. What is their prayer? What is APM asking the court to do for them? I know that to a large extent it's for a favor, as in Labour Party, but what is their prayer? What are they asking the court to do specifically for them? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who spoke? Sorry, I didn't see who was speaking. Okay, Sonny. I think I've not seen their petition. What I've seen is their final written address. But I think the summary of their case for Tinubu to be disqualified, I don't think they are outright beneficiaries. So they are not even contesting the election process and all that. For them, Shetima's nomination makes Tinubu's candidacy invalid based on Section 142 of the Constitution and a couple of sections in the Electoral Act. I'm sure you know what the case is about. So if your question directly is what they're asking the court to do for them, straight up is for Tinubu to be disqualified. That's just what their case is about.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Please, if you are on the speaker section, do also raise up your hand so I can establish a new queue. And I will start. Please just raise up your hand. For take cue from Efosa. His hands are raised. Please raise up your hand like Efosa and Manuel. Efosa and Manuel, they both have their hands raised, so I will go with both of them. Efosa, please, if you're there, unmute your mic, and after Efosa, I will take Manuel.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the house. You know, I don't want to be saying much to the house because we already know what we're fighting for. So it is not we that need preaching. It is the outsiders. So quick one to the judiciary. You know, the foundation of a nation in nationhood is the nation's constitution. We are not telling you to give Peter Obi a mandate he doesn't deserve. According to the constitution, let that be your guideline. You know, back in 1996, back then I was still quite young. I can remember my parents telling me that voting election is a do or die affair in Nigeria, so we should not vote into it. But right now, I came back to Nigeria to vote. First of all, I went back to Nigeria to to register for the first time. Then I came back again to vote. So the judiciary, this should tell you the extent at which the youths are ready to take back their country. We are not our parents. We are not our parents. We can actually, well, people actually think these so-called leaders, they really have the funds to pursue what they want. I really think they don't know the strength of the youths if they are willing to do something. We're not only channeling our energy or our resources, we are really and actually ready to die.
I think I lost that for Sar. Can't hear you anymore. Okay. Okay, let me drop him. Then he can request the mic and make his final submissions. Manuel, over to you, please. After Manuel, I will take Ostinos Anyam, and then I will take Sunny. Manuel, over to you, please.
All right, thank you so much. Let me confirm that I am heard. Can you hear me?
Yes, go on.
Okay. All right. Very briefly, I just want to, I have not read the document yet, so I can't really make much comment, but I'm going by what well-meaning Nigerian has said so far. It's clear that the respondents are playing to the gallery. They are banking on sentiment and what they call technicalities. Well, I just want to leave this message for the judiciary because I believe they have their people here or they will get to hear it. The truth is, when the chips are down about these judgments, and if eventually the judiciary fails to do justice, the truth is the common man, the ordinary citizens, the Nigerians will do justice as it seems right in their own eyes. And maybe they are thinking it will be like NSAS. They may be wrong. As it is now, I know amongst, down in the grassroots level, people who are already marking people, penciling down names. So let's not push the population, the masses, to that point where they will now decide to vent their anger on the nearest person they consider is a threat, was instrumental to robbing them of their mandates. It will not be good for a country. it will be good that one person is sacrificed. It's not even a sacrifice. The person didn't even earn it. The person didn't earn this thing. We earn votes. We earn the authority of the masses through the votes that is given to us. So if the person didn't earn it, why on earth should anybody, for fear of what? Well, the judiciary, they themselves have the last opportunity to recover or to recover what they have lost, their dignity, their authority to operate. Because under a Peter Obi presidency, the truth is they will really be that autonomy. They will have that power to operate. They will be empowered. So if they forego this and look at the brink of where we are, that Tinubu is about considering, taking Nigerian military to Niger and all of that. If we allow ourselves derail into all of these things because the judiciary refused to do all these things, if the judiciary allows the nation go into all of this, what will they gain? The truth is, even no matter how much security that is given to each of the judges and any of the elites and so on, it will not be sufficient. I raise the mic.
Okay, thank you. And I will pass the mic over to Sunny. Sunny, please unmute your mic and speak. Is Sunny there?
Hello.
Okay, yes, go ahead, please.
I thought you said after Manuel.
Yes, I know. I'm sorry. I just remembered. Please,
No problem.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. Before I continue, before I make my contribution, I would like to direct my case to the platform and also Saddam. Please, anytime there's a say that, please always give me a chance to speak. Because the last time we had a discussion with our principal, I wasn't able to talk. My hands have been requesting for me to say nothing. But nevertheless, I just want to target my issue on the judiciary. I know I read something online, and also I think somewhere that says that Olanipekun was requesting for, and Tinubu was requesting for Obi not to partake in the wrong, just for him and Atiku. Then Obi Levi dropped his own. That Tinubu should be disqualified and allow him and the PDP, including probably Kwankwaso. All these things show that these guys want to run. But still, they have no purpose for this country. They're also mapping up on a different dimension of rigging in this case. Now, taking the issue of ECOWAS with Niger, if you look at it, they're like today, I was watching BBC today. The people are in support of the military coup. The people are in support. So this is the only way, this is the only thing holding the Western world that made France and US not to come in, because the people themselves want it. But if the people are crying over it, then you can see this. And Tinubu himself, like I always say, he's not a federal politician. If you're a federal politician, you are a diplomat. You understand how this international politics works. So Tinubu's pulling thread, and I'm happy how the Niger general replied him. He's not a legitimate president. People did not vote for him. So my people, what I am trying to say in this context is that if there is a rerun, everybody sharpen up your PDC. This time, it's not going to be a joke. I am of the view that they should give Obi the presidency. So Nigeria will take herself away from the public, from international disgrace and embarrassment. Give it to Peter Obi, we all know. But if you're not going to do that, let there be a rerun. Let there be a rerun, then we will all sit up again and re-strategize. Like the last speaker said, I am very sure.
I'm sorry.
I won't say what I know.
Who's speaking? Let me get for Stilus. I didn't get what you said. What did you say?
Which area you didn't get me?
Like I heard you say, if they are not going to do this, then let there be rerun. So I'm trying to understand what.
No. I am saying, if for me, let them give Peter Obi the presidency. Let them declare him the winner to remove Nigeria from public disgrace and embarrassment. But if they will not, we all know how this country behaves. If they are going to give a run, let us sharpen up our PDCs. This time is not going to be like before. They must follow the process of the Electoral Act to the letter. Because we know this country are just too much, these people are enjoying public disgrace. Buhari has given us my wife in the other room. Nigerian youth are lazy. Tinubu has come in with his own public and international embarrassment, say, threatening Niger military general. We should look for solutions for ourselves. The West is not our problem. The West is not our problem. We are our problem. Finally, before I drop the mic, today on BBC, the British government are now thinking of drilling oil in the North Sea in Scotland or Ireland. You now see, and they are thinking of subsidy. And we are removing subsidy. Go to the international community. For those of you who are abroad, the Western world has so many things they subsidize to their people. Even when our principal was saying of removing subsidy, for me, yes, identify those who are benefiting from and put the subsidy in the right place.
You've used more than 2 minutes. I will need you to round up now. Thank you.
All right, let me just say the last thing I want to say. The subsidy issue should be put on production so that the cost of production will drop and everybody can afford. If spending rate is in the high rate, then the economy will go well. But if spending rate is low, there's a problem. Thank you very much.
All right, sorry.
Close my mic.
Yeah, first, to be honest, I just wanted you to finish, and I thought you were going to say like what a lot of us consider the most important. I think the most important part of this whole court conversation is the fact that Tinubu needs to be disqualified. So, if anybody thinks, subjectively that declare Peter be the winner, but if you don't do this, that's fine. But I'm just saying this in case of next time. I say this every time on this space. I think everybody's business really should be, if there's a rerun and Tinubu participates, that's injustice. Thank God you talk about embarrassment for Nigeria. The fact that someone that is tied to a drug case, I every time I read their lawyer's written address or go make reference to it, I feel sad. Because why? I really wish there was a way the judiciary can, or the lawyers could have found a way to say, no, that person that was indicted for drug-related case in the US is not this Tinubu, right? They can just go ahead and say, oh, it is the female Tinubu in the certificate that PDP brought. So that we cannot say, hey, at least we cannot start telling the US, and I mean that just, on a light note. We cannot start telling the US that, telling the world that, okay. At the very least, even though we know this man did not win the election, but at least Nigerians were not lawless enough to vote a drug, but like someone that has dealt drug. As in, I don't know how best to emphasize this. So if you are really even emphasizing embarrassment, save Nigeria, what you should be talking about is disqualification of Tinubu. Forget about what the court will do, whether or not after disqualifying Tinubu. You are going to stay and say if they did that. What about the one that you are sure of? That Tinubu should have been disqualified even before now, but unfortunately, INEC didn't do it. I'm just reading documents right here and now. And they are not even denying it. Like, they are not trying to say he didn't do it. They are trying to say, the document that said he did it, he did not pass through this, he did not go through that. So I'm just saying so everybody can set their mind straight on because what we say really determines what, because like we always say, judiciary comes around and every now and then the judges or whoever sends them, these people are on social media. We were in court when Justice Amani said that he heard that on social media that people said INEC witness ran away from court. And we really said it on social media. It means he was here or somebody that was here told him. So the consistency is required. The consistency is required on the fact that Tinubu must be disqualified. Totally have no business with what happens after Tinubu have been disqualified. After Tinubu have been disqualified, if they feel like there's substantial compliance, declare the outright winner, who of course I think we all know that it's Peter Obi. If they feel there's no substantial compliance, good.
1 minute. You have 2 minutes.
All right, I'm done, Remy.
Okay, thank you. I will pass the mic quickly to Afosa so he makes his final submission and I will establish a new queue. Afosa, are you there? Okay, he's not here. Let me pass the mic over to Emmanuel. Emmanuel, over to you, please. Emmanuel with his hands raised, please, over to you. Oh, wait. Well-meaning, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I thought
Hello,
I
can you
had
hear
it.
me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
With the issue of the rerun, I personally think that even if there's any chance that they don't want to give Peter Obi the mandate and want to consider a rerun, at least Tinubu must be disqualified first. And also, there's something that somebody said about the West being our problem. Please, the West have always been our problem. That have been our problem since 1960, since when we got independence. I don't know why nobody's talking about this, but the West has always been our problem. The West should get their hands out of our democracy. We don't need them. They have always been messing everything up. And also, I believe the Western world, I believe they have some kind of blackmail or some kind of debt on these politicians. Because even myself, I would reason, how would somebody from a family tend to cause harm to their own family? Are these people even Nigerians? Let's even think about it. How can you not do your country well? Look at other countries. They tend to think about their country. America first. America is always America first. UK is always the United Kingdom first. Every other part of the country, always their country first. But Nigeria, with all the natural resources that we have been blessed with, Nigeria have crude oil. Look at Saudi Arabia. What do they have? Crude oil. Just crude oil, and look at them. They are billionaires. Nigeria has the capacity to be more than that. How come we are just suffering simple, basic amenities? What the hell is going on in this country? I yield my mic.
Okay, thank you, Manuel. Please, if you'd like to say something and you are on the speaker section, just raise up your hand. Thank you. Sunny, if you're there, please unmute your mic and speak. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. What do you mean? This is Maxwell. Well-meaning. Mommy Akadede, I can see you. Good afternoon, ma. I want to use this opportunity to say thank you very much for the good work you are doing, and God will bless each and every one of us. So I want to reiterate again that nobody should come here and talk about rerun again. If you know you are not sure of what is going on, please, nobody should come here and talk about rerun again, because the evidence are so overwhelming that even the judiciary will have no choice than to pronounce and principal the winner. So anybody that doesn't have that faith, please discuss another thing. Don't talk about rerun here again. Because you know you are doing this, and once you are doing this, you are giving the Agbadorians the opportunity to keep on doing what they are doing. Because what they are doing is just mind game playing. Now, okay, I saw one tweet, was it about 3 days ago, where an APC was saying that it's only God that can remove Tinubu, and God have already removed him, because if not, they would have rigged the election perfectly such a way that there will be no traces. So let every Nigerians go and prepare yourself, because I wouldn't want a situation what happened in the election on 25th of February to repeat itself again. Our principal will be declared the winner. But how prepared are we? Because those animals, they are ready to do any dirty things just to make sure they remain in power. If a thief comes into your house and you have a gun and you cannot defend yourself, then it means you are not a man. So please, let's get ourselves prepared, because they say once beaten, twice shy. Who want what repeat during that election to repeat itself again? Let them know that they are not in the right way. Now they are taking advantage of that. Get yourself prepared, every Nigerians, please. Our principal will be declared the winner. And the only thing Tinubu will use is the Asari Dokupo. We are not, like I tweeted one day, that as long as the right thing is judged, is done in the judiciary, we'll move on. But in an attempt for Tinubu to use any army to do a dirty game, there will be a pressure attack in a very serious way that they will never believe it. So please, let everybody go and get themselves ready. I'm a Christian, but the only way things can be done right, I've prayed severally for this country to be okay. But I discovered that these evil men are taking the advantage of that. It is time for us to defend ourselves, because even the Israelites, if they have sat at home or if they are sat down in the wilderness, that they will not move forward, they will not get to the promised land. So it is time for us to take our country back. It's not just by saying it by mouth, but with action now. Thank you very much. I yield my mic.
Thank you, Mr. Sani. Of course, over to you, please.
So thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Please, if you are sorry, of course,
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay. Quick one. Greetings to the house. First of all, I would like to say our parents actually did not do well at all. They are the cause of everything that is happening. If they have fought for us, I don't think would be in this current situation. So quickly to the judiciary. The foundation of a nation in nationhood is the constitution of that nation. We are not telling you to give PO a position that is not fit for, or that it is not, that it didn't get. We are telling you to follow the constitution of Nigeria. Did it meet the requirements? Of course, I think it did, according to the evidence that has been provided. Did it get the required votes? With the evidence, I think he sure got the required votes. I came to Nigeria to get my voter's card to register, came back, then went back to vote. We are doing this not because of us majorly. We are doing this for our kids. What our parents fail to do, we don't want to fail our kids anymore. We want to fight for what rightfully belongs to us, because we can't. For most of us in diaspora, we can't remain here forever. This is not our land. It's not our country, and it's not somewhere we want our kids also to live forever. Probably for some of us, and them going back home, we don't want them to go and meet a nation where it's like a war zone. So we are going to put all our energy fighting for what rightfully belongs to us. The politicians or the so-called elite, they think probably because they have the finance. I don't think they know what millions of should I call it desperate Nigerian youths who really want change for their nation, what they can really achieve if they are together. I don't think they shouldn't think that financing will be an issue. Chaos is actually very easy, but no, this is not what we are fighting for in Nigeria right now. We want peace. We are praying that we are praying the judiciary do what is necessary just to avoid some certain things that would go on if they don't pass the right judgment. So we would say, judiciary, please do what is needful. Follow your constitution. That is what makes you. It's not like we Nigerians or the we that did not go to school. It's not like we don't know what the law says. It's like you passing a judgment. Is this black or white? The fact that you've been put there doesn't mean that people outside cannot give a judgment. It's just the fact that we need someone to be on that seat to give the judgment. So we know what is right. We read the Constitution. We know what the Constitution says. Please, judiciary, do what is needful. But I would also say, if it has to take, I would say it. If it has to take burning down that country to fix it again, I think some persons will want to do it. Really, but we shouldn't get to that extent. We shouldn't get to that extent. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to establish a new queue. I will start with Emily, then I will go with Ejikeme, and then Ozzy follows Ejikeme, lastly, Money after Ozzy. Emily, over to you, please. And if you are on the speaker section, so also raise up your hand if you want to speak. And if you have something to say and you are at the listener section, request the mic. Okay, Emily, over to you.
All right, thank you. I'm not sure who's behind that. Is that Ngozi or Lamide? Or I just want to say good afternoon, good morning, good evening. The host, 1MMC. Good day, Uncle Akaji, Weyemi, all the people in this platform, every single one of you, Mama Bolanle, UC Maxwell, well-meaning, and every single person, Noni, Ejikeme here. Thank you and God bless you for the space today. I just wanted to start by asking first, I don't know if Uncle Akaji is okay to answer this question away in me. About somebody did ask questions some time ago concerning what was written in the was it a phone call between American Vice President and BAT and the INEC selects illegitimate president. So please, is there a way that we can talk about that or clarify on what actually that conversation means? If it's towards Nigerians who probably, if the judiciary do the wrong thing, might want to react, or is that towards Niger Republic, what's happening in Niger? Please, if you have any information about that, please, can you help?
Answer that. I was the one who asked that Mr. Jones send a copy because he said he read it. I haven't read it, so and I didn't necessarily catch the submission, which is why I asked that he sends it my way so I can read it. Mr. Jones, if you are still on the space, please request a mic so you can elaborate more on
When your
that.
voice is quite low, like very low.
Can you hear me now?
It's almost as
Yes,
if
I can hear you.
you're talking from the kitchen. If you're in the speaker section, you want to speak and
I
speak
beg,
loud.
leave her. Make she answer my question. Or I didn't hear her.
Your
Thank you.
question, they don't answer your question before. I don't even know why they ask that question now again, sir.
Now why they come with fire? Now she speak to answer me. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that I can hear her. That's all. Thank you, Amy, for that. Yeah, I'll wait for that as well. Wait for the follow up answer. I just wanted to comment on what our president said on the day he was on Mr. Emma's space, sorry, wildlands space. It was really interesting. It was motivating. That kind of made my day because I've been in this journey of being angry about what's going on in Nigeria. But I was really, really excited to be there. And even though I couldn't ask my questions, I guess I was a bit late, so I couldn't request for the mic. But all in all the people that asked questions and the questions asked were very, very interesting, and the answers were amazing. So yeah, a motivation from him as always, and we're very happy with his answer. But there was something that somebody asked me. I don't know, maybe I can't. Actually, I wouldn't want to discuss. I wouldn't want to say that here because I don't want us to lose our morale in that. So I'll probably DM Uncle Akaji if I can remember, if he doesn't mind, and just so to see if it's okay to talk about that. We don't want anything that the Agbado will use, against us, start carrying out their stupid propaganda. So, okay, I'll pass that at the moment. But I just want the judiciary, if they're listening, which we hope they're listening, like our principal said, you cannot sneak in from the window and start cleaning the house, and you reckon we will accept. We will not accept. And we just want them to do the right thing. We don't think Nigeria belongs to any particular group or person. As far as we know, Nigeria has only two tribes, the tribe of the poor and the tribe of the rich. And this very 1% are the tribe of the rich. And we are asking the judiciary just to make peace reign in Nigeria and do the right thing because they know who won the election. They have all the evidences and they should actually not set Nigeria on fire. I mean, like everyone's talking about, I read somewhere on the space. Sorry.
Time's up.
Oh, my time's up?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Who is supposed to go next? Yes. Ejikeme, please unmute your mic. And once again, I have to place everyone on a strict 2-minute timer because we have a lot of people on the request section and on the space. So please pardon me. Ejikeme, over to you, please.
Yes, thank you very much, my.
Sorry, Ejikeme, before you go,
raise up your hand.
Just Maxwell. I don't know if Mr. Maxwell is here now. I don't know if he's ready to talk about the replies. So, Mr. Maxwell, if you are ready, you could indicate. I'm thinking maybe we'll just read through it and talk about it that way. Ejikeme, you can go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. 1 million match crew and the background, my brother, well-meaning Nigerian, and we and me for this space. Uncle Oda Akaji, I see you too. God bless you all. I'll be very short and very precise. The first one is, I personally wanted to hear from my president directly, Peter Obi, on his interview with us at the Parallel Facts, to give me and Nigerians the promise that the rule of law that he talks about regularly, that he's going to uphold it by the time he's sworn in as president. Number one, remember that the criminal drug dealer Bola Ahmed Tinubu was fraudulently assumed to have won 25% in Abuja. That individual that wanted to change those values, that pie chart on IREV, before General Lucci and other well-meaning Nigerians spotted it and alerted the general public, that person must be prosecuted. So I wanted to hear from the president directly that not only that person, the ICT director, Festus Okoye and Yakubu Mahmood, would also face justice. I wanted to hear it directly from Peter Obi so that I'll mark it down that, yes, this is how we are going, right? That's one side. Then, of course, well-meaning Nigerian, I've been listening to you. Majority of what you have said today is very clear. This guy has no business with governance. He needs to be disqualified. The criminal drug baron Bola Ahmed Tinubu must be disqualified. Anything short of that is injustice. Finally, Sentus Nweze is dead and gone. Sentus Nweze, the Supreme Court judge, is dead and gone. But you see, today, everybody has set aside whatever he has done at the judiciary level as his career and have just centered on how he miscarried justice with Lawan, bringing in somebody that did not participate in a primaries and making him senator indirectly. That is one particular judgment that Sentus Nweze will go down in history with, for the wrong reasons. Nobody now remembers what he has done right. And that is how the Supreme Court and every other person that is at the helm of affairs right now must remember and reflect. Sentus Nweze is one example. If you want to go down for the very wrong reasons, miscarry justice on this case, for us, we will continue to beg God to Lawanize his case by the time he comes to judgment in heaven. Lawanize it. Make it look like the Lawan case that he did while on earth, so that Nigerians and the people at the tribunal right now will know that of a truth, there is a God that is just. Make sure you Lawanize this case. Oh God, that is what we are praying. It's even more painful for me because this is somebody that comes from the southeast. Yes, a lot of people said he gave the dissenting judgment in the Imo State tribunal that brought hope Uzodinma. But yes, it could also be that they just gave him that position to throw in that.
I need you to round up now.
All right. Okay. So please, there is no case in this issue. Peter Obi won this election and he will be declared. Any judgment that does not disqualify Tinubu is injustice. Nigerians must get ready to take back their country, and that we must do. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Okay, thank you very much, Ejikeme. Ozzy, over to you, please. Ozzy the king. Ozzy. Is Ozzy there? I can't hear him or her. Sorry, well-meaning, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is Ozzy speaking?
No, she's not.
Okay, I guess she's not available. I'll pass the mic over to Manny and then drop her. Manny, over to you, please. Ozzy, when you're ready, request the mic again. Manny, over to you, please.
Hi, Wemi. Hi, one MMC, Uncle Odo, Akaji. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for always inviting us to join this space. I want to say a special big thank you to UC Maxwell. I have been following his updates back to back, never ceases to update us and inform us too on the happenings and PEPT. I've just been following quite a lot of conversations going on. I was part of the meeting on the 29th and I followed it all through. I remember Peter will be joining us as promised 5:59 p.m. Nigerian time, and he spoke a lot, as regards the issues in the country and assured us on solutions, lot tough questions that he was asked on that day, but I found hope, in so many things that he said, and his words gave me, and I know he gave a lot of Nigerians more renewed hope than the fake promises, from the Agbado place holder. So what I'm going to say is
there should be no conversation about a rerun, and that's, I think we should continue to state that fact that any conversations about rerun should be a no-no. Tinubu in the first place is not qualified to even run for that position, the first office in a country, the most important office of any country. He's not fit, he's not eligible to run for that position, so we should not even talk about a rerun. And I've just been looking at how the judiciary, a lot of people have been saying that we have been saying all eyes on the judiciary. We want the judiciary to do the right thing. This is not about actually begging them, because it's obvious, it's a no-brainer, it's clear, it's crystal clear that Peter Obi is the president that the people want. He is the president that Nigeria wants. Everybody knows this, that he is the president that won, except you want to just keep lying to yourself and deceiving yourselves. So we have had NSAS, and it is not going to be like NSAS. I remember I participated fully, well, in NSAS in 2 different states, both Lagos and Port Harcourt, and we are promising them that it is not going to be like that. If they think that they are going to give us a wrong judgment, then they should be ready for what is going to come. We are not going to do anything. We are not going to engage in any rascality. We're not going to engage. We Obedience are not going to engage in any rascality or act as nitwits around the streets. But they should be ready to give us the mandate that they stole from us, because we are not going to be quiet. We are not going to be silent. They shouldn't take us for a fool. We have been quiet for just because our principal has told us to hold our peace, not because we don't know what to do. It is not because we don't know how to go out on the streets and protest. We have done that very well before, even without, our principal. This time around, it is going to be different. There will be no peace for them if they don't do the right thing. There is no other way about to go about it. That man should be disqualified and put in jail, and the key should be thrown away for all I care. So whatever it is that they are planning, they should rethink it and understand that millions of Nigerians out here, we are just sitting down patiently waiting for them to either do the right thing or they see the other side of us. I felt like I was kidnapped and robbed this morning after buying fuel this morning. It felt so sad. It felt so sad and sickening that in my own country, where we have crude and where we have such abundance of resources, we are made to live like peasants. We are made to live like commoners. And every of our plight and every of our challenges, they don't even care. They don't even care. All they want is what they would put in their own pocket, and it feels so sad. Anyway, thank you so much, Wem, even though I'm still angry with you, Sha, and one MMC. But thank you so much all for this
Wait, hold on.
platform. I really, really appreciate it.
What did I do? Okay. You said
Say
you're
again?
angry with me. What did I do?
Yes, you and one MMC, Jerry. But it's past. It's actually past, though. It's actually past. It's actually past.
Okay. Okay, moving on. Mr. Jones is here. So Mr. Jones is the man who brought up the whole phone call thing with Kamala. So what's her name again? Emily. I believe Mr. Jones is the right person for you. Mr. Jones, quickly expatiate on that whole phone call thing. If you can hear me, please do that. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. And anybody is free to go to whitehouse.gov to read the printout. It's coded in diplomatic language, but if you have been reading such readouts in the past, you will know what was discussed. Yes, they started the discussion because of Niger and what happened in Niger about the military coup. But after they discussed that and the need for Niger to go back to democracy, they now went to Nigeria. She commended him on removing the oil subsidy and harmonizing foreign exchange, and then went on. The last thing she talked about, at least in the printout, was that the military should not be used against the people. And as I said, it's not about Niger, that aspect of that. If you go read it, it's diplomatic language. They couch it in the way they do. But if you have been reading such language, you will know there is some concern about Nigerian military being used against Nigerians. And I'm not making this up. You can go read it for yourself. Just read it and know what was said. That gives me concern that Tinubu has some ulterior motives in his mind. I yield the mic.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Jones. Quickly, let's go to. So, guys, for those of you that are listening, so soon we are going to go through the reply, the APC reply, the funny document. But meanwhile, let me address what Jones just said. How will I do this now? So first of all, I mean, we can go on and on and on and on, and tie everything said. And I'm not a big fan of paranoia. So I understand, you could read a document and try to tie it and tie it and tie it and tie it. So I get what you're saying as per, you must have said that because there's an intelligence that Tinubu wants to use military against Nigerians, and but that would be like, I mean that would just, let me be blunt, that would be an outright trying to spread fear. The truth is that whatever is going to happen from the tribunal, I think this should be very clear. If the judiciary does the wrong thing, I even think that I don't know, the military will give Nigerians an opportunity to fight for their country back. But I think the main point I just want to say is that I don't want us, if it's said within the context of Nigerians, I think a couple of people here have said Nigerians should be prepared, which is where I stand. Nigerians should be prepared for, and if the judiciary does the wrong thing, my point of view, and this is truly my own personal point of view, is that this particular case in court, this particular election is the last we have. Anybody that thinks after this election, in 2027, we can recoup, we can organize and do better, but here's your case. It's fine, you can go ahead. It's okay with you as well. But let's be very clear. If the judiciary doesn't do the right thing, it is now left for Nigeria to take back their country. Or it's left for us to take back our country. The best way we see them fit. I think it was, I forgot who spoke earlier, that said that the judiciary should not allow Nigerians get to that point where different people will adopt different methods to want to take back their country. And the funny thing is that the military is strongly involved. I mean, if you haven't seen the result of the election, the analytical result of the election around the military installment in Nigeria, go and read it. And you understand that it's going to be a strong fight. It's really going to be a fight between Nigerians and the political class. But I really hope we don't get to that point. So I don't want us, trying to overtie, and, I usually say this, there's a thin line between being paranoid and being conscious, or being conscious. So let's not try to cross that line. I mean, I would rather think that, whatever she said is, I mean, Nigeria is being known for, they use military during the NSAS. So I'd rather stick with what I know than try to say, this means Tinubu, because if I say that, what am I trying to say? Like, what's the point? Am I trying to say, oh, Nigerians, be careful, don't do anything, they are going to kill you, or like, what am I trying to say? So it's very important to pass these messages, all right. But notwithstanding, I think Mr. Jones drew a very critical point out for us to look at that document and see what exactly was said. I'm particularly interested in what was said in regards to Niger. So thank you very much, Mr. Jones. Let's just take, for those that the hands are up, we'll take Avanu, then Success, after which we'll come and go through the replies. I'm reading it and I'm just laughing. I'm just laughing. Avanu, please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. We need to understand something. There's a thin line between reality and assumptions. First, we need to know this. Tinubu must be disqualified. There's no room for in fact, the issue of rerun should not even cross anybody's mind. You understand? It is a no-no. The issue of rerun does not exist in this time. Then the issue of technicalities they've been trying to bring in. Do you know how I define technicality? That is this APC kind of technicalities. I see it as a fraudulent way to bypass real judgment and reality. Technicality, the way they've been announcing all this while, before now, most of us don't follow laws. We don't know much about our constitution and all that. They've been, trying to magnify the word technicality like it's one big something. But to be sincere, it is nonsense. It's a total means of fraudulent activity, which we know them to be. Now, the issue of this Tinubu, if that's people saying if court does not give a right judgment, what do we do? We all know, them too, they know that a right judgment must be given, but the fear of mocking at them, that is why most of them, that is the supporters I'm talking about now, that is why most of them are still standing on their ground. They are seeing this thing like a kind of Whiskey Davido kind of argument. I'll just throw one word just to win you in a case, in an argument and all that. They're seeing like a Ronaldo versus Messi kind of argument. But this is not an argument. It's not a fun argument. This is not celebrity argument. We're talking about our lives. We're talking about our families, our descendants. So if you are against the possibility and the positivity of me growing up, we living a good life, that means you are an enemy of the nation. You are a direct enemy to me, and you are a direct enemy to my descendants. You are an enemy. We should be seeing these things as it is. This is not an argument or a kind of try to say, okay, we last now we win, now we win, now we win. APC will be like bragging, now we win. This is not about it. Nigerians, we need to wake up. We need to understand they've been toying with our intelligence. They've been using ethnicity and religion, these two particular tools to stabilize us and make us not even understand what is happening all this time. But thank God we are awake now. You understand? We need to know, and we need to make these people understand we know the right thing. The judges that are there, they need to understand that them too, if they come one-on-one argument with most ordinary citizens, we will beat them hands down in terms of intelligence. We know these things too. They should not think they know better than us. We know too, but they are just fortunate to be in that position. So they should understand we know what they know. Do you understand? We know what they know. So they should just give a right judgment and save their face, save their career, save whatever, save their family, because no one knows what will happen after this. Because even them, their families and all that will or may be under a pressure from some certain groups. So I hit my mic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, before we go to Success, Jones, are you still there? I just want to
Yes.
Yeah. So the document you said you read, is it a transcript or the report?
It's a transcript of the phone conversation
Of the phone
between Kamala
conversation. Sorry,
Harris
can you
and
send it to me in the DM because I'm trying to see that.
Auntie Bolanle just sent it to me. So if you need it, just send me a DM. Well, meaning I will send it to you as well. Auntie
All right, that's
Bolanle
fine.
sent it to me.
All right, okay.
So if you need it, just send me a DM and I'll send it to you.
All right, okay. Success, please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon. I don't know if you guys can hear me from there because I barely hear you.
Yeah, we
I
can
don't
hear
know
you.
if it's my network. Okay. Sorry, my own take it's people coming up here to come and suggest probably for a rerun. We shouldn't put our mind for a rerun. What should we be thinking of or probably focusing on is on the judiciary and our backup plan. Like some of us have sold our life because there's no need for living. After going to the university, suffered for 4 years and graduated. Someone did not get work simply because you don't have uncles, you don't have any godfather in the government. Therefore, now that Obi is out for like to carry the youth along, we should give him maximum. And if the judiciary cannot uphold the democracy in Nigeria and rule of law, therefore it is in our own now that we act. Because if we should continue probably being scared of the government and telling ourselves like anything the judiciary say we should take it, therefore we are making a mistake and we are getting it wrong. Because most of all this judiciary, they are here listening to us in disguise. Some of them will open account and name it one name like that and be listening to us, and it from what we say here that they are going to judge us with. You understand? So we should remove that mindset of redoing the election and hope on the judiciary, and they should also know the consequences, and they should take Niger as an example of what is going to befall Nigeria. So imagine where civilians take over, like forcefully fight with the military. They should know the consequences and the judiciary should do what is good. Else, there are some people that will go they will go spiritual because of all this, and it's not going to be good. We should remember what happened in the Bible. I'm a Christian and I read Bible very well. And it's only the violent men that take it what belongs to them by force. I think I rest my case. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you very much, Success. Sorry, I think you have a couple of other people that the hands are up now. Let's quickly go to Mandate. Mandate, please go ahead. After Mandate, we'll come to Real Calabar Begin.
Yes, Wemini, God bless you. Wemi, God bless you. God bless 1 million March crew. No matter what happened to Nigeria, it will not affect 1 million March crew. And the nonsense they are planning to do, it will not succeed because of the effort that 1 million March crew have put in this fight for democracy. Yes, my point is this. I was on this space earlier before now when you spoke. I left because since I started coming on space, I discovered that my health has improved based on hope and happiness I've been receiving. You see, there are ways you pass certain messages. That's why they told you viewer discretion. How did they put the word? That thing Jones came out to say, yes, like putting fear or trying to put fear in the mind of people. And I'm happy the way you address it with him. It could be what he's thinking. And I think I've heard Jones speak in another space. And for me, I don't want such kind of comment to be coming at this point of the day, even if everything, how do I put it? All things being equal, there is no way after Saturday's uh, 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 how do I put it, meeting with the people's president, the Bala Blue man will be coming out to say want to have a press conference. It means that all things are not being equal within their side. So I noticed something from some of my old students who come and be losing hope. If not that I belong to space like this, that I begin to debunk them. You understand? So please, Oga Jones, I'm not saying obedient. Am I truly living? Since I came to space and I met obedient people, that was what gave me hope for life again. So some of us have died. So nobody should come and threaten us with death again. The judiciary has no legal pathway. And Wembley, Nigeria, all those analysis you are giving, that APCs they are doing, all these things we are saying, we should be careful sometimes when we say them because it gets to the Agbadu and they feel that we are backing out. No, we are not backing out. We are standing our ground and we are focused. We have never been this focused. And sorry, I'm taking this time. What happened at the court with Emefiele? Do you know that Nigerians were there telling the DSS to shoot and they were looking at the people? And it suggests another narrative to them. And what I'm trying to say is that because we put our voice under this thing, they started bringing out whatever we cannot verify, say they are apologizing and all that. So this our voice, what we are saying here, they are hearing us. And because of I came back to let them know that I'm ready to die. I'm ready to die for this democracy. I'm ready to give my life. That's why I stuck. I am not afraid to say where where I'm staying, where I'm living. Thunder, fire. Oh God, my children are not around to help me sing this song. Thunder, fire the devil. Amen. Thunder, fire the devil. That judiciary that will not do the right thing, that will not restore this mandate to Peter Obi. Thunder, fire the devil in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
God bless
All
you,
right.
women in Nigeria. Thank you so much.
All
I
right.
hit the
Thank you
mic
very
now.
much. Mandate. All right. Quickly, let's go to Calabar, real Calabar Peking.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Wemini. Good afternoon, Wayemi. Good afternoon, One MMC, and every other obedience here. I'm actually speaking from Calabar here. I don't have much to say. My message is to the judiciary because maybe they think that this election was based on tribe, was based on religion, was based on ethnicity, but it was not based on that this time around. Peter Obi mandate was a representation of the unity of Nigeria, and all of us we know what we have invested into this movement, our time and energy. So nobody that will feel that he can wear black and white and go and sit down and pass any silly judgment that he feels will favor him and his our family, and he think he can trade with the future of we the young Nigerians, it will not be tolerated. If they cannot save justice in the court, we will help them to save justice here outside the court. Let them just know that we being silenced, we keeping quiet is not because we are stupid, it's just because of one man. And that one man is a reality of the true definition of unity, which is Peter Obi. We respect him. So they should not take the quietness of a lion for cowardice, because we will not take it kindly from them. You just want them to jejely do what is right. What Nigerians, what we want them to do is just for them to give us Peter Obi. There is nothing that we run. Peter Obi won the election. If someone like me, who have always been
voting in my own state capital, could transfer my voters card to my own local community to go and do mobilization, and I pull out votes in my polling unit, which I still have my photo in my phone till today, and somebody will come out and say rerun. There is nothing like rerun. No, nothing like rerun. Tinubu did not win this election, and we all know it. So those people that are canvassing for a rerun, they are doing it at their own detriment. If they can't do otherwise, what they saw in NSAS was Reza. We are going to show them what passed that one. I yield.
All right, thank you very much, very Calabar Peking. Quickly, let's go to you see Maxwell, don't come on again. Let's go to Exalt MD.
Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are spacing from. I am spacing from Warri, Delta State. And I really want to commend the effort of everybody on the space. And I can actually cite my governorship candidate in Delta State, Ken Peters, Mingosa. You see Maxwell, I know that you are off the speaker space, and I want to really thank you, because when you mean 1 million match crew, Auntie Sarah, Auntie Bolanle, the General Lucy, you guys are really doing a massive job. I know that sometime along the line you might be discouraged and like, these people are just few. I know that sometimes we have 1,000 persons on space, but I can guarantee you that a lot of persons are waiting for the people on the space to come and tell them the update. Somebody like me in Warri, anytime I go to some certain location, everybody is waiting. Like, when is this boy coming to come and give us update of what is happening? And most of the information we pass across are directly from the information we get from spaces like this, information from UC Maxwell. UC Maxwell, God bless you. During the court case, during the period of the court, honestly, I will be refreshing your page like my breath depends on it. Like, the next thing that when sometimes you even drop certain things, and in 2 seconds, I will be like, has it not dropped again? That is in seconds. That's how massive people are really waiting for this. A lot of persons have lost confidence along the street. But for the job that is working around here, it has really sustained a lot of persons waiting for the final judgment. And I want to speak to the judiciary. Don't think 800 persons is actually listening to this. We have 8 million people, more than that, waiting along the street. There are people that are feeding from this information. And don't try to play on our intelligence by throwing certain information along the street. Rerun. They want the rerun matter to go so deep into us that when they declare it, it should not be something. There's no rerun anywhere. We are not expecting any rerun anywhere, because this judgment of this judiciary of a thing is being written in English, not Greek. It's not, the law of a thing is not written in French language. All of us can read. We are educated enough to understand what is written in this law, even though there's some aspect of it that may require legal interpretation. But I don't need anybody to tell me, after attending engineering school for over 6 years, what the meaning of and. After studying English, the meaning of and. It's just unfortunate that it's only in our country that professor, we have to be debating what and mean. What somebody in GSS3 or primary 5 we already know are in conjunction. So I don't think we should be talking about rerun. Most of I hear obedience saying, if rerun up, which rerun for where? The election will win. I want to go and rerun again. For where now? It's not possible. They did not tell us that we run of a thing. I don't want to hear that rerun again. It's getting me angry. What's rerun? When you see people that sacrifice their life under rain. I have somebody that was very sick, stood under the rain in Warri for hours. Me as the person, I've never been political before. But this year, I actually confronted somebody that was vying for position who happens to be a PDP person in Warri, just because we want our country, and somebody will tell me we want to go to that run. Do you think we should be going to court to be doing updates of judgment in 2027 or during the run? We have started this movement. We must end it. We must see to the end. And judiciary, don't play with us. We Nigerians, we are ready. Don't think 800 persons are on the space. Please, thank you for the time. 800 persons are on the space. A lot of persons get their information and they are just waiting for you. Don't play with us. It's not a threat, but a lot of persons are waiting silently. Thank you, and I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you very much, Exalt. All right, quickly, let's just take Ozzy, Benedict Ochman, and we'll come to the replies and take it from there. All right, Ozzy, please go ahead quickly. 2 minutes. That's what we have given people, but me, I just did. Ozzy, are you there?
I'm here. Oh, my 2 minutes is still 2 minutes, so
Let me fear God.
no.
All right. Ozzy. Okay. Ozzy is gone on public holiday. Benedict, please go ahead. Benedict Omunu. Okay, I think Benedict is not ready. All right, then let's go to Uchmani. Uchmani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much as well. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you speak up?
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but it's low, but go ahead.
Okay. I want to specially thank everyone, me, UC Maxwell, all of you, because I will tell you, you guys are doing a marvelous job. I mean, you are the eyes and the ears that we have. Without you guys, I'm telling you, I don't know how we're going to be getting real information about, what's really happening out there. Thank you very much. Your labor of love we can feel it and we appreciate it, and we're saying thank you very much. You guys are really making us, pouring us up and letting this fire must never die. And you guys are, keeping the fire burning. There's something I want to say. Dino said something. If you talk, you go die. If you no talk, you go still die. So what you go do? It better make you talk.
Sorry, Ochman, are you using the earpiece? I mean, I'm trying to. I don't want. I'm straining my ear so I can imagine what other people are doing. Are you there? Ochman, are you still there?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Why you not talk like this?
Sorry. Okay. I don't know. I was saying that we appreciate all the work that you guys are doing. I mean, I would have the question I'm asking myself, how would I be able to follow up on this court case that has been going on if we don't have somebody like UC Maxwell, where me and all the rest putting updates, following through. I really want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much. We appreciate your labor of love. It might not we might not have all the money to give, but we want to say thank you because we know it's not easy. The time, the energy, everything that you guys are putting in, God bless you so much. My own take is this. Dino said something. If you talk, you go die. If you no talk, you go die. So what you go do? It better make you talk and die. You see the truth about what's happening in Nigeria. We're getting to that point where what is left, the option that these people have left us is if we talk, we will still die. And if we don't talk, we will still die. So what are we going to? Are we going to keep quiet and die? So are we going to keep quiet and die? So if we know that it's a case of we have to speak up, then that is the only option because the way things are going, you see, these people are hell bent on holding us down. I'm talking about the youth. How do you, when you look at the things that are happening in this country, look at recently NCC just, they just organized intakes. Do you know the names of people there? They're the names of children of politicians. And this other company in Bayelsa, I've forgotten the company. They did intake. I participated. I went through the first stage, the second stage. only for the thing to be hijacked. And then the next thing they said they released names. And when you check the names, is the name. So what are we talking about? Aren't we getting to the point where it's better make all of us who could die for this country? Because it's not becoming, it's not funny anymore. It's not funny anymore. It's not funny. Look at an election that was where everybody could see it. Even the blind could see. And then all of a sudden, certain evil people, that demons of darkness came and hijacked an election. And then they want to force somebody on us. And they are doing it with so much alacrity, so much guts, and all of us were folding our laps and watching them. Let me tell you what is going to happen at the end of the day. JB, they are talking about 130 million in multidimensional poverty. You will see the figures increase. You're going to see so much crime increase. You and I are not going to be safe in this country. That is what's going to happen. The figures are going to increase. You can see the policies that the so-called government are putting in place. And they're telling us, yo, be patient. Go, thunder, fire that patience that they're telling us. The patient, the kind of scope where Buhari used for us. Now this government won't continue from. And then we are gullible and flowing with them. We better wake up. You see this court case? Is going to be a decider in this country. Whether these people, whether they want the poor to really breathe, or whether they want to really suffocate the poor. That is what it is. So it's no longer a case of Ahmed Lawal. It's no longer a case of Akpabio. Everybody knows now what the matter is. So there is nothing the judiciary want to speak. There's no grammar. These people want to tell us that will convince us otherwise. An election happened and somebody won the election. So therefore, let them go into the books and check who really won this election. But somebody will say, oh, another narrative to this thing is INEC did not follow the laid down procedure. Then fuck it. If INEC bent the rules to favor somebody, then let the judge also bend the rules to make sure that the person that actually won the election be the person that they would declare. So that next time it serves as deterrent. So that you don't just come because you occupy an office, then you think you can use that office to perpetrate your evil agenda. So my take in this is, it's better they do the right thing, because we have gotten to the river, like the children of Israelites. The Egyptians are behind us. The rest is before us. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? The Egyptians are behind us. The rest is before us. So we then let somebody tell us what the choice will be, because all die now die. I yield my mic. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Otman. All right. Okay. So, quickly. If you are just joining us, welcome to the 1 Million Man Mad Space. So today we are talking about. So we are discussing on the, of course, mostly the recap of the Peter Obi
Sorry,
parallel fact.
one meaning.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
One meaning. Ochmani cursed, so he's going to have to pay the fine.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Where is it? Is it?
Yeah, he cursed 3
I
times.
I can't number.
He cursed 3 times.
Wait, please, how did I do that now? What language did I use?
You cursed. You said thunder, fire, then, yeah, so you cursed.
Thunder, fire. Is he a curse? Please, I want to know.
You shall curse, and you're owing us. You cursed and you're owing us money, so you owe. Well, it's people on the space. We have about 904 people on the space. So they will be the ones to decide on your matter. Should he pay or should he not pay the fine? And you also you see, they all agree that you should pay the fine. So please pay the fine. You cursed and you use the F word. So majority carries the vote here. They said you're going to pay the fines.
If that's the case, then let me have the account. How much am I paying?
You're paying 10K. You cursed, that's 5K. And you did it twice. Well, people on the space will deliberate your matter. So there's that.
I beg, na anger, beg. Make me take in this Tinubu regime. I beg, I know. I beg.
Okay, I thought Uncle Akadi wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, it's just sometimes some of our hosts have children. They are doing school run, picking them up, dropping off. This is more like a family channel, so it's always been our code to not throw the F-bomb, and if you did, it will cost money just to serve as a deterrent to others. It's not that we are killjoys. So that's what it is. When you said F it or F them, it's not a language we try to use here because we have kids around us and listening as well. So that's just what it is. Is that okay?
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry about and I don't mind, but thank you. I beg. I beg. I don't mind paying it, but that thank you, I mean I consider.
Anyway, go and meet your parole officer. All right, thank you very much, Ochmani. I think we're with police you accordingly. All right. So, like I was saying, if you are just joining the space, this is 1 million man match cruise space. Today we are talking about the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, the replies by the respondents. Particularly, I think the only one we have now is for APC. Meanwhile, tomorrow we'll be back to court. So I think sometime in the morning we'll have the space running to get live updates from court. You see, Maxwell, are you here? If you are here, just wave your hand. Let me see. We'll be back to getting live updates from court. Okay, I can see you, Maxwell is here. But for today, I don't know if we might be able to go through other responses, but probably if we get it by tomorrow after court, we could look at it if need be. But we tend to do this a lot of the time because, first of all, we want people to get know the book, so that when you are out there and you're having conversation with people that try to lace their argument with all sort of just forget, nothing will happen, this and that. You just look at them and laugh. And I usually ask some of my friends, have you been following the case? Some of them say yes now. We're like, okay, have you read the written address? Some of them don't know to be written address. So some people just, they derive pleasure from thinking they are right. A lot of people just want to feel like, I'm right. Yeah, I told you so. If I told you so, I'd rather be wrong and Nigeria works than be right and Nigeria fails. That's just how I see it. So I'll just go through. So earlier on the space, I talked about the objections, like in a summary version. I don't know if you, Maxwell, want to talk about the objections. Mr. Maxwell, if you want to, please unmute. If you don't want to, give me a thumbs down. I know I gave like a summary earlier, but I don't know if it's probably there's something you want to point out from the objections as well.
No, there's nothing I want to point out from there.
Okay. So like I said earlier, for those that are just joining, the objections are basically all around fraudnicalities. So, somebody used Barrow, somebody not right to Barrow. I think I posted one part where I said initially they were contesting against all the witnesses that were called on subpoena and said, oh, all of them did not submit their witness. But if you look at their reply on objections, they narrowed it down mostly to 2. And those 2, their reasons was, those 2 were the AWS staff, who is also like a member of LP, and the professor, the mathematics professor, who was contacted to analyze the election result and to be sure that INEC followed the normal procedure that was contracted by Peter Obi before election. So their excuse was that those 2 people are already associated with them. They wouldn't have needed they wouldn't need what's it called? Subpoena and all that, which was funny. But notwithstanding, that's all right. So now I want to look at the replies proper. It's not a long document, but I mean, I'll read through it and I'll skip some places. I won't be reading a lot of cases and all that. Then at any point where I want to make emphasis, I'll emphasize. And you see at any point where you see wants to talk about it, or anybody really, either Kwakaji, either me, they can interject freely. So that's really it. All right, so this is like the 4th respondent's reply. Okay, it says this is the 4th respondent's reply in reaction to the petitioner's final address filed on 23rd day of July 2023, but served 24th, blah, blah, blah. And they went on and said a cursory analysis of the petitioner's address revealed an attempt to achieve through counsel's address what was not achieved during the hearing of the petition. This is a brazen attempt by the petitioner to bring in additional evidence which were neither presented nor elicited during the trial. No doubt, the petitioner's submission in this regard are quite sheer and piercing that veil. It is clear that the entire submissions I play to the gallery and blah, 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 really not relevant. All we know is that LP did not tender any additional evidence in their written address. I don't know if tender evidence during written address, but it's all right. So they were like reply on petitioner's analysis of the case of the respondents. This is 2 cases. All right. First one, they said the analysis purportedly done by the petitioners in regard is misleading to say the least. The reliance on Oyetola versus Adeleke in support of their claim is unveiling. What the Honorable Tribunal would consider is whether the petitioners have been able to prove their case sufficiently to entitle them to the relief sought, and which would necessitate a direct rebuttal by the respondents. So I don't know, the Adeleke case is, I'm making reference to that. Trying to say it's unveiling, but I don't know, that's like a crazy way to put it. And second, they said it is also the law, contrary to the petitioner's position, that a party who did not call any witness but elicits evidence in support of his case from the advisory during cross-examination can rely on evidence elicited from the advisory in establishing his case. So basically, LP, if you read LP's document, LP actually said, we presented a lot of evidence. These people did not present anything. By a lot of Supreme Court judgment, by a lot of court judgments, you judge by if the respondents present something, if the petitioners present their document to support their case, it is left for the respondent to present something to counter that. So APC did not present anything at all. Tinubu and Shetima's lawyer presented a witness that came to talk about your case mostly. INEC did not present any witness to say, oh, all the things APC said about the election is wrong. They just only presented the witness to come and explain why there was no transmission. Right? So it's left for the court to now say how that outweighs each other. But this is APC trying to explain that even when they did not present anything, they can still go on with their case and all that, which is fine. All right, they say the implication of the failure of the petitioner to answer legal points made by the 4th respondents in his final address. So the first thing he said was that the first respondent in his final written address made crucial and fundamental submission and issues which the petitioner have failed to respond to in the written address, they are deemed to have considered the points. A few instances identified. So they said LP did not talk about some of the points that they raised, and they listed some of the points. And it's funny. The first one they said the fatal/damning effect of the United States Embassy letter of the 4th February 2003, Exhibit RO89, confirming the non-existence of any criminal record or conviction against the second respondent to the petitioner's allegation. Sorry if I'm laughing while I'm talking. Some of these things make me laugh. To the petitioner's allegation of criminal conviction of the second respondent. So the first thing they pointed out is the letter. What I'm just going to say about the letter is that letter was tendered by Tinubu and Shetima's lawyer, not by APC. APC did not tender any evidence, no witness. So if you read the written address to Tinubu/Shetima, you will know that LP addressed that letter and said the letter does not say anything since what they asked was not related to the topic. So I don't know why APC is crying that LP did not address it to them. You didn't tender it. I mean, it's almost like you didn't talk to somebody. You want the person to respond to you. You didn't tell the person anything. You want the person to respond to you on it. It's funny. B, the petitioner's failure to lead evidence or prove corrupt practices. So they say they did not prove corrupt practices. I don't know what's... It's funny. Inapplicability of margin of lead principle to the fact of the petition as constituted. And then the academic nature of the petitioner's entire complaint in the petition, considering relief sought and non-gender of the first one. This is that Ishmael should have been talking, see, they're still crying about, oh, we should have added PDP to the petition. Peter Obi said he's contesting the process. The result is not the process. I don't know why they know they hear this thing. Anyway, relevance and applicability of the judgment of the Federal High Court in suit, blah, 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 where the judge, said that INEC is only mandated to collate and transfer election results and accredit in a way or manner it deemed fit. If you go and read that judgment, what the court actually said is that INEC is mandated to publish how they intend to conduct the election. So it did not say INEC can, in a way or manner, they just deem fit, and they can deem it fit on election day and say, okay, let's transmit presidential, let's not transmit Senate, it's totally fine. APC is a clown. Specific response to the petitioner's submission. So the first part of the response deals a lot with the drug case. He said the petitioners argue strenuously in paragraph 4.1 that the fourth respondent's submission that a conviction must exist before a person will be disqualified from contesting the office of the president stems from it. So this is what Peter Bisley has said. It stems from his unfortunate, albeit misguided, reliance on section 137(1)(d) of the Constitution rather than section 137(1)(e) instead of 137(1)(d). For people that have been following for a long time, I think by now you should have understood some of these terms. Yus Maxwell and a couple of lawyers have explained this so many times, right? One part of this Constitution doesn't have any time limit, right? Doesn't have any time limit. Why one has time limit? So what APC and Tinubu's lawyer did was that, sure, they have written address, they pretended as if, it's all the same thing. But LP came and said, no, it's not. We are talking about D, not E. And there's a separation between. So, but anyway, they say contrary-wise, we submit most humbly on a point of law that the petitioners' uncharitable argument in this regard do not have support in law. It is our contention, most humbly, that paragraph 5.1, blah, 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 produces provision of section 137D, and upon which premise the fourth respondent proceeded to argue against the alleged disqualification and so on. Of which they went further to say, be that as it may, we submit that the greatest humility that the Apex Court has had the opportunity to interpret the provision of 137D and E of 1999 Constitution in the case of Action Congress versus INEC, thereof, where the court held that a trial, conviction, and sentence must have taken place for a person to be disqualified under Section 137, 1D, and E. So the funny thing about this part is that when they are saying it here, they say it as and E. But in the Constitution, what is there is or, not and. So the Constitution stated what can disqualify a candidate in D, and now said or before going to E. So they come here and keep saying and D, and D, D and E. And I'm like, okay, it's fine. The next part is quite interesting, and I hope a lot of people are paying, attention. It's quite interesting. That's 2.8. I think I'm on page, just for people that are following, I'm on page. If you go through the document, so this is like page 9 of the document in itself, but in the second part of document, it will be page 2. Those people that are looking at documents will understand. If you're not looking at documents, don't worry about what I just said. So they said all the cases relied upon by the petitioners are not applicable to this present petition. For instance, Austin versus United States and Timms versus Indiana are criminal trials where the defendant pleaded guilty to the charges levied against them, which is not the case in Exhibit PA5. It is not in dispute that there was no charge, arraignment, plea, nor conviction in the case leading to Exhibit PA5. I'll come back and tell you why I'm laughing. Just remember the case that they made reference to, Indiana versus Tim versus Indiana. I've actually had to go look for that case and just see maybe like a sketch. And when I saw it, I actually clapped for AP's lawyers. That was a very smart move, man. All right, 2.9 says the petitioners in paragraph 4.0 and 4 to 4.1 had effusively argued at large in respect of a phantom fine qua conviction, which was not proven at trial. We reiterate that the species of allegation is not one this honorable court can take judicial notice of. Instructively, this argument was not traversed by the petitioners at all. In this light, it is the respondent's submission that the issue has been considered. And so on. In any event, no shred of evidence was laid upon which this court can confirm the existence of the proceedings in faraway United States of America. So what they are saying is that after saying that, some of these cases doesn't have any effect, blah, blah, blah. So they came and said, the petitioners did not, bring any evidence of some of these cases. I think if every lawyer has to tender every document they reference in their written address, or the judgment they reference in their written address, I'm not sure if the court will contain it. But it's all fine. 2.10 says, it is worthy of note that the wordings of Section 1371D of the Constitution, which in the last 3 lines says, by any court or tribunal, or substituted by a competent authority, or any other sentence imposed on him by such a court or tribunal, ought to be given their literal meaning. Just to summarize what they tried saying here, because I want a lot of people to speak and probably ask questions. So basically, they made a progression in what they were trying to reply, right? For people that have been following. So they started off by saying that, the petitioners, Section 13D and E, 1371D and E is almost the same. Then they went on and said the cases that LP mentioned are not related. They are criminal trials, which I said I'll come to. Then they went on and said even the petitioners, so the point is that the Constitution said, any court or tribunal, and so on. And they tried arguing that it is limited in their word that such court or competent authorities created by the Constitution. So basically, long and short is that they are saying, since Tinubu was caught and tried in the US court, the Constitution says, when the Constitution says any court, the Constitution means the court must be in Nigeria. When it's obvious that they even quoted that the Constitution, there what it said, any court or tribunal, not any court in Nigeria, not any. Anyway, let me not emphasize it. Anyway, that's fine. As such, it is incomplete misconception of the law on the part of the petitioner.
1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Let me come in here very quick. So, when you look at the arguments there, so first of all, I've been avoiding to speak too much on the space because I'm not in my best shape. So that is why I've not really been talking. It's not because of any other thing. So what the respondents try to do there is that they try to create a narrative that when the wordings of the Constitution used any court or tribunal or competent authority, that it was referring to what will I call it now? It was referring to any of those courts or tribunal that is in Nigeria. So, and it beats my imagination so much that we could see that type of argument from these guys. Because when you look at section 137, subsection 1, paragraph D, there are two parts of that section. The first part of this section provides for, a sentence of death by any court of law in Nigeria. Then the second part deliberately refused to add the wordings in Nigeria. Now, the law is trite that the express mention of a thing is to the exclusion of any other thing. The first part that related to a sentence of death under section 137 sub 1 paragraph D expressly mentioned in Nigeria, meaning that for a person not to be president of Nigeria, such sentence of death must have been passed by a court in Nigeria. But the other part of that provision does not have anything to do with in Nigeria. It says any court or tribunal or competent authority without stating it there. So it envisages the fact that it could be passed by, or such judgments may have been given by, a court, tribunal, competent authority in Nigeria or outside of Nigeria. Now, it is very important to note that this is the point where we should look at the judiciary with all of our eyes, because what they're about to do is going to create what's the word now? It's going to create a trail for every other person to follow. So by that argument, what APC is trying to say is that because of Hush Puppy was convicted by a court that is not in Nigeria for fraud, for crimes, for 419, for Yahoo, that he can come back to Nigeria and become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What they are trying to say is that James Ibori, who was convicted by a court in the US for crimes, for laundering state's money. In fact, James Ibori, as funny as it sounded, used the entire state. He used the entire Delta state as collateral to collect money and pocketed the money. So what APC's argument is trying to say is that because he was not convicted by a court in Nigeria, he can come back to Nigeria and become president. And who knows if he's already preparing to be president, because we've seen him in the State House, we've seen him go and visit Tinubu. So, excuse me, these are the things that we see with these guys and their arguments in their entire document and everything. I've been reading it and I only see one thing from it. While reading this document, I've tried as much as possible not to even really look at the law, because the law is very clear. We've been talking about the law for a very long time. I am trying to look at it from the aspect that what is the precedent that they are trying to set going forward? What is the actual precedent? After this part that Well-Meaning is reading, you will come back to the place that he's going to read about the double nomination case, and you would see what they said there. That it's anyway. Let me not be faster than my shadow. This is all I will say for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. I like the perspective you brought to that. I say I mean, I think I saw a foreign media doing sports, a foreign media personality somewhere in the space just now. So that also buttresses the fact that people that are interested in this are not just Nigerians, right? So we have even foreign media people following this and looking at it, probably reading it more than we are doing. What Yusuf Maxwell said is very key. I mean, it's disturbing that we have lawyers that would even try to. I mean, I understand if you want to win a case, but I think there are some lines you shouldn't just cross. But it's fine. Like Yusuf Maxwell said.
Well, meaning, sorry.
Yeah.
Let me also come in here. Now, you could remember the letter that they referenced from what was his name, Tafa, where they requested to know whatever if this person had an ongoing criminal case. Now, that letter did not ask whether Tinubu has actually forfeited the sum of $160,000. The letter only requested to know if Tinubu was on a criminal trial. And of course, Tinubu was not on a criminal trial as at the time that that letter was, written, even though we did not even see the actual content of the letter. But our case in court is not about a criminal trial. It is about the existence of a forfeiture, which in entirety, they did not deny. In the entire case, there was no time that they denied that this man forfeited $460,000. Their only arguments have been that it is a civil forfeiture, it happened in the US, not in Nigeria, that there is a need for you to register the judgment, and all of those, arguments that they've been bringing on the petition. So that letter has no bearing whatsoever. Remember that even during the proceedings of the court, in fact, even in our arguments, we've addressed that letter. So, my brother, all those things are just lame arguments that we see from these guys, and to me, it doesn't hold any water, because something must relate to a fact in issue. If you are tendering an evidence and it is outside the fact which is in issue, so the fact in issue is that a person forfeited $460,000 in relation to money laundering and drug-related offenses. Was it refuted that he forfeited the sum of $460,000? It was no time at all refuted in court. The only thing that they've only argued is the type of forfeiture that it is and all of that. And we'll be waiting for the court to tell us if indeed that is the correct position of the law. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. You see, I just wanted to make the imagination of people's mind wild to understand the kind of argument that APC lawyers are arguing in court. Understand this. What APC lawyers are trying to say in court is that you can literally go to the US, kill a couple of people in the US catches you, jails you, deals with you in the US, then by the time you come out of court, you can come to Nigeria and run for anything, you are totally fine. Because the court that dealt with you is not in Nigeria. That's what it means. It means go outside Nigeria, commit crime. Even if you got caught, you went to court, no problem. As long as you just make sure you are not tried in Nigeria, or commit all the crime you want anywhere else in the world. You can be president as long as you are not tried. That's like, just picture it in your mind. That's the kind of argument APC lawyers are trying to argue, which is very funny. Anyway, just to continue, okay, I'm going to skip 2.11. Like I said, it's just related to, so they were trying to say, we submit that the judgment ought to have been registered in line with section 3, blah, 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 of the, I think LP lawyers charge this too much. I don't even know where it is. If now maybe they are wrong from that place. Anyway, going ahead, they say, the fourth respondent...
Sorry that I'm breaking in like this, Abeg. I really apologize.
No, go ahead. Now you're breaking at defense.
The problem is that these guys have refused to actually do the needful that they are supposed to do. In that document, you read a place where they talked about going by the literal interpretation. Now, by virtue of law, statutes, cases, and the rest, provisions of the Constitution should be given their literal interpretation, except where it will manifest absurdity. Now, in the real literal sense of interpreting a word, What does it mean by any court or tribunal or competent authority? The use of the word here, any, without making any provision, hence as to a particular location or not. What is the literal interpretation? So they talked about the literal interpretation of the wordings used here, but they try to create another interpretation by saying that any court, tribunal, or competent authority must be in Nigeria. So it's very funny when we talk about literal. What is when something is literal as it is? Any court or tribunal, well-meaning, get me a Black's Law dictionary from any store whatsoever, and then you go to a store in the UK and get me a Black's Law dictionary, and then I tell you that the usage of the word any store relates only to stores in Nigeria. Are we not trying to be conified here? I bet my brother carry on.
Oh God, I don't laugh. I don't know why. Anyway, it's okay. The first respondent submitted that contrary to the argument of the petitioners that case blah blah blah, on which the petitioners seek to engraft Section 137 1D of the Constitution for the purpose of qualifying Tinubu, is purely civil proceedings in rem against a thing and or property exclusive of the second respondent. So they are pointing this normal argument. I think we are used to some of this argument. It's not Tinubu that was sued, it's the account that is what is in his name that was sued. And don't forget, I keep making reference to what LP has said about this so that people will know, people will not just say they're hearing only this. There are cases in court that already said that even in things related to like forfeiture, where a property was, quote unquote, was one that was dealt with, the owner, because if the owner felt like, oh, I'm being wrongly accused, it is the owner. The account number will not say, I'm not guilty, oh, don't take this money from me. It's the owner that will come and appeal it and say, sorry, that money you said is for crime. It's not for crime. I did not commit any crime. It's my money. Tinubu is not Father Christmas that will allow $460,000 to go in 1993. As in, he didn't. So wait, he was waiting for the account number itself to fight the case. The petitioners, in aid of their position, sought the persuasive support of a set of decisions from the United States of America, to wit Richard Lyle Austin and the United States and Teams versus Indiana. However, in both cases, there had been prior conviction in criminal proceedings before the state's institution of the civil forfeiture proceedings. The court is urged to take judicial notice of the recent forfeiture of 25, I mark this part, of 25 million pounds belonging to James Ibori, APC lawyer. People are wicked. This man we're going to see your president, your daddy, your president, and you still mention his name. Belonging to James Ibori, earlier convicted and sentenced by the British courts. They threw James Ibori under the bus. His name was mentioned. He forfeited 25 million pounds. God, these criminals. Anyway, but that is so one point I want to buttress here is that you see this case that they mentioned that LP made reference to, which was Austin versus the US, then Teams versus Indiana. These cases, if you remember where I read earlier, they said it has nothing to do with this petition. They now came down and said that in those cases, they have been convicted before the state instituted civil forfeiture proceedings, right? And if you follow LP's response, LP written address, LP is not saying, oh, this is criminal forfeiture. LP said, we are dealing with it as civil forfeiture. But we're only just telling you that forfeiture in that crime in the US, it is a fine. That's what LP is saying. So LP is not saying, oh, it's criminal forfeiture. All these ones are saying they're fighting criminal forfeiture. And just to buttress what LP said, it is why I had to go and, try to see if I can just get something on that particular case. I'll just read some line, right? from the Teams versus Indiana in the U.S. Supreme Court. Some lines so that people would know that LP lawyers not going to play. They're not going to come bobo. So they said, so the team versus Indiana, of course, team pleaded guilty in Indiana, blah, blah, blah. So he said at the time of the team's arrest, the police seized a Land Rover. LP explained some of this in their written address. A Land Rover SUV that team that purchased for $42,000 with money he received from insurance, blah, blah, blah. The state, listen, the state sought civil forfeiture of team's vehicle, charging that the SUV had been used to transport heroin. Observing that teams had recently purchased the vehicle for more than 4 times the maximum 10,000 monetary fine accessible against him for his drug conviction. So I just want to go to where all this relates to fine, right? It goes on and say the vehicles forfeiture, the court determined, would be grossly disproportionate to the gravity of team's offense, and therefore unconstitutional under the 8th Amendment, blah, blah, 8th Amendment excessive fine clause. You understand? He was forfeiting something under the excessive fine clause. If you go further, I think it's in the next page, they go ahead and say such fines undermine other liberties. They are used to retaliate against or to chill the speech of political enemies. So it goes on and explains how forfeiture relates to fine. It even made reference to Austin versus the US somewhere here, but I don't want to portray all those facts. I just wanted to let everybody know that LP lawyers were right when they brought in all these cases from the US and related forfeiture to fine. That's just all I wanted to use that to do. Anyways, going further, the petitioners have not shown in instant matter before my laws that there was any such prior conviction. They are still talking about conviction and so on. They are still arguing criminal forfeiture. I think I'm tired of that argument. It's becoming tiring. We submit, and it's 2.15, we submit further that contextually the use of the term punishment or fine in a civil forfeiture proceedings is akin to the connotation attached to the word of exemplary punitive damages in the civil jurisprudence. I said blah, 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 blah. Amongst many other divisions, the purpose and essence of exemplary damages are being held to be not only primarily to compensate the plaintiff for harm done to him. So they're still arguing that, it's just not fine, it is just this and that. Anyway, the point here being made is that it would be most unreasonable to assume that the use of the term punishment, the use of the terms punish and punishment with respect to exemplary damages. Now, CJN, they do them this one. In civil proceedings, transmutes the said proceedings to one of a criminal nature. Is it criminal? Why is it a criminal? In addition, the second respondent was never a party to the proceedings. God. Anyway, that's for that. I want to see if there are places I can skip for the sake of time. But I don't want us to also skip anything important. In further response to paragraph 4.8 of the address of the petitioners, we submit that the civil forfeiture in the U.S. does not amount to a fine or a punitive economic sanction against the person whose property is affected. It was further espoused under the 8th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and criminal forfeiture operates as punishment for a crime. It therefore requires a conviction, following which the state takes the asset in question from the criminal. And if you people know anything about this criminal case, this Tinubu's forfeiture case, you know that because they were not going outright after Tinubu, they were going after Abele and one other guy, I've forgotten his name. 2 other people that were the real drug pusher. Tinubu was like the accountant of the drug cartel. So people should understand that. And Tinubu was not even in the US. So he couldn't have been convicted at the time. So people should, it's funny that they are civil forfeiture rests on the idea that a property itself, not the owner, has violated the law. So basically, as usual, Tinubu's account violated the law, not Tinubu himself. The account on his own stood up and said, please transfer me some drug money, and collected the money and said, that is all. My owner has no business with this money. My owner is innocent. I'm doing this on my own accord. I can see Bola Tinubu is even here with us. Maybe we defend this case, and that's totally fine. Hey, Bola Tinubu, I'm sure you are here to defend yourself. Maybe your account said you are innocent. You didn't touch the money. It's good that you are here.
Please, give him the right to speak.
let me break because of you. Just, as our well-respected elder brother. Bola Tinubu, are you here?
Yeah, don't worry. Bala Blue.
Is that your defense too? Your account said you are innocent. That, the account collected the money on its own, nothing. You were, in fact, the account woke up, called Abele and said, Abele, transfer me some money. Tinubu is not aware. No problem. Tinubu is innocent in all this. I think this is what we are talking.
My account is AI operated.
Your account is ChatGPT. Okay, that is interesting.
Is it not the same man? Is it not the same man that bullion vans missed their way into his compound? 2 billion vans.
And then I check to see whether it is empty.
It's the same one, the very one.
Anyway, Bola Tinubu, you are welcome.
Today.
You are very much welcome. You are very much welcome. Anyway, so just to go on, people, I hope people are listening. The funny argument. First, they said that anybody can kill anybody, do anything outside Nigeria, as long as it's not a court in Nigeria that tries you. You are totally fine. Come and run for president. That is the first thing. The second thing they said is that the Constitution said any court. Well, any court does not mean any court. It means any court in Nigeria. That's the second thing. The third thing is that they said those cases that Peter Obi's legal team mentioned did not relate to it. Although they came later to now say, there's civil forfeiture, but there was criminal, whatever. But, I've read it here, and you could hear how they won't try it under a law that relates to fine. That is given. The next thing now that they are saying is that Tinubu was innocent, the account was operating on its own. He has rightly stated here that the account is operated by AI technology. He just transferred money and received money on his own accord. The owner of the account does not need to be aware. It's totally fine. Sure, all of us be like rubber slippers for this country. The petitioners have therefore not proved declaratory relief sought in the petition. It is the law that the petitioner must plead and prove his case. He claimed for declaratory. See, at this point, this I'm not serious. Anyway, the next thing we'll read is I think the one Yusuf was talking about the disqualification of third respondent. That's Shetima. So the case relating to double nomination. But before then, I think I'll just take those people that are up here that want to speak before we go into that. So I can see Mommy Bolani. Mommy Bolani, please go ahead. Mommy Bolani, I hope your account is not operating on its own accord.
Oh my God, it is. He actually asked for the mic, and it literally, I have a robot by my side who's speaking on my behalf. It's not me. It's of all the stupid arguments that they could put forward, and they're making it seem as if we didn't read the whole case where Tinubu had. This guy instructed a lawyer and he tried to defend it. Right? And if people keep on forgetting that it wasn't just the fact that they forfeited the money, right? It was the fact that they concluded that the money were proceeds of heroin trafficking and money laundering. And the last time I looked, money laundering is a crime and has been a crime in the United States since 1986. So a legal background. The most I did his first year law, and I decided it wasn't for me. And even when I went to study business, you sort of do European law and you do some elements of contract and tort. You don't go deeply into it. That's the as much as I know. And so if I can sit down, digest that whole court bundle, right, and understand that one of the reasons why they went for civil forfeiture was, one, he wasn't in the country, right? I think as at that time he was in Nigeria. The guy knew that, like they all do back in those days, they flee the country when they know that the law is about to catch up with them. Right, and he was also, because if you look at all of the charges, he also included the fact that he lied to a federal officer. He lied about where the money came from. He lied about jobs that don't exist. It was a very comprehensive case, right? And he was advised that he has no defense, and as such they forfeited the money. So this inane argument is so annoying that they are now trying to make an argument that it wasn't criminal. No one said it was. What we understand from the American, from their laws, is that they could decide which one to use, whether it is civil or whether it's criminal. The only difference being, if it was criminal, somebody would have been convicted. It's easier to get back money from those who are accused of money laundering, RICO cases, through civil forfeiture. That way they can scoop up this illegal money as soon as possible, right? So this argument, I mean, it's like, okay, we have gone from first it was propaganda, and then it was over 10 years ago, and now they accepted, okay, yeah, it happened, but it wasn't criminal, and now it's his bank. We've gone back full circle because it's now his bank account that the money was forfeited from, not him. I mean, of all the nonsense, did he not open the bank accounts? He opened the bank accounts, and as far as we're concerned, if you open a bank account, whatever goes on in your bank account, you are responsible for it. So if you decided to be the bagman for heroin trafficking, right, helping them to launder those funds, then you are guilty. So all of this nonsense speaks to his character. This very argument is like, they feel like everybody's stupid. Yeah, thank God we all had an opportunity to see LP's response to their final address, because if this had just come out, I know how Nigerians will panic, right? But we already know that LP has dealt with it comprehensively in their response. Thank you. I yield the mic.
All right, thank you very much, Bobby Bolandi. God, may my account operate on its own and let me receive good money. Please. Let my account just operate on its own. I don't understand. I need to account they operate like this. Please. I need money. Let my account just operate and let me receive money. All right, let's go to Peter Obi Lasbon. Peter Obi Lasbon, please go ahead. After which we come to Shola.
My boss, one MMC, William boss. Auntie, wait, man. Uncle Akaji, Boss David, Mommy Bolandi, Aunt Kadede, everybody on the space. Oh, my very corrosive comrade Jimmy. To be there, everybody. I hail you now.
You know, it's 1 minute, greet everybody, finish. You're 2 minutes.
Boss, wait now. You see, my swear. Well done, boss, for all you do. Thanks for always being here. Like, thank you very much for always being there, dedicating your time, everything to be here and talk to us. Thank you very much. All right, I'll talk fast before my boss drop me. Normally, I know this surprise. I don't wait. Make I see one important thing I go fit pick for these people. Sorry, I'm using pidgin. one important thing we go fit pick for these people response. But I've not seen any important thing, like single important thing to pick. That showed that they don't have anything to offer, like their principal when he was during his campaign. He said nothing. He said nothing. So his lawyer also, like everybody that surround him, they're just like having, let's say, will have a senseless head. His lawyers, like, they shame me. To just sit down like this and compose all these like things that do not have even little sense on it. One MMC, you really talk well. Does it mean Hush Puppy can come from the prison and come and contest for president? See, as we earlier said, any decision made by this is that is what will determine how Nigeria will be, like how Nigeria will start moving. That new Nigeria we're looking for. This is just the opportunity that Peter Obi have brought to us. The court, the judiciary should just do the right thing if they want Nigeria should be great. If they want Nigeria should be great. Because any decision made here right now is what will affect the whole, let's say, more than how many decades. That pattern will still continue. And lastly, on our principal space on Saturday when he joined us on the parallel fact space, like I was just wondering, God, who is this man? Who is this man? That this is the first man in history of Nigeria that have not been found wanting of any case, any single case, and people are still blind. People are still like single case. We know APC now. We have many, like we have not had single case. But still, they don't want to understand that this man is the right man for us. So I just pray they do the right thing. Please let us give up now. This is very much time that we need to be retreating all eyes on the judiciary very well. This is the time that we need to engage the judiciary very well. And lastly, one MMC, I overheard that the final judgment will be next month. I don't know. I want you to enlighten me more on that, whether they have bring out the date for final judgment, because most people around depend on me. Because if you take, most people don't follow this case. So as I'm listening here, I'm also reporting on my group and some things. So I want to just know if you have any other idea. And lastly, please, sorry, boss, sorry, I know I'm not supposed to do this here, but please, I'm a graphic designer. Please, you can patronize me. The picture of my DP, all eyes on judiciary. That was the designer, the trending picture. Yeah, now your boy do am, now me do am. So please, you can patronize me on your logo, your company logo, any graphic design. What you put on the space here, know me to do that. So please, you can patronize your boy. Thank you all. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Peter. This last one, you really be last one. All right, thank you very much. And guys, I mean, take his advert seriously. I think this is the point where obedience, we can support each other any way you can. If you have a job, I think the first set of people you should look for that can do the job should be obedient. But for the question you asked, there've not been any official announcement of the day of judgment. Of course, everybody suspects that it will be in August, but I'm sure by tomorrow when we go to court, maybe the judges will state the exact date. So that's what it is for now. Quickly, please, let's do 2 minutes so that we can quickly come back and read the remaining parts of the replies. For now, let's go to Ishola. After which
let Unjurated. Unjurated has been here for quite a while. Let Unjurated go first, then Ishola, you go, please. Unjurated. Unjurated. Oh, okay. I think he's having issues. Ishola, you can go. I'll take him down.
Ishola, are you there?
Yes, I'm with you. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. First thing I need to say is I don't know how MMC is reading that response and you're not having a headache. God, I'm having a headache. because the first thing was I expected so much from APC lawyer to do better, because number one thing is initially I give them the excuse like, okay, fine, Labour Party caught you off guard with their own response, I mean their final address. So I'm expecting a rebound from it. And the next thing APC is giving is a year 3 law school response. I'm very sure maybe it's not even people that wrote that, or maybe it's even overrated. Because this thing is a year 3 that will write it, and trust me, this is annoying. Because APC is not literally doing what lawyers do. They decided to even want to create their own constitution themselves. That's what I see. Because this is not, I don't believe this is what lawyers do. We all love the movie Suits because Mike and Abby Specter can find loopholes in laws and play around with it without changing a single word in that constitution. The same thing goes with Annalise Keating. That's what she does. A lot of all this, even concerning this power series, that's what Proctor do. Or is it Proctor? How is it pronounced? Now APC comes and change her to hand. That I even need to go back to constitution and say, oh wait, let me check this thing again. Is it hand or her? And then you get to constitution and you see her, and you be like, APC, where are you sitting? Where are you seeing your own hand? The next thing they will come, they will say, for example, when they started talking about the whole case of any offense in Nigeria, I was like, wait. Or I don't really understand that part. Let me go back to the constitution. I had to go back to the constitution again to go and read this thing. APC stated you need to go back to section 1 and section 6. I went back, I read that section 1 again and again. Maybe my English is wrong because I didn't see any part that stated that. And it was really, really, really annoying. I just felt like, wow, these guys are giving up already. Because to me, in Yoruba, there is a saying that say, Ine sisi ki jo nile meji. Eleyi ti jo APC lọ́wọ́ lẹ́ẹ̀mejì already. Because one thing is, the reason why we are in court, why we have this so much evidence, is because APC undervalued, or let me say underrated Peter Obi in the first place for the election. So they started their rigging plan in the middle of the election, which didn't give them time to even perfect their rigging at all. Now, they are going to court. They were not expecting what Peter Obi came. They thought it was the normal, usual thing that Atiku does every year. You know, the normal, usual thing. That's why if you check how should I put it, their response, you see they are more particular about, hey, he's not giving us number. He's not giving us this thing. Even when Agbado will shout, he's not giving us number. I'll be like, is it really true that they removed their brain? I mean, AP supporters, I don't even know. Because before I was thinking maybe, we are trying to abuse each other or this kind of thing. But now I can see that Agbado, they need to remove, even their lawyers, I think they've removed the brain now. Because I don't get it. You look at something and you decide to change it. The same thing with their supporters too. Now, trust me, Agbado will come and they will say, oh, we've had a meet, we've had all these things. But it's not their fault anyways. It is Nigerians that caused this, sincerely. We caused it. And I think we are paying for it daily now. Because when we chose to not involve ourselves in politics, every one of us is so much concerned about the money that will come to his own account. Everybody is facing their life. And we neglect all those political parties that all these Agbero like MC Oluomo start deciding who comes out of a party for us. I think we are paying for it. So, but for now, everything is on. I like the fact that APC is underrating Peter Obi and they are getting it now. With their response, I think they're giving up. And the only thing that court is left for court now is to look for technicalities. That's the only way. And I think we should make more publicity. We will not accept anything technicalities here. Let us deal with the merit of the case. That's the cocoa. Anything aside from that, we are not taking. The only way APC can escape this is technicalities. And if you look at it, they are talking technicalities. We don't want that. All those technicalities, they should throw it away. Let us listen to the merit of the case. I yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ishola. So I actually enjoyed your submission. I enjoyed your submission a lot. For first of all, for the reason that you seem like someone I've been following. At least you said you went to check. So so many people, like say, as I talk for here now, so people say, well, meaning now obedient. He just they put and make it a sweet. I'm not trying to massage your ego. Thank God you heard him say it. What separates those two sections is up, not and. It is not. It's not and. It is up. So the lawyers try to now misconstrue it, make it look like, oh, they are together, they work together and all that. Thank God someone, just said it. And like he said, APC was they were looking for something like numbers where they cannot tell you one place, get you another place. I think the only thing you said I don't agree with is technicality, fraudnicality. That's fraud. So thank you very much for that submission. All right, quickly let's go to Alfred and David and Mr. Kolade.
Am I audible, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Oh, well done, well done, Wayemi, Uncle Odo Akaji. Well done to everyone, the whole obedience and well-meaning Nigerians all over the place. I read a bit of their final reply, and man. Okay, so right now, let me just put it straight. So Nigerians, it is okay for us now to go everywhere and tell everybody that categorically 100% APC agreed that Tinubu was a criminal. All right? Go and tell everybody. They agreed that he forfeited the money, right? But their argument is, number one, it didn't happen in Nigeria, and number two, it happened 10 years ago, which is senseless. Okay, so that means that, like a couple of people said, you can commit a crime in America, but you come to Nigeria, you'll be embraced, right? So you cannot commit a crime in Nigeria, you go to America, and America knows that, hey, he is a drug dealer in Nigeria, and they'll say, oh, it's okay, it's all right, so long as he didn't do it here. Come on, right? Total nonsense. Now, I don't know, it seems like they're trying to create a new constitution or a new law. I don't know, whatever it is Olani Pekus and his cohorts are doing, it's just funny. Well-meaning Nigeria, sometimes someone said something earlier, mandate recovery mission or something like that. It said something about you. Sometimes you try to give options, like, oh, we have an option. It's either if the judges misbehave, it's either we just take it lying down and then we just move on. No, well-meaning Nigeria, please, when people come to give up, you do that all the time. Sometimes after people's submissions, strong submissions, come and say, and it's better. I hope the judges are listening. No, please, don't come to water down people's submissions. We are given strong submissions and warnings to these guys. If you do not do the right thing, Nigeria is going down. Nigeria doesn't exist because when the constitution does not exist, what makes it a country? It is the constitution that makes it. So if the judges, whoever you are, what made you a judge is to serve the people. You've been paid with our money. And then if you now come and say you want to give any judgment that is against the constitution, which is what makes Nigeria an institution, then there is no country. Then we will just hold it. It's as simple as that. And the whole thing is going to start from you, the judges. So please, well-meaning Nigeria, don't try to give options. There are no options to this. No options. Don't try to water down the submissions of people. People are tired. People are not leaving. Nigerians are not leaving right now. Nigerians are just coping. They're just waiting. Many people are on that last gasp of breath. Maybe people are hearing stories wherever you are, but the truth is, if you see, if you see what's happening on the streets, you would not want to water down. You would not want to give options. There are no options. Judiciary, if your people are here, no options, man. You must give the judgment, or Nigeria stops existing. That's just it. It's as simple as that. Then we start all over again. We reboot the country. That's just what it is. So as it stands right now, I am not disappointed at Olani Pekus on this. I'm not disappointed. I don't know why many people are. It's just that in fact, it disappointed me in the fact that I expected, I hear the knock. I expected them to do better, put up a little fight. But there's no fight in everything. All of their submissions, their witnesses, their arguments, their responses, their everything, I'm disappointed, man. Come on now. Nigerians are more educated than this. How come you're a son and you are like this? Come on. So that's just it. Thank God they've agreed that, okay, he's a criminal. Thank God they agreed that they don't have no argument. So, well, I just hope that we are ready. We are ready for what happens next. I'm sure many Nigerians are ready.
Yeah.
So that's it. I yield my mic.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alfred. Thank you. But just like a point of correction, so this is by Elo Fabemi. Olani Beku's son is for Tinubu, which I'm sure we'll get probably later, but they're all in the same WhatsApp group, so it's just...
Yeah, I know. I just said Olani Beku and his cohort.
Olani
Because I
Beku is
know
like
they're
their
all working
poster
together.
boy. It's like...
Exactly.
It's like a poster boy for the bad lawyers. I understand.
And then it's even worse. It's all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly. Olani Beku is worse. I think that's the point I wanted to make. It's way worse. All right, Mr. David, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. 1 million match crew. I think that's well-meaning. Well-meaning. Thanks. Aboyemi, Mr. Okaji. Good afternoon to everybody. Another fantastic work from UC Maxwell. No, you see, like I said, I promise you a legal fee. It's end of the month. Let's talk on the DM. I intend to fulfill my promise. Like I said before, you're doing a fantastic job, brother. And you do deserve a legal fee. Okay, well, I've taken a quick dive into what UC Maxwell brought to us here. It's another watery, response from these people. Very watery, and that's to mean very weak, and quite frankly, I was laughing throughout. And for a number of reasons, most of which UC Maxwell have already even clarified, so I don't even need to dig into that really, because UC have clarified that already. But 2.14 was interesting to note. The fourth respondent address, 2.14, they try to clarify, referencing a case in America as a United States Usry case, the 1996 case. Okay, well, for those who don't know, let me just explain here. Double jeopardy means a case that has already been prosecuted basically cannot be prosecuted again. I don't want to go into a lot of legal jargons. Basically, a case that has been prosecuted cannot be prosecuted again. It amounts to double jeopardy. Okay, and in such instance, any civil forfeiture is a remedial procedure. Okay. However, in Bola Tinubu's case, it wasn't a double jeopardy. So that settles that. And it's just annoying that my senior colleagues are doing this to Nigerians. They are misinforming Nigerians, especially Nigerians that don't even know the law and they don't know how all these things work. Well, for those who don't on this platform, just go and check what double jeopardy is. That particular reference was about a case of double jeopardy. Okay. Jeopardy, it's a remedial. So any civil forfeiture procedure that goes on a double jeopardy matter. Okay, but just to let you know, double jeopardy means prosecuting a case that has already been prosecuted before. Prosecuting a case that has already been prosecuted before amounts to double jeopardy itself. But yet, a civil forfeiture can still go on, but it's no longer a punitive measure. It's now a remedial measure. I beg your pardon. Tinubu's case was not a double jeopardy. Okay, so that's all I wanted to just say there anyway. And I'm really just ashamed of these people I'm supposed to be looking up to in our industry. I can't believe that they come up with this, nonsensical, arguments and mislead and misguide a lot of people. Anyway, that's all I want to say. UC, please, let's talk. I promise you a fee, a legal fee. You really do deserve it. Let's talk on the DM. It's Mountain, yeah? Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. UC, I beg, DM David. I beg. David is our in-house lawyer, so he wants to pay you your consultancy fee, legal consultancy fee for YMFC. Thank you very much, David. Mr. Kolade, please go ahead.
My brother, how you doing?
I do.
Oh, where you mean? Uncle Akaji, I miss everybody. I see all the comment out there. You see, thank you so much. Jimmy, I see everybody out there. Emir Saddam, you go Melu for that place. Well, man, I really missed everybody. I've been extremely busy. back to back. I have to write some major exams between now and the next 2 weeks. So I will just be. I've been listening all day, anyways, and sincerely, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, you guys. You don't know what you have done to Nigeria, what you are doing to Nigerians. As David rightly said, these people are. I just feel like cursing them. Sincerely, if this was this our space like this, that we don't curse.
I was pretending to read wide. I came across a case. I can't remember when they went and finished with their criminal. Decided to take. He decided to take
his fellow thief. Praising the two thieves, the Lord led him. In fact, bringing this up is that we are at this level where everybody practice law, whatever way they feel that they can practice law, and in whatever way that, and see how court-worthy your case is before passing it on to a barrister who is going to take it to the court to litigate. But here we are both solicitors and barristers, but there's a reason why we are called ministers in the temple of justice. There is a reason, and it's unfortunate that we have ceased to be ministers in the temple of justice. We are not even acting like new converts in the temple of justice. We are only acting as, people who do not believe in the tenets of justice or in the preachings coming out from the temple of justice. And I really wish that we can go beyond this level. Very recently, you saw the statement that was released by the NBA chairman in the person of Yakubu Mekiao, where he tried as who molested, harassed, a disappointment, to the legal profession. Generation, because I fear, while I was in school at the time, when I have engagements with my fellow students, I actually used to fear for the legal profession. Believe you me, when I have just simple engagements with them, I fear for the legal profession, because when you see what they exhibit in school, you would know what they will later come to be as legal practitioners. I'm not to add that here. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Yusi. Hope you are another phone is out, so I can see. Anyway, hope you are feeling. You are feeling. I know your voice. I can tell.
And then 1 minute. Sorry, Mr. Koladi, my lawyer boss said I should tell you. That is why reasonable members of the society are as usual. So, Messi.
And this is on page 4 of the second part of the document, but it's like page 11 of the entire document, 11/19, right? Yeah, 11/19. It says, the petitioners have argued without headway at paragraph 4.15 that to 4.19 that the letter of the 6th July 2022 written by the third respondent withdrawing his candidacy does not amount to withdrawal of his nomination as senatorial candidate. we submit that this issue is still within the line of pre-election dispute. Ought to have ended the matter instead of ingenuously trying to worth reading or worth checking out. It really relates to double nomination. The other part I said, where a candidate knowingly allows himself to be nominated by more than that's what that place says. So they are basically saying that they already said it withdrew. They should stop making it a big deal. It's not that deep. Basically, that's what they're saying. They're saying that they should have just ended the matter instead of ingeniously trying to read extraneous words into it. Anyway, it is submitted that the provision of Section 35 of the Electoral Act 2022 relied on by the petitioner is not applicable in this petition, and the third respondent right. The funny thing is, our lawyer said this case was on local standing. It was not on whether this person was qualified or not. They did not look at the substance matter, but of course they don't want to rest. They still could matter, but of course they don't want to rest. They still quoted it. It's fine. It's the same thing that they had before. So only please listen to my to give notice in writing by him, in writing signed by him and delivered personally by the candidate to the political party that nominated him for the election. Full stop. No, they put an L there, that's ... and ended it. To withdraw his candidature. So APC is saying what is required is that the candidate would only give so that's what APC is saying. And I'm emphasizing this because I want I can give them next since they can't try it again. The idea no, wait now. Hear my idea first. The idea is that
Yeah, I just think even if you give it to them, they'll be too dumb. Even be able to do that because
you know those little these guys. Why are you like that? Emphasizing only you to give notice in Full stop. They did not say what it is. So what people were trying to do, they will quote the constitution. The data. But the constitution says for a candidate the political party will now deliver it to INEC. That's see Adesokon. Which is not considered in bracket. Which is not considered in bracket. The Apex Court has already repeatedly aired him and Ogunwumiji or whatever, said this. And he said this, that an obiter dictum, what the Supreme Court said, an obiter dictum on this court, or indeed on the they don't have to argue this one far. Like somebody said, I think they admitted that it was a difference. Even they're not binding. Just look at how these guys are thinking. So take speakers of round up.
Okay.
Now you see, these are some of the problems I usually have. Number two is the party. It was exactly the same thing where a party of their own accord changed the name of a candidate to an election. And that is one of the reasons why this section was created, to make sure that a party cannot of their... We saw what happened with Ahmed Lawan and Machina. If that they allowed it like that, it means that the party can of its own accord just change the name of Machina and put Ahmed Lawan almost immediately. So the process is the first person involved, the candidate, write a letter notifying the party that you wish to withdraw. Your intention to withdraw does not expressly mean a withdrawal. It is an intention to withdraw. When you pass that intention to withdraw to the party then avails it, communicates it to the next person, which is INEC. Then INEC will now deem the person withdrawn, and then the substituted candidate will take over. So I now want to ask a very important question. If Shettima, after notifying them of his intention to withdraw, if the party never communicated it until election day, please, whose name was going to be on the ballot for the senatorial seat for Borno Central? So these are the questions that we should be asking. If the party never informed INEC, if they said that the simple withdrawal by the candidate, it stops at that and the person is deemed withdrawn. If the party never informed INEC, who would INEC put on the ballot as the main candidate who won the elections in Borno North Central? So it goes to show you that these arguments are simply supposed to be thrown to the sewage. Nothing more than that. A process is a process. A procedure is a procedure. Except you follow that procedure, you cannot beat it. So when I see these kinds of arguments, it just, I don't know. That's what I was telling you. It's unfortunate that all they were doing in this particular reply is just trying to keep themselves afloat because they've already drowned. That is the truth. They've already drowned. They were just trying as much as possible to, create some more time before they finally give their last breath. That is just what they're trying to do. So that's just all I have to say.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much, Isi. Thank you very much. I think you hammered the point on what kind of precedence that we set, because it means if I have a political party, if I have strong powers over a political party, I can make myself everything in the political party, and all I need to just do is, whenever I win one, I can just write a letter and go and give it to INEC. And the emphasis here is Shettima knowingly allowed himself to be nominated, because you know why? The withdrawal document, EC11C, that Shettima, that helped pretender to the court, that showed that Shettima withdrew officially from INEC on the 15th. It is Shettima that signed it. So he can't claim, they say ignorance is not an excuse before the court of law. So he can't claim, I didn't know you were nominated president yesterday. You still went to INEC today to go and sign. Like Uncle Akadi said, I think these people just got really used to breaking the law. Because I think these are some of the things that they could have easily covered the loophole, just maybe change one or two dates there. But they got used to breaking the law that will break it, nothing can happen. And now Nigerians are watching. Anyway, reply to issues number 2. So the first things I read relating to double nomination and drug forfeiture is relating to issues number 1, which is disqualification. Issue number 2 is relating to INEC not following guideline. It is quite brief. I won't read everything on this. It said, contrary to the wrong impression the petitioner sought to create, we submit emphatically that the first respondents complied. See what allow that the first respondent is INEC. So they say they submit emphatically that INEC complied with the Electoral Act, its guidelines and manual for conduct of election in the conduct of the presidential election. So they say INEC complied with everything. Even when INEC themselves don't talk, so we not comply. It's just that we are not comply. We had a glitch. We couldn't know verse. We had a glitch. That's what INEC said in their written address. We had a glitch. INEC did not deny. APC is helping them to deny. The petitioners are afraid to show how the first respondent did not comply. And we urge the courts to so old. Say they are afraid to show how the first respondent did not comply. All the witnesses that came to court. The respondents submit, contrary to the petitioner argument in paragraph 4.3 of the address, that the law remains clear that notwithstanding the fact that a subsidiary, as in the case of the INEC regulation and guideline for the conduct of an election, derives life from the principal act, it cannot contradict the provision of the principal act. Therefore, the distinction being created by the petitioners is nothing but an attempt to turn the law on its head, and your lordship are all should discountenance same. Some people may not understand that, but what that simply means is that they are saying that after saying that it complies with the act and guideline, they are coming back to almost say that but the act and the guideline is not really necessary, right? And so on. After all, they can say the electoral act is not necessary, it's just the constitution that is necessary. But that's for that. It's not even worth arguing. Curiously, I mean, if you are just joining us for the first time, I don't know, you may not really get all these footage, but if you have been here a couple of times, I'm sure you understand the flow. Curiously, the petitioners in paragraph 4.3 to 4.33 of their written address heavily but wrongly relied on the case of Oyetola versus INEC to the extent that the Apex Court sanctioned electronic uploading and transmission of election results. It is not in doubt that the case of Oyetola versus INEC did not determine the power or discretion of the first respondent to determine the mode of transmission of results. Therefore, petitioners counsel reliance on a case that is not related to the issue at hand as an act which our courts have severally admonished counsel not to engage in. Okay, first of all, let me clarify this. If you read the judgment of Oyetola versus this thing, the judgment included an explanation of the Electoral Act on that. It was not even an obiter dictum, to be honest. I mean, if you look at it, it was not a particular judge that was giving his suggestion. Yeah, you can say, okay, the case was not relating to. Chris, sorry, can you mute your mic? You can say, okay, the case was not relating to what's it called? Uploading results, is relating to overvoting and all those kind of things. But I think the Electoral Act is very clear on what it says there. All right, but let me just go ahead. They are trying to say, Oyetola doesn't matter. My lords, the petitioner have cited the case of Oyetola versus INEC to support their one-sided argument that the first respondent did not comply with the electoral regulation. The petitioners have argued erroneously that INEC National Register or database mentioned in the said judgment is different from, oh my God, INEC result viewing portal. Are these people okay? I'll come back to why that place surprised me. But let me read on. I'll come back to why that place surprised me later. I'll just mark it out. It's funny. I think these lawyers are just poor. Having considered this, the question is whether there is an obligation on the first respondent to upload election results of the polling unit on the spot during the election. This was answered in the negative by the Supreme Court in Oyetola's case, that there is no obligation on the first respondent to do so. The Supreme Court, while considering whether a presiding officer is required to transmit the accredited voters in the polling unit, blah, 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 that we urge the Honorable Court. I will explain all that. I don't want to read it for long. We urge this Honorable Court to also see blah, 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 they quoted the case. Furthermore, there is nowhere in the regulation and guideline. She will say the regulation no important. Now, when they go further more, there's nowhere in the regulation and guideline of the first respondent that the prevention that prevents collation at the results, collation of the results until all results are uploaded on the first respondent's IREV. It is not stated anywhere in the regulation that the results uploaded on the, sorry, I'm trying to mark all these things because I want to use acts to clear it. The only window made for the use of the results on the IREV for collation is where there is discrepancy in the hard copy of the results, blah, blah, blah. Thus, where the first respondent's hard copy is available, the result uploaded on the IREV is as good as useless in collation process. Please. Anyway, I think I need to. Contrary to the argument of the petitioners relying on evidence of PW7, who tendered a purported documentary evidence of the L status of Amazon AWS servers, that there was no technical glitch on the day of the election. It must be noted that PW7 testified as an expert witness. PW7 is also a member of the second petitioners who contested House of Rep in Ogoja and Yala, blah, blah, blah. As such, she is a person interested in this petition, and her testimony and evidence cannot be relied upon. But she said it's public document. Go and find it by yourself. In response to the argument contained in the petitioner's address at paragraph 4.40 of the address, it is respectfully submitted that it is not the position of the respondent that results of the election were not uploaded as falsely stated by the petitioners, rather that due to technical glitch experienced, results of the election were gradually being uploaded on the IREV portal. As a fact, it was obvious that the results she tendered and admitted in evidence were downloaded by the petitioners. Thank God you agreed that it was downloaded. And thank God you also see that there were so many blurred results. In paragraph 4.4 of the petitioner's address, it was erroneously argued that the evidence of the PW8 was not controverted. This was clearly far from the truth, notwithstanding the fact that, first of all, I want to ask, I thought this response was supposed to be on point of law. Why are they re-arguing? Anyway, argued that the evidence of PWS was not controverted. This was clearly far from the truth, notwithstanding the fact that the evidence given by the witness through the document tendered by him amounts to dumping, as the document contained encrypted data which were not demonstrated in court. Funny enough, the electoral has said you should consider evidence as read and demonstrated. The question to be asked, therefore, is, does the petitioner want the court to retire to the closet of his chamber to decipher the encrypted coded data? If you read LP's written address, LP already said it. It's not encrypted data, it's written in English. I think they won't try to explain what it means in their written address. So all this here is gibberish. In addition, we submit that the evidence of PW4, PW7, PW8, and PW9 were thoroughly discredited during cross-examination, that such evidence is incapable of being relied upon. Submit further that the argument of the petitioner that exhibit blah, 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 are the supposed 18,000 polling units electoral forms admitted. Sorry, point of correction is not 18,000 APC, take time. It is 18,088. Don't approximate. Anyway, were blood copies, and therefore the Honorable Court can rely on them in making its findings in fallacious and not supported by law. The said document tendered by the petitioners were not demonstrated before the court, and this Honorable Court lacks the very to peruse the said document in the comfort of his chamber. I just laughed. Anyway, funny enough, for those that have been following, so LP, one of LP witness tendered 18,088 blood documents downloaded from IREV, from him by himself. Why INEC, based on LP's request and paid for, also certified and gave LP over 8,000 blood documents from just a couple of states, not all the states in Nigeria. blood documents. Some of them were pictures of people. Some of them, according to where it was physics assignment. And it is very, very, very interesting. In direct response to the petitioner's submission contained in paragraph 4.29 of their final address, we submit that the petitioners have not proved that non-compliance exists. Okay, not to talk of, not to talk of how substantial it is in affecting the said election. The twin burden of proof placed on the petitioners by law is initiated in Buhari versus INEC. So I'm still looking at the Electoral Act of 2010. We are not met, and these were things they said in their former petition, so let me not go into it. Until this burden is discharged, normal level, they are trying to say there's no body of proof and all that. It is also not right that for the petitioners, 2.4 now, it is also not right for the petitioners to say that the fourth respondent abandoned his pleadings, as argued in paragraph 3.4 and other paragraphs of the address. That since the petition, the fourth respondent did not call any witness and thought accepted the petitioner's evidence remained unchallenged. We refer to Mishori versus Diddy, where the APS court said it is strike law and well established that the fact of non-calling of any evidence by the respondent did not affect his case adversely in any way. Of course, it doesn't affect your case, but it becomes a problem when there's so many court cases where they have said burden of proof shifts to respondents. After Peter Obi tendered his witness, it's witness and evidence, the burden shifted. So if you do not present anything, I don't know what you want the court to work with. Regulations and guidelines for the conduct of election issued by the first respondent are subject to the Electoral Act. See section 134, blah, 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 which are in pari material, this and that, by the APS court to hold that so long as the breach of the guidelines and regulation does not violate the provision of the Act, the breach shall not be grounded for questioning the election. They went on and on. And finally, I said, mere failure to transmit in real time brought on by the exigencies encountered in the course of the said election does not constitute substantial non-compliance. APC simply saying INEC did not transmit does not mean anything. The already said LP did not prove it, but now they are saying that the fact that it did not happen. Because if you remember where I read just now, they said LP did not prove it. Let me just go back to that place so that you know, remember the way I read it. Because they said LP did not prove it, not to talk of. That's where they said not to talk of. Now, saying it's substantial enough. Anyway, but now that they are saying mere failure, they agree, mere failure to transmit in real time brought on by the exigencies encountered in the course of the said election does not constitute substantial non-compliance with the Electoral Act. In section 135 of the year 2022 applies to save elections conducted substantially with the principles of the Act. See Buhari, that's still making reference to Buhari. Buhari versus Obasanjo 2005. You know which Electoral Act is that? Okay. Before I go to issue number 3, there are some points I highlighted earlier, and this is just for the sake of people, for explanation for people. And that statement was in 2.3, where they said, my lord, the petitioner did not have cited the case of Oyetola to support their case. The petitioners have argued erroneously. Please just give me a moment. I really need to get have argued erroneously that INEC National Election Register or database mentioned in the said judgment is different from the INEC result viewing portal. Please take note of what I just read. In their argument said that the LP argued that erroneously, which okay. Depicts the collation system and the INEC result being process and play particular roles in that verify a polling unit result as the need arises for the purpose of collation. The result transmitted to the result viewing portal is to give the public at large the opportunity to view the polling unit result on the day of election. It is clear, and I need people to understand this. It is clear from the provision of Regulations 38, 1 and 2, that the collation system and the result viewing portal are different from the National Electronic Register of Election Results. I hope everybody heard what I read. It's from the Supreme Court. They said it, and I quote, "It is clear that the collation system and the result viewing portal are different from the National Electronic Register of Election Results." But APC lawyers come and say that the petitioners argued erroneously that the INEC election register is different from the INEC result viewing portal. So the Supreme Court said it is different. LP lawyers said yes. The Supreme Court has said it is different. APC lawyers said no. LP lawyers are arguing erroneously. It is not different. That's why I wanted to come back to this case. So I've just pointed it out directly so that you get it. Then the second thing I also wanted to highlight is where they said, furthermore, there is nowhere in the regulations of the first respondent that prevents collation of results until results are uploaded to the first respondent's IREV. So basically, they are saying that INEC did not make it compulsory that result must be uploaded, or, you know, result must be there before you read INEC guideline as well. It's also in that Supreme Court judgment, but let me read it directly from INEC guideline. And I read this all the time because it's very important. That guideline says an election result shall only, and this is 48, shall only be collated if, I will leave the first part which has to do with accreditation data. So they said that part, and then I say, and votes. So, okay, let me just, you know, an election result shall only be collated if the collation officer ascertains that the votes scored by political parties, I skipped some place because of time, by political parties on the result sheet is correct and agrees with the result electronically transmitted or transferred directly from the polling unit as prescribed in this regulation. So you see that INEC made provision that you must check. They went further to try to argue, and I mean APC now, try to argue that the only window made for the use of IREV is where there's discrepancy in the hard copy. That if there's no discrepancy, the IREV is useless. In their word, they said, thus, where the first respondent hard copy is available, the result uploaded on the IREV is good as useless in collation. When somebody just said that you should only collate after you verify, you now came and said it's good as useless. And that's so funny because that guideline somewhere further buttresses the fact that if a collation officer determines that the result from a lower level of collation is not correct, he or she shall use the result electronically transmitted or transferred directly from the lower level to collate the announced result. If the result that have been, okay, let me not go further on that. But the point I want to make is that if you read INEC guideline, the order of how powerful the results are is both the ECHA and IREV have the same power. Both of them check each other. But if there's even a difference, IREV has more power between the ECHA, the physical copy, and one in IREV. The one from IREV has more power. After the two of them, the next most powerful result is the police copy before party agent copy. So, APC tried saying that it's good as useless. Something that the guideline simply says, if there is a difference between the ECHA, the hard copy, and the electronically transmitted one, that the electronically transmitted one should take precedence in the word of Festus Okoye. So, and I really, really do hope that people understand that details. That, I mean, I needed to do that breakdown to make it very clear to people. The last issue we attend to, which I'll just look at briefly, is relating to FCT. 25% in FCT. We submit that the petitioner's argument under issue 3, that is based on section 134, blah, blah, blah. A candidate must have at least 2/3 of the votes in the federal capital to be declared a winner. To be declared a winner of the election is misconceived. They went on and said section 299 of the Act is instructive. It provides that all the provisions of this constitution, I don't APC lawyer says section 299 of the constitution is instructive, and the section 299 provides that all the provisions of this constitution shall apply to the federal capital as if it were a state of the federation. If you are used to this space, okay, they went on and said, we submit that it cannot be in the intention of legislator to place Abuja as a higher pedestal, blah, blah, blah. I don't like talking about this. All those are an emotional argument. If you go and read section 299 of the Constitution, which LP lawyers argued extensively in their written address, and I mean extensively, they wouldn't agree with section 299, but they said that section 299 only applies to a case where the president will be governor of FCT, the House of National Assembly will be the House of Assembly of FCT, and the FCT High Court will be the judiciary of FCT. So go and read that, please. But also I want to say, what section 299 provides that all the provisions of this constitution shall apply to the federal capital as if it were a state. They went on and said, the phrase all the states in the federation and the capital territory and the federal capital territory are deployed in section 133 is utilized verbatim in other sections of the constitution, blah, blah, blah. None of them elevate Abuja above the other states, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to read all those things. I'm sure those arguments you read before. It is submitted that constitutional provision ought to be read as a whole. I agree with you. Petitioner's interpretation of section 133 of the Constitution does not only stick out a sore thumb. If you've not read LP's argument on this case, go and read it, please. This particular issue, go and read it. It's not something I can explain. They broke it down thoroughly. If you read it and you don't understand, DM me. I would will further buttress it. The cases of they pointed a couple of cases where supports the cases of blah 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 cited that the petitioners support Buhari, blah blah blah. The Apex Court clarified and interpreted the provision of the section 134 of the 1999 Constitution to mean that Abuja would be counted as a state of the federation, and if any ambiguity exists, the court would adopt a construction that is just, reasonable, and sensible. But they also agreed. They also said that that statement is disjunctive in that judgment. You don't want to read that part. The Apex Court adopted similar post, blah blah blah. They are just talking about court. In addition, the Apex Court has admonished against any interpretation by the way of what's this? Stultifying, what's that? Narrowness, and encouraged a more liberal and broad interpretation. Look at what this part trying to say. That all of a sudden, the court should be friendly and say, oh, and the FCT, let's be liberal. Come on. They are just normal people there. They are not special. Based on the above, courts are enjoined to read and construe constitutional provision dealing with the same subject matter. Subject matter together. Section 132 of the 1999 Constitution provides, for the purpose of an election to the office of the president, the whole nation shall be regarded as one constituency. Section 318 defines the federation as the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Nigeria shall be a federal constitute of states and a federal capital territory. That's the constitution. And Section 299 provides that they are repeating what they've said before. Don't talk about before. Now it should be treated as if it were one of the states. Finally, the Apex Court in Buhari versus INEC in 2008 construed the word and used in Section 1 thus the word and being a conjunction, performing the function of joining to expression or sentence which could be inseparable, integrated or joined. Funny enough, I don't know if you don't know what conjunction means. You are just arguing for the petitioners if you don't know. Contrary to the argument by the petitioner that Section 299 is a general provision and cannot override, they don't say the general, they say it's a specific provision, and cannot override the provision of Section 134 of the Constitution. We submit that a careful consideration of the provision of Section 299 will show that it does not override the provision of 134, as it only supports the further elaborate the workings of Section 134. So, point is that, okay, let me go to 256. More so, it is merely saying the obvious that Section 134 comes before Section 299 of the Constitution. This obvious statement is made to score less over. Oh God, they are not trying to score less points. Oh. They say this obvious statement is made to score less obvious points, and it is that the draftsman were clearly conscious of Section 134 before Section 299. This book, they lead all the argument on Section 299. You almost think Section 299. I'll talk about Section 299 when I finish. Thus, it cannot be gainsaid that the provision of Section 299 regarding the FCT as a state of the Federation is to emphasize sorry, I got distracted by a message. Okay, so emphasize its earlier postulation that the FCT is one of the 2/3 states from which the candidate must score 1/4 of vote cast and not in isolation. I really want to see Tinubu's best reply, because yes, Olani Peko said it's 2/3 of votes in FCT. But this one, Aslisha agrees, saying that 2/3 of the whole of FCT. We submit that there is no provision of the law on judicial authority that mandates that the candidate to score 1/4 of the total votes in FCT Abuja as different from other states to be declared winner of the election. For people that have been hearing us say Section 299, if you read Section 299, it stated that for the purpose of the Constitution, the FCT shall be treated as a state, and now said with regards to, it now mentioned which conditions that will make FCT be treated as a state. The major condition there is that the president shall be the governor. I don't know why these people don't read that part. So they only stop at that point, but don't say the other part, which LP said in their written address. If you read the other part, it's even making Tinubu's case matters worse for Tinubu, because it will mean that Tinubu needs to win FCT, not just only get 25%. Anyway, in conclusion, we submit that there is no evidence before the court showing that the petitioner won the election under reference. Supreme Court in Buhari, blah, blah, blah. The court cannot collect evidence from the market overt. Yeah, in the complete and utter lack of evidence, it is submitted that in documents, I don't know what that means, that this honorable court, being a sacred institution, has no choice but to deal with the acute death of evidence for blah, 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 blah. And that's the end. Prince Elo Fabemi. People that don't know Fabemi, funny enough, Fabemi is one of the 28 people that were nominated for ministerial position. Go and look at it. Some people, there's rumor that, they are eyeing him to be. So the person that wrote this document now, like the person that signed this document, is currently a ministerial nominee for the interim administration, the illegitimate administration. So a lawyer as bad as this, they want to make him a temporary AGF. Lawyer as bad as this, I can't write a reply. Anyway, so that's really what it's about. If you are just joining us, we've talked about, so this is like the entire reply. This is the entire reply of APC. First, they talked about disqualification of Tinubu and talked about draw case, double nomination. If you're not here earlier, please go and listen back to the space. You probably get it, or better still, read the document for yourself and listen back to the space for more clarification. So basically, that's it, and nothing more as far as this case is concerned. It's quite funny. Anyway, that's it. So let me just quickly go to, I don't know if you have something to say, after which we'll come to take our speakers. And maybe in coming days, tomorrow there's court, but in coming days, we'll see if we can get the other replies, if it's even necessary. But if we get it, we'll talk about it. If not, that's also fine. You see, do you have anything to?
Nothing.
Sorry. I know you see, I mean, it's understandable. The argument is so like David said, it's so weak. I'm disappointed. All right, quickly, let's go to, let's start from Mide, then Marklick. Please, when the speaker section you want to speak, ensure your hand is up. Mide, please go ahead. Mide, are you there? Okay, Mide is not there. All right, Marklick, please go ahead.
All right. Wait a minute. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. I greet you. I greet everyone. You see Maswe, Masadam, and everyone on this space. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Actually, I want to start by saying this. If you have not read the response of APC to that of LP, before you start reading it, just zero your mind. Take it that you want to read something. Don't take it so serious, because if you take it so serious, you will just get angry throughout reading it. Because I have read it. While reading it, I was just laughing, because one, there's nothing there. You know, in this life, someone must play devil's advocate. That is something that is certain. And these people have chosen to play the devil's advocate. And in one of our space, I have said it here that one of the ways that APC, one of the tools they use is to drive or to push a negative or false narrative to drive people away from the main fact. Now, when you read through all the paper, you find out that they did not even treat anything at all. When they come to everyone, they will just divert. They will jump the main issue and they will move to the next one. Now, starting with the one of disqualification of the third respondent, we saw what they did there. Even when electoral act stipulated that it must be communicated to the body, which is the INEC, but they choose to stop at he wrote the letter and he submitted it to the party. It's just like during school days, you wrote assignment, they gave you assignment, and you have a class rep, a course rep. After writing your assignment, you submitted it to your course rep, and your course rep did not submit it to the lecturer. After everything, you find out that you have done nothing, because before the lecturer, you have done nothing. You don't have your paper, nothing has been done. So you have no proof to say that I have done this thing until the very moment that your assignment has been brought before the table of the lecturer. So these people coming here to push a narrative, it's just like people in the law, they will say, may I
my Lord, may I, or how do they say it, confuse you. In fact, what these people are trying to do is just to confuse the judges, pushing them away from the main fact. Now, when you look at the last part, that of and, you see how they defined it. They said it's a conjunctive, a conjunction, a word that is used to join two things. But while reading it, you find out that there are several places where they make use of and it is not acting as a conjunction. You see that? So what these people are doing is to push a narrative, a negative narrative that will drive the attention of the judges away. So I want us to just focus on the judiciary. As for these people, they have chosen to play the devil's advocate. And that's what they're doing. To me, I see them as people playing smart in a negative angle. That is what they're doing. From all A to Z, from that 1 to 19 or 1 to, I think, yes, 1 to 19. F to Z of all they did there is just digressing without pointing at anything. Look at the one of EU. They said it must be brought by EU, forgetting that when they were tendering their own, it wasn't brought by ECOWAS. You see all those kind of things. So I want us to see these people, these lawyers, as devil's advocate. They have chosen that path. So, and their main primary assignment is to defend the devil. It's just like saying, I can hear you. It's just like saying that the devil is a liar. You have done nothing, because that is the name of the devil. Devil is a liar. It's a known fact. So these people are devil's advocate, and they have chosen to follow that path. So we should focus on the judiciary. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And meanwhile, congratulations to Parallel Facts. Peter will be on Parallel Facts as over 400K. Mark, as it stands, I've had over 400,000 listeners across all platforms. Over 400,000 listeners. Now I pass Tinubu vote for once. Pass Tinubu vote for many states. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, INEC fake results, actually. We won't pass the one for Ekiti, the one with the 4. Omibonale, please go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I really was trying to listen to you going through that response, you know, and what struck me is when the petitioners, the respondents were announcing their legal representatives. I remember when, the APC ones, they were making so much noise. Oh my God, the man has such a high success rate, blah, 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 blah. Right. And then you now juxtapose that against what you've been reading, right? And I'm just stunned. I'm gobsmacked, because basically we have idiots, right, claiming to be sons. I mean, what is the essence? What's the point of that title? Because if you don't even have legal training, or you see that still wants to is still going to go to law school, can explain and use the right use in the right way all of these terms, all of these provisions in all of this legislation, right? And these people are basically trying to make it as convoluted as possible so they can confuse the justices. I mean, it's like, one thing that needs to happen, there has to be some reform in the beauty about all of this is the fact that Peter Obi has exposed every system going right now, and it's an opportunity for us to have a review of how and why people are offered such things, because they contradicted themselves in some cases. It's clearly each person, while they were all doing their objections together while the hearings were going on. Now one person will say one thing, another person will now say something else, and then you now look at it both together and you're thinking, okay, are you people crazy? Because it no longer makes sense. It no longer makes sense. And I thank God for Peter Obi's legal team, who have set out very clearly, right, very concisely, their argument, using the right authorities, using this kind of 419 thing where they will start, they talk about a provision, they'll get halfway and they won't finish it. Right? It's like, it's so dishonest, and I know that when it comes to legal matters like this, people try on to see if they can get away with it, but clearly they've been getting away with it for years, otherwise they won't use it. But no, I'm just stunned. I am so gobsmacked. I'm so, and in a way I'm actually angry as well, because when you think about what our legal system was for decades, and decades, and this is what they brought it down to. It's sad. It's really sad. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Bolanle.
Mike.
Thank you very much, Bolanle. I think the biggest mistake APC made this time was, I think they never really saw it coming, that how invested our Nigerians would be. I was telling someone recently, it will amaze you that I hate to read. I know you must have said it a couple of times that, he doesn't like to read. I hate to read. I don't read novels. I don't read. See all these books that, when people talk about books, I don't confess. In fact, when people say things like good readers are good leaders, I feel guilty. I'm like, what does that even mean? Say those kind of things. But I think with the vested interest that everybody took in this, once I read, you go read by force. You go. So I think that was the biggest mistake they made, and it will be a bigger mistake if the judiciary thinks they can trample on Nigerians that are disactivated. I didn't find it, I not going to read for school like that. And God just help you. God now help us. All right, thank you very much, Mbonali. Meanwhile, guys, let's not forget tomorrow. We are supposed to be in court tomorrow, so tomorrow we'll be running the one MMC will be live, tuned to the court, and of course we'll try to stream on other platforms. I don't know what time we'll start exactly, but I think anytime from about 9 p.m. or but in the morning most likely, anytime from like 9 p.m.
Not 9 p.m. definitely.
Oh, sorry. I took your mic. Your mic.
Sorry? What did you say?
Okay, I was saying there's a very loud noise from your microphone. So maybe if maybe you are using something different.
Sorry, I didn't. Yeah,
it's better now. There was a loud noise from the microphone before.
I didn't know. No, tomorrow, the thing is with this adoption thing, it's usually a very brief ceremony. I could read you a sample, and UC is here, he can confirm. So these guys will just say, bloody blah before this court, that the thing they wrote on the previous one, they adopt it, and they also adopt the one they've just handed in response to the petitioners, blah. And the petitioners will do the same, say they adopt their own written address and blah. So it's not going to be a very long, drawn-out thing, I don't think. And I'm hoping that the five, their lordships, let me just call them their lordships today, because I'm feeling very respectful. That they will advise the day of the judgment. They may advise, or they may just try to heighten the tension. Because if we can read all these things within this brief period of time, and that's what they are trained to read, they've spent decades reading and picking, it should take them a shorter period of time. And I'm hoping that they will be able to convince each other that Nigerians have run out of patience and that this criminality is unsustainable. Because what's just going on now is that these people are now borrowing to sustain their criminality. They've already stolen the country. They've they've looted everything that is in sight, and now they are taking, loans in our name to loot. PO makes it quite very, very clear. He brought it home when he tried to compare the life of a professor, the people that are custodians of the future of our nation, the intellectual, and whatever you want to call it, the shape that this country will take in years to come. Those people are the people that will midwife it, and then a handful of vagabonds, some of whom snatched it and ran with it. Will just come in, and the first thing they do is to get 40 million worth of vehicles, and then go when this other man cannot even pay school fees for his kids. So it's a broken, fractured society, and everything is riding on this PO mandate. I keep saying it. A lot is riding, so we can actually start to fix this country. As I said in my opening remarks, it's not enough to say, they were praying that Buhari will die. He didn't die, but the guy wasn't alive. PO knows more about what goes on in Nigeria than Buhari did in his 8 years, and even from his vintage position with all the information at his disposal, but the guy never had the energy to go out and figure things out for himself. So that's just what I'm saying. If we allow these idiots to somehow convince us that it's optional not to 3 p.m. If everything went the way it should go. Why take us back to the Stone Age and then somehow start celebrating that as some achievement? So yes, we'll be here tomorrow. I don't expect it to be a long drawn process, but UC can correct me on this. But I'm hoping that these guys will tell us, and then actually not just tell us, they should come out and give PO this thing so that we can start to rebuild this country, and then some of us can invest with a bit of confidence, because there'll be predictability. Who wakes up and just go and make a silly announcement that trebles the price of energy and commodities? So even in these developed, stable economies, we were offered stuff. Bolanle is here. You can ask her. We were offered money to cushion the effect of the rise in energy cost. Everyone got something. And you just wake up, already you have 133 million people in multidimensional poverty, and you think the best gift you can give the country is just to flippantly say you've withdrawn whatever it is you're withdrawing, and then the price is treble, and you say people are applauding you, and You know, so we hear there's been a bit of demonstration in Ibadan. There has been stuff in Adamawa. And, you know, for me, I just wanted this process to be over before these things, you know, because the way I look at Tinubu is he was a guy that would have loved for everything to come crashing down so that he doesn't have to go to court. But by the grace of God, we've been able to take him there and call him to account for once in his life, you know, and tell him, look, you're not above the law, you know. You're not above the law, and your behavior is not acceptable in any civilized society. You know, I just feel very sorry for the people that defend him. You know, because they are losing their humanity by the day. They are losing their sense of reasoning by the day, because there are just things. How would you be defending drugs? And you know, come on. So well-meaning, a few hands up. So let me not ramble on, but it's good to be back, and thank you so much for the effort you put into to break these things down to us. I don't know who's going next.
All right, let's just go to Benedict, then Official South, then Shiloh. Prince J, I see you. OJ, I see you. Benedict, are you there now?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, please go ahead. Please, let's just do 2 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I greet all of you in the house. Good evening, everyone. For me, I want to use this opportunity to talk to the judges. Clear case. And just to say that they are in the country. In fact, they themselves, I'm talking about the judges now, they are even witness to what has happened during this election. They are witness themselves. So they should do the right thing. That's all we are asking for. The right thing should be done. And in fact, there is no way you will be defending somebody like Tinubu in court and not look stupid. That is the fact. The person must look stupid. And maybe because of money that they have collected now, just to come and help him turn case. See how they just fool themselves. They just fool themselves. Because it's a very clear case. It's a very clear case. So I don't think there's no option here, except maybe they want to turn this country upside down. We are not praying for it to, but except they want to turn the country upside down. If not, judiciary, the ball is in your court. All we are asking for is justice. We are not telling you to remove or add. No, it is justice. Give us the right judgment. We have constitution that we are following. This is what the constitution has said. Let's follow the constitution. Because the process where constitution is not being followed, it is not to anarchy. That is it. So please, judges, do the right thing. And when you do the right thing, there will be peace and everybody will be happy and life goes on. That's my submission. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, let's go to Official South.
All right, yeah. 1 minute, Nigeria. I greet you, sir. Uncle Akaji, I greet you again, sir. Thank you for the way you break down the whole APC nonsense. That is what I will call it. In fact, even as foolish it may be, sorry for using that word, you still break it to our own understanding. You know, I appreciate that. You see, now I want us to, it's funny. It's game over. In fact, it's game over. The point we are now is the point of trying to control the outcome of what is going to happen if US couldn't meet up on time on their arrangement with China. Tinubu is even the main corporate. You see, US will make you, and they will still take you out. That's them. They will be the one. It's his time. They will take him out. They just rope him in. This thing is roping in. They rope him, but he didn't see the game, the chase game. So they are just using him with this is nonsense he's doing. Not that they're not. They are just using him to buy more time to finish up, to conclude with China-Taiwan deal. Then they will take him out. Now see what will happen. You see, somebody asked of the call that they had with Tinubu the other time, and why they told him not to use the military against the people. I think Uncle Akaji was saying that as a concern to him. Okay, now let me tell you something. You see, why they told Tinubu that is to divert his mind, because Tinubu is a warlord. He doesn't trust anybody. So they are trying to remove his mind from the side that they are playing him from. You know, so they are trying to tell him on time. They are aware of this. Don't use it, but them, they will use it to subdue the calmness of the nation till they finish what they're doing. That is just it. Thank you very much. We are following up.
All right, thank you very much, Official South. All right, quickly, let's go to Shiloh, after which we'll come to OG, then Prince G.
Good evening. Well-meaning. Entire 1MMC crew, good evening. Thank you for all the hard work. Thank you for every single thing you've been doing. Everybody on the space, I greet you. My submission is directed at the judiciary. I think I'll start with one of my favorite quotes. And it says, "Blessed is the man who plants trees, under whose shades he may never lie." Dear judiciary, don't be deceived by whatever you perceive, whatever aroma you perceive coming from the corridors of power. They do not care about you. And they will swiftly carry whatever shred of integrity you have left to the gallows. The citizens have been watching. The citizens have been following. The citizens have been reawakened. And I hope you can see that legitimacy from the citizens. We've proven it in court. Is looking towards posterity. What will you be remembered for? That is the question. Everybody wants a certain level of self-preservation. What will you be remembered for? Do the right thing. Again, we never ask for favors. We've done the groundwork, and we're asking you to do the right thing. Because with or without you, justice will prevail. We rather it be with you. Dear judiciary, the citizens are watching. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that touching message, Shiloh. Okay, quickly. Okay, for those that may be wondering, yes, actually, 2 justices died today. One from the Supreme Court, and I think one from one of the high courts. It's not something that we want to celebrate, but I think the real point in it, their soul rest in peace and condolences to their families, is that life is quite transient. Life is quite transient, and I mean, one moment it's here, the next it's there. Today, the first Supreme Court justice that we heard the news of, Justice Mwenze, what people remember him for currently is his judgment regarding Ahmed Lawan. I mean, some people try to remember him for what's it called now?
Hopeless
Uzodinma, where he was the only dissenting voice among the 7 judicial people that didn't agree. But it becomes very difficult when you don't do good consistently. It becomes very difficult. I mean, it's not okay to say, well, it was good in one case, it was not good in the other, it was okay, yeah, it was not okay there, and other. Because now people begin to poke holes. I, for one, like somebody was saying today that, could be all a drama. Like, I mean, if I was in that 7-man panel, I can tell him that, you are from the Southeast now. It's your region. You know what? Only you will just vote against. Don't worry, leave it for the rest of us. So, but when you had the chance of 2 people had voted for, 2 people had voted against, you just needed to break the tie. You didn't. And now life happened. So I really hope for that sake that the judiciary does the right thing. And just for a matter of news, the former NBA chairman just joined the Labour Party today. San Apata Olumide, the person that was NBA chairman when Peter Obi went for the NBA conference at that time. So I think that's a good addition. I hope Labour Party takes that serious and start to deal with good people. I think that's a good addition to the party. All right, quickly, let's go to OG. Then, what's happened to this? Okay, anyway, let's go to OG, after which we'll come to Noni, then Chukudi.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, Minion and everybody that hosted the space. First of all, I want to just comment on that Edo Stem Olumide Apata. I saw in the comment section where someone said, I don't know how true it is, that he's from Edo South, and I think that's the region that is ruling now. And if that's the case, then I don't believe that it would be nice for him to go again. And I don't want Labour Party to go into an election with little things like which we need to go in strong, especially knowing where we stand right now. So we need to go. We don't want all these little formalities to be shaking the candidacy. So I love the guy, but if it's not the time for his region, I think we should respect that because we know how. Except
my sister, sorry to butt in. Is he running for something? I thought
no,
he just joined for the love of that there's a membership push. Like Obi said on.
Yes, I'm just saying. Okay. Then,
so maybe you know something we don't know.
No, I'm just guessing he might run for governor.
When it comes to pass, we'll come back to you and say, yeah, OG was the first to break the news on the 1MMC.
Okay, no.
But please move on to the topic. Forget about it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Concerning the judiciary, I was in public transport today, and there's the driver who was a Yoruba guy and a passenger who was a Yoruba guy, and they're speaking Yoruba. I didn't understand what they were saying until they started diverting more into English, but the driver was literally shouting at the passenger. Apparently, the passenger was actually an Abadoist. And so they are both Yoruba people, both fighting for one. The driver who is facing the real issue was shouting at him and saying, let's say no to tribalism and everything. So, and then before Anna had to join in to support the guy because I believe that if I just kept my mouth closed inside that cab, it would be unfair. And so that goes on to say that even as we stand now, right? Even as we are right now, as much as possible, we should keep the conversation going. We should not even relax. Even as that guy was busy complaining, I knew it was my duty for me to shut that man up in the passenger who was saying that Nigerians are not, that our suffering is not that bad. I knew it was my responsibility to make sure that I preach to him and tell him that even as he's paying for what he would have easily paid 200 naira for, he's paid about 500 naira, and he has no means of making more than his actual salary. I finished him there. And the fact that all of us in that particular cab joined our hands to finish that particular man, it shows that the country is really boiling and the journey is far from over yet. And that is one evidence I know. Secondly, I want us to, if it's possible, that we keep the conversation about what do we do to keep this judiciary on their toes. What's the next step? Because we've seen that these guys, they don't even basically they don't respect the office of the citizen as much. They don't really respect it. We know they prefer money. So what do we do to make sure that they are seeing us and we are not happy? And in as much as we are giving them threats like this country will not be okay for both of us, before we even let them get to that position, we need to tell the judges, we need to start having conversations about the judiciary right now. Let us start it and come up with solutions now, so that we will tell the judiciary, this is what we will do if you don't give the right judgment. We might not have the solution right now. But if we keep the conversation going, just like we're doing now, keep talking about it, we will be able to say, we're not going to tell the judiciary, you don't want to see what will happen if you don't give us a good judgment. We need to tell judges, and we have to tell them that, see, if you don't do this, this and this will happen. And we promise you that this and this will happen. And we have our eyes on you. You have to do the right thing. And so those are the conversations. We might have not gotten it yet. We have not found solution yet. But just like this space is, we will keep coming up. What can we do? What can we say? What threats can we give them to make sure that we know we will obviously see. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, OG.
Yeah.
Where me and Joe? Oh my God. All right, thank you very much, OG. Where me? I beg. See, this is the table where me. This your Gen Z never come up for your body. Okay, no problem. Anyway, thank you very much, OG. But I just wanted to tell you that leave me now. Next time you have, next time, I think it will be better if you say what you, like you say. I mean, I think if you've been around, people have been saying it. There's our brother that some people have private investigators to ensure that so people are taking different steps. So people are doing it already, like what you are saying, people are doing it already, and on individual basis. So point is that I don't think there may ever be a time where all of us can sit down in a meeting and say, okay, this is one thing that all of us will do and we'll say it. And everybody will start to say that same thing. So what you said is very, very valid. One thing is certain, if the judiciary does the wrong thing, I can't guarantee the existence of Nigeria. That's just the fact. And I'm not mixing words. If they do the wrong thing, it's no longer guaranteed. All right, quickly, let's go to Prince G, after which we'll come to Noni, then Peter is better than Chidility, and Liberty in that order. Prince G, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. We really want to appreciate the great efforts that people have put through to enlighten the whole world, far and near, for them to read true and true for those who care and who have the time to know a different direction to come back to the central issue. It might shock you that the judiciary are not worried. They are not scared of anything. They are not scared. The reason why I say they are not scared is this. They are used to judging evil judgments, giving evil judgment rather. Bluntly, in a broad daylight, they will give whatever judgment they see, call white, black, black, white. But what I could see that this movement, and this proceedings is reflecting or is going to prove our present eyes is seen as black. And henceforth, if they are to judge in that direction, the whole world, lawyers, sons, judges, and citizens will never take them as a role model, will never believe them of anything. And history will go down that they have finally destroyed democracy with their wicked, dark heart judgments because of the corruption running through their blood since the incept of democracy in Nigeria. So what I'm trying to say is this: what they are looking at rather is how are they going to now finally destroy democracy in Nigeria, black in their judgment. That is what Mr. Peter Obi has put before them. If not, if you look at the round table of these politicians, they are all in the same table in their corrupt acts. But Peter Obi has distinguished himself to bring the true judgment of how democracy ought to be and how judges ought to see cases and call white white and call black black. So what I would say, we have done tremendously well, and I believe God that this judgment will restore democracy to the grassroots and to the original form that democracy is meant to be, or else they are the one that will destroy democracy with their illegitimate judgment or wrong judgment that they might come up at the end of the day, which I believe they will not be able to come up because the fact before them are beyond something that even a deaf, a blind man will say he can't hear, he can't see, except otherwise. Thank you, and God bless you.
All right, thank you very much, Prince G. Just in time. All right, quickly, let's go to Noni before Peter is better.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I thank you very much. Well-meaning Nigeria, 1 Million March Crew, and Kulakaji. I greet you, Emir Saddam. I see you there, and all those, Jimmy, Balanle. I greet all of us all, and I thank us for what we are doing and how we are moving it. Please, I want to ask, where we in Nigeria? Wait, I beg. I was doing something and I came on. When I came online, I saw something on this thing. I saw one picture that looked like the chairman of the Agbado. Please, is that true? And the speaker space. Yeah, well,
like if Tinubu was here. Yeah, Tinubu was his parody friend was here. His parody representative was here.
Okay, it's a good one. Thank you.
And he has admitted that his account has AI technology. So his account was the one that did the entire transaction. He did not do anything.
Good.
His account that was forfeited the money and nothing there.
Thank God for that. Now, what I want to tell you is this: these people are not sleeping. They are not at peace. So let's keep up what we are doing. Let's keep doing it and pushing it. They will hear it very well, loud and clear. My message to the judiciary is this: the CJN have suspended their democracy already by swearing in Tinubu. Please help us to suspend democracy so that what is happening in Niger maybe will be a child's play. with what is going to happen in Nigeria. I don't have any other message to you. You are an old man. You are an old woman. You are supposed to know what is good and what is bad. But that your stupidity and that your selfish interest, or that cult which you people feel you are, let it lead you to do what you don't want, what you are not supposed to do. Then we, the citizens, will teach you the greatest lesson you will ever learn in this life. Because we are no longer going back. Forward ever, backward never. That's my list. That's my submission. I yield. Thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you very much, Noni. All right, quickly, let's go to Peter is better than Chidility, Liberty Champion, Jopo.
Yeah, good evening. Osareti Ngomudi Omona BSA. Domo. Bewa wo.
Peter is better. Don't they call my name anyhow, man.
I greet you, my brother. So please let me also thank you guys for what you are doing. When in Nigeria, Doka Kaji. This lady has left to my best friend. What is her name again? Where you mean? I did miss you. But please, let's look at this issue very critically. You see, this is not the time for us to be economical with words. The truth remains that we are begging the judiciary. Wherever you are, if you are here with your brother, with your bonus account, or with your agent, or your PA, or whatever, please, we are begging you. You see, this man sent to Wednesday. I didn't even know it's from my place, from my state. I just today I knew that from my state. Sent to Wednesday. He made a statement. The judiciary delivered in Imo State. We begin to continue to haunt Nigeria jurisprudence for a long time. But our own dear professor, Shakespeare of African literature, Chinua Achebe, disagreed with him that our leaders, politicians, the only thing they learn from history is that they don't learn anything from history. We must begin to tackle those issues that cause military takeover in Africa, especially in Nigeria. All the indices that have happened in Nigeria the past 8 years has indicated, as it's even a fertile ground for anything to happen. But we still have hope. The only hope we have is the judiciary. We are begging you to do the right thing. If you don't give us justice, injustice will consume you. I was with a professor last weekend on Friday. We had a discussion. He was telling me that he's not expecting any judgment to come from the judiciary. What he's expecting is a revolution. Him himself is prepared. He's already telling his people, his staff, because he's a vice chancellor in the university. He's already telling his staff that they should be close to the area boys, take care of them, so that when the revolution comes, those guys will not attack them. That's what he is doing too. And just yesterday, I don't know what happened. I see that man was prophesying. It might be a day tomorrow. I even hear somewhere in the West, or your state, people blow the secretariat, they need a palliative. So what are we saying? I am begging the judiciary. Nigeria is in your hands right now. If you get it wrong, all of us, even you will not be spared. Obedience are everywhere. We're in your bedroom. We're in your kitchen. We're your gate. We are at your gates. Anywhere you are, we are there. You are not spared. You will not be free. Please, give us justice. We are not asking you to favor us. Just give us justice the way it is. And that's what we demand from you. All eyes on the judiciary. We must take our country back from consumption to production. I yield.
All right, thank you very much. Peter is better. We'll be rounding up quite soon, but if you are just joining us, you can go back later and listen to the space. We discussed the reply specifically for APC today. Tomorrow we'll bring court watch out for the space anytime from like in the morning. But like Uncle Akaji said, hopefully for tomorrow, maybe we'll get some other replies and we'll talk about it as well during the after the court session or before the court section, depends. So let's watch out for that. But today's just the only thing you should know about APC's reply is that it's a very funny reply. It can pass for comedy, for a comic magazine or magazine, according to Oyibo. All right. Why does it look like some people disappeared? Lady Liberty Champion, please go ahead. After which we'll come to Joe Paul then.
Hello, my people, my MMC crew. Wow, it's been a long road. It's been a long journey. I see all my obedient family here. Anyway, I want to specially, basically, I think this is where my mind is now with this topic. I am reflecting and wondering, can the millions and thousands of Nigerians who are following everything going on, if and when the judiciary does give a judgment, I'm thinking about the worst case scenario, they now give a perverse judgment as the lingua that lawyers or barristers tend to use. Are they trying to say that Nigerians are idiots? Nigerians are fools? Are they very aware what the consequence of any nonsensical judgment will mean for our country, Nigeria? Peter is better, you put it quite apt. Obedient are everywhere. They are your housekeepers, they are your gatesman, they are your chauffeurs, your drivers, your work persons. So I don't believe there is a hiding place for a goldfish. Judiciary, you have been following, you have been listening, you probably experienced some measure of hostility yourself in the current state of Nigeria. I want to borrow from Peter Obi's confidence and faith in you as much as I don't have one. You know, Peter Obi says he has faith, he has been a beneficiary of the judicial system. So I want to stand on that premise and lean into the faith of Peter Obi and honestly believe with that confidence that you, judiciary, the justices of the PEPT court, that you will do the right thing and that you will be seen to serve justice and justice will be done. Because otherwise, the charade going on now, as we see in Nigeria, even to the recent screening, I viewed some of it and I just couldn't believe it. You know, it's such a travesty. It's such a travesty that in a country like ours, even from the caliber of people on this space, those that have elected themselves, we didn't elect them, at the very worst, as the examples of the quality of leaders that we can put at the helm of our affairs. Judiciary. Peter Obi has so much trust and faith in you. So I will lean into that faith and say nothing more. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Lady Liberty Champion. All right, quickly, please. Let's just do 2 minutes. I want to try round up since we'll be having a space tomorrow morning as well. We want to try round up on time. And we're going to round up this space today with, you know, Peter Obi's final submission on parallel facts. His personal message. That's what we started with, and I want us to end with it again. And so people can get that message and get it very clearly. And I mean, it's a very because that's the only presidential address I know of. That's the only one I know of. All right, quickly, let's go to Joe Paul, then Chidility. Okay, I think you fell down. Joe Paul, then Chidility, please. 2 minutes each.
Okay, thank you so much, 1 million MMC. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate what we have all been doing. It is actually a system approach whereby everybody is working in their own capacity, within their own range, and bringing success to the whole obedient movement. We just have to hold the fort, and victory, celebration, and joy is within sight. Well, some of the things that I would just want to point out is the fact that the APC-led government, when it comes to this election petition tribunal, they have no case. They don't even have what to say. And in my place, there is an adage that says that there is no how an animal would die in a trap that it will not struggle. It's just a matter of struggling. They are still dwelling in the old era of Nigeria, but we are in the new era of Nigeria where citizens are taking actions and taking responsibility. And that is why, by my analysis, out of the 100% election petition nationwide, I have discovered that 70% of those cases is not that the petitioners are even saying that, oh, this person didn't win the election, but it's hinged on the major prayer of 70% of the petitioners is on the fact that this person was not qualified ab initio. Fake results, inconsistency with age declarations, and a lot of things that has to do with corruption and all of that. So these are things, Nigeria has come to that point. And as we are holding the judiciary to become accountable, I want to assure all of us that Nigeria will be very accountable, the judiciary will be accountable. And I made this analysis on radio today during my program. I said, Nigeria is at the middle. Up is Niger. By the side, you have Burkina Faso, you have Guinea, you have Mali. You go to the right, you have, is it Gabon or something? Okay, down. Out of these countries, I think 7 countries that are surrounding Nigeria in the map of Africa, that is territorial boundaries. Out of 7 of them, 6 of them now belongs to military government through coup d'etat. Only Ghana is left. Only Ghana is left. And if Nigeria is thinking that there is peace within this country, they are just joking. And I call on the leaders of this country, I call on the judiciary to be aware of the fact that Nigeria is already surrounded by crisis. Let them not plunk Nigeria to that very crisis, and the problem will consume everybody. There will be no escape route for anybody. Thank you very much. I hear the mic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jopo. Thank you very much. All right, quickly, let's go to Chidiliti. After which we'll come to
I agree with you. I don't pray, made it at the places made the space crash, make I come collect position because you know work today. Well, however, I agree with all of you. My brother just spoke about the military coup d'etat. My brother, let me tell you something. Yesterday on Mars's space, they were speaking about it. Obedient are calling for. I say obedient are not calling for anything. You push shut up APC. The fact is, what is happening to Africa, for me, in my own definition, I call it democratic coup d'etat, or whatever they call it. You know, in a situation where you have presidents in power for 10 years, when his tenure is about to end, he will extend it to another years, continue life president. You have Cameroon, you have, look at what happened to Nigeria, last election. When the citizens find out that they cannot remove their so-called bad leaders through democratic means because they have embezzled, pocketed everywhere, they will look for other means. And for me, look at those countries. They are suffering. They are poor. Look at their citizens cheering the military. They are happy. Let me tell you the truth. We should stop pretending. And that's the fact. When there is corruption, military are there to come in and sort it out. But I pray it will not happen in Nigeria. I pray this judiciary will do the right thing, because this is the only institution we are hoping that we can take over our country from the bourgeoisies. Now,
my question to you, Simaswa, is because I'm seeing something like that might happen tomorrow. Simaswa, I greet you. Thanks for all you do for us. Is it possible for a respondent to withdraw his letter for correction? Because I can see somehow APC might do that tomorrow for that nonsense where they wrote, they say they wrote a respondent. Is it possible? And if it's possible, what's the implication? Thank you.
I don't know if you see Maxwell is here, but I would think I would want him to answer the question directly. So maybe you could also ask him in the end. But I mean, I think it's obvious because the Electoral Act specifies when you can submit your written address and some of these things that we are doing now. Hope we know that it's not that the court just formed it. It's actually stated in the Electoral Act. Even this number of dates, they were stated in the Electoral Act. So if they are withdrawing it to correct it, I think that may be almost equivalent to they have totally withdrawn it. So I think what they only have to do tomorrow is adopt it or say that they are not adopting it. So, let's see how all that goes. All right, quickly, let's go to Chris before Tweet Doctor.
Last. Oh my God! I mean, I think so. If you don't give me this micro, I be don't call your junction. Come wait, man. See how you want to pass. Yeah, no, if you ask me how I tell reach the other from here. You be a do, I be a do. We know how they go. Yeah, I just wanted to greet everyone. Hello, everyone. Just wanted to chime in on what happened on Saturday. Man, that Saturday, it didn't sweet me die. As they just give Peter Obi mic, at first they look at it and do with the mic. It's just chest down, but it not leak out, not be like, he handled the mic very well, didn't leak it, and he answered some select questions, and he raised some golden nuggets for us as well. No Agbado and our quotes and stuff. You know that year when we did school where your parents go come PTA meeting, if you're party talk, other daddies they listen, you just they free. That was how I felt that day. No blast my daddy they talk, other daddies they listen, they are daddy. And as for the judiciary, see after that space that they are, I've seen some tweets where some Agbado don't they talk say, she been a principal don't talk say making that calm down. It shall be look. That's the ear the worry you now. I'm gonna go by eardrop. If more we know riot different from protest too. Riot different from say they get different from riots. Maybe I put it like that. You go hear gbege, but nothing will destroy. But you go feel the gbege. When I not go to think say because of space, it was like take no. You go hear that if judiciary just do anyhow, go left, they will hear word woto. I think I'll just talk with that. Shiny anyhow, all ass on the judiciary that's doing it in Ibadan asset. Shout out to Jimmy.
All right, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's go to. Thought there was someone that the hand was up earlier. Maybe the person dropped. Please be in the speaker section. You want to speak? Ensure your hand is up. If your hand is not up, we'll have to drop you ASAP and go ahead. All right, Dr. Aruna, please quickly go ahead. After which we'll come to Manuel. Dr. Aruna, are you there? All right, Manuel, please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Very quickly, good evening to my well-meaning Nigerian and to the 1MMC crew. We can't say thank you enough for all that we have invested in this. Our reward is in the recovery of the mandate, and then, of course, everything will follow. I just want to quickly ask, tomorrow tomorrow, which is slated for the adoption of the addresses and all of the submissions, is it for just the Peter Obi's case, or it includes all Labour Party, the APM case, and yeah, I think these are the three petitions. Is it for all the or it's just about our case? That's one. And then secondly, is it possible for anybody, like for APM, for instance, is it possible for anybody to withdraw his case at this stage? I just want to know, because there's something someone brought up at the back channel for argument and all of that, so I need to know. Thank you.
All right. Okay, all right. So just to be very clear, so tomorrow, I'm sure about it being for PDP and LP. For APN, I may be wrong, but if what the electoral says is correct, APMs, they should have done theirs like long ago. I think some people don't know APM has finished their case. APM finished all their cases way earlier. And what the electoral provides for is, after your written address, their replies, you guys adopt. But just, of course, nobody was really following. So I don't think they were keeping it after adoption. After, replies to not let them come and adopt now. But I think it's something that we'll find out tomorrow. But tomorrow will be for certainly LP and PDP. I do not know if they will do normal morning and afternoon session like before. It's why we are planning to just, follow up from morning and see. I know Yusuf Maxwell is not feeling too strong, but hopefully maybe if he can, tomorrow is fine. But if not, it's also good. Let's not stress. But we'll see how tomorrow goes.
Yeah, just to add, like I said earlier, it's such a simple thing they are going to do. I'm trying to see where I saw a sample of what literally they are going to say. I don't know where I kept it now. Right, adoption. Right. Aha. So on the day of on the date slated for adoption of final written address, the party who filed first will adopt first. In the case of the defendant counsel adopts first. So you just say, before my lord, worship is defendant's final address dated the 19th of blah, 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 and filed on the same day, we humbly adopt same as part of our final argument and submissions in this suit. Also, your lordships, upon the receipt of the plaintiff's final address, the defendant equally filed reply on point of law, and same is dated and filed on the, which is the one we are just dealing with today. And we equally adopt the arguments therein as part of our final submission, and pray the court to dismiss the claims of the plaintiff. And then also where there is counterclaim, and enter judgment in favor of the defendant. So at the end of the defendant's adoption, then the plaintiff counsel will do the same thing, before your lordship, on this day, they filed, dated this day, the plaintiff final address dated blah, 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 and filed on the same day. We humbly adopt the arguments therein in support of the plaintiff's suit and urge the court to enter judgment in favor of the plaintiff as per the reliefs sought in this suit. So then they can adumbrate, if he wishes, by telling the court, my lord, by way of adumbration, or may I seek the leave of the court to adumbrate on salient points that may help the court in just determination of the suit. So that is how it will play. And my sense is it's not going to be long. And since the PDP and the LP and all the other stuff is consolidated, I don't see why it should extend beyond tomorrow. So I don't know what times have been given to both parties. It's something we should actually be able to establish, whether they've been, whether they gave us 10 and gave the other guys 12, or gave us, gave us 9 and gave them 10. I don't know. But from what I've just read, it's not going to be such a long, drawn-out thing. The adumbration might elongate it a little bit, but still, it's going to be a very brief. It's just a formal process required by law, by the Constitution. So, a procedural thing, more like. So that will be my thought. 8 p.m. is one that appeared to have fallen through the cracks and just emerged with this amazing bazooka, So all will be revealed tomorrow, I think. If well-meaning say he knows everything, then I will stop trusting him. But there you go.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Kaji. So I think for me, I'm just curious. Like I usually say, I don't like spoilers in this thing. I want to see it happen. I want to just see. I like to watch the film live. So let's just see what tomorrow brings. But we are going to be following it from morning, so we won't wait if it's afternoon, if it's evening. Anytime we're ready, we're ready. That's just it. All right. Thank you very much, Mano. If you're in the speaker section, your hand is not up. We'll be dropping you soon because we are on the verge of rounding up. So currently, I only see one hand up, and if that person finishes speaking and other hands are not up, that means we've started rounding up. All right, love days.
Yes, love days. Yeah, well-meaning Nigeria. Thank you so much for what you've done. One MMC, Odonko Akaji, UC Maxwell, good job, and I wish you speedy recovery. Yeah, back to the matter of the February 27th, 25th presidential election. So many issues have been raised on this space today. I'm proud before that. But I just wanted us to put an eye on something that is brewing and fast spreading that nobody's really paying attention to. Though we're actually seeing coup d'etat. But I'm seeing the citizens' revolution even before the presidential court judgment is pronounced. Why will I say so? Over the weekend, there was an uprising, so to say, civil unrest in Gombe. Then today, Oyo State too, and it has happened in Edo State. Gradually, these things are beginning all about. That aside, that's on the social part. So Nigerian citizens are already awoke. I won't say awoken. And all thanks to this obedient movement that brought this socio-political consciousness to our national political discourse and fora. That aside, 8 p.m., Uncle Adaji say bazooka. That is real bazooka in these presidential petitions. In fact, I don't think in the submission made by APC and INEC before the tribunal, when APM concluded their case, if you look at their final submission, there's nothing to write them about. They're not saying double nomination anymore. They're saying invalid nomination because APC failed to submit their candidate list within the 14 days provided in the Constitution, and they did that within 21 days cycle. If you look at the write-up, the submission by the APC, there was nothing they. And if you also look at the submission made by these same APC lawyers and INEC lawyers, the same PDP versus INEC judgment at the Supreme Court was what they cited, which was a local standing case. Oyetola and INEC and Adeleke, they all wrongly misquoted the judgment itself. So everybody knows where the judgment is going to be going. And you're looking at the judiciary for judgment and all of that. What I should just advise everybody to brace up is, let's keep our eye on everything going on in Nigeria. There are so many distractions. Example, Niger. Can you now allude to the fact that the regular visit of the president to France was in preparation of the use of ECOWAS for the French personal interest in the region, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali. Right now, this same ECOWAS brought up some sanctions against Niger government, which is under the auspices of the international community. For God's sake, Africans, we are brothers. How can the French government have a gold reserve, almost 2,500 tons of gold, yet they don't have a single gold mine? African countries don't have a central bank, but without of the French government. So there's a new awakening in Africa, and to me, whether it's a coup plot or thereabout, let's just stick with what is going on. Nigeria is what we are going to focus on, and Tinubu must be disqualified. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Love days. Thank you. I see. I think maybe I wants to say something. So, those on the speaker section, hands are not up. All right, Arigosaki.
Thank you, well-meaning Nigeria. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
All right, just a very simple question. My question on APM's case is, what actually are they seeking? Suppose that their prayer is granted. What actually are they seeking to achieve? Because I believe that for every prayer, there is something.
Their prayer is for Tinubu to be disqualified. They are not seeking to gain anything. Simply Tinubu to be disqualified.
Following from the question, what I wanted to know in law, can there be an argument that since Tinubu's double nomination does not affect the APM as a candidate, in any way? That is, it doesn't suffer any loss from Tinubu's double nomination. I don't know how to put the question, but I think UC Maswell should understand what I mean. Like, I believe that if one is bringing a case to court, is there a principle in law that requires that very case you are bringing before the court, you must show that there is a loss that you are suffering because of the presence of that and the absence of that thing? Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I get what you're saying, Arigosaki. I think that's digging very deep. That's digging deeper. It's equivalent to thinking that so APM is a party in Nigeria. The candidate is a Nigerian, and if there is an invalid president in office, it affects all Nigerians. I think they are just lucky to be in a position where the Electoral Act permits them to be part of the people that can, how I put it now, that can sue because they participated in the election. So that would be, how I put it. So it would be equivalent to saying that if I'm a political party and I have evidence that the person that was made called president, strong evidence that whoever was made president is a serial killer, and I'll keep because I did not come 4th, 3rd, 5th, I'll say no. I can't seek anything. They are simply seeking for Tinubu to be disqualified. They are not seeking. So, and normally when Tinubu gets disqualified, let's say it's their petition that, so the many things will be left to the court. So there's no, as far as I've read the Constitution, to be honest, and aside that, I'm just talking really from the point of, just common thinking, that it will be very funny to say you must benefit something from reporting an illegality for you to report it. So they are just reporting, and that's really what their prayer is. There's no part of their prayer that said declare us winner, declare this, and it's the same thing. I don't think people know this. It was actually APM that also tried to sue Peter Obi before the election. sued Peter Obi and INEC that Peter Obi was not a member of Labour Party. It was the APM that did that case. And the case was, from the High Court. The High Court said they don't have the right to determine who is a member of the party or not. It went to appeal court upheld it. It's why we usually say that APC's ground is very flawed, because it's a case that the court has already determined. Even the court cannot determine membership of a political party. If a political party says this by member. So anyway, that's another conversation. My point is that as a political party that has a stake in the election, if they find that something was done wrongly, it's within their rights to report it. There's no conversation about, oh, will they benefit or will they not benefit? I mean, for all they care, they might be lucky. Maybe they might even benefit. So I think that's just really it anyways. Ari, I can see you in the speaker section. I want to believe probably you could want to say something.
Good evening, everybody. I don't know if you can hear me clearly. What meaning can you confirm, please?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I really don't have a lot of things to say. I'm smiling because it seems the universe is aligning in our favor this time, and this Asiwa Judas will finally betray himself, and he will wash his own dirty linens outside at the end of the day, and he will be disgraced not only in Nigeria but in the world. At the world stage, just be like he will win the World Cup of disgrace this time. He's not going to escape it at all. And lastly, I would like to thank well-meaning Nigerian UC Maxwell for the job you guys are doing, breaking down and giving us all these final addresses and all these documents. For real, might just talk this one for pigeon. If no be on our work, and some of us will not understand this court case at all. So guys, I beg, keep doing what you're doing. I really appreciate you guys. I swear. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ari. I think I should appreciate you too for making it difficult, because maybe if not for people like you, about those who be flaunting someone's comment section, you'll be looking for time to respond to. About time that you used to read documents, you want to use it to be responding. So I noticed that with your giveaway package,
leave them for me. You guys just.
So because then they look, say, if we talk now, this guy will bring our giveaway tweet. So basically, what I wanted to just say is that everybody's playing their own role. So thank you very much for what you do as well. All right, Manuel, I'm sure you quickly want to say something. Please go ahead.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for giving me the chance again. I just wanted to add to what you said in response to Arrigo Sacchi about the APM listen. I think what Arrigo is asking is a question of locus, whether the APM person has a standing to bring that case, and then whether he's going to suffer any injury. Definitely, the APM, in addition to what you said, the APM is a political party that entered into that presidential race, and so they have the rights, the locus to litigate on that matter. And if an invalid person is allowed to contest and of course is returned elected, they suffer injury because it means that they have been robbed. It means that APM is part of those who have been robbed of a free and fair election. So even if they will not eventually emerge, APM may not emerge the winner, but they feel that there's an injustice done in a contest which they participated and which the electoral law gives them a right, a ground to litigate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that response. I think that's very better. That's way better than the way I put it, actually. Thank you very much.
1 minute, no verse. I beg, check your DM. Very important. Thank you.
All right, okay. All right. Dr. Aruna, please go ahead.
Good evening. 1 minute. Uncle Kaji, UC Maxwell, Mama Madonna, every well-meaning Nigeria obedient on the space. I greet you guys. I'm on the road, but I'm enjoying the conversation. Quickly, I want to let the judiciary know right now that by the grace of God, education is not a scam. Going to school is not a scam. And if they want to prove to us that education, all the time they spent in the universities, even before they were called to bar, what they've invested in the course of their career, if they want to tell us that it's a scam, then it will justify them giving the wrong judgment to somebody who we don't know the primary school he went to, the secondary school he attended. He was a female in Chicago, now male in Nigeria. Automatically, we are dealing with hermaphrodite. So if they can guarantee that education is a scam, that going to school is not necessary, that you can come from the back door and become whoever you want to be or whatever you want to be, then they have my backing to do the wrong thing. But if education is not a scam, then there is no escape route. Nigeria is in their need of survival. Nigeria is in their need of a breath of fresh air. I just want to remind the judiciary that the poor can no longer breathe. As it is now, the poor can no longer breathe. I used to buy a bag of rice for 30,000, but during the time of good Lord Jonathan, a bag of rice was sold for 6,500, 7,500. But I used to buy it for, after change era emerged, things started skyrocketing. The last time I checked, it was 30,000 I bought a bag of rice. But presently, it is about 46,000, 48,000 right now. If you want to eat foreign rice, if it's actually foreign. So, the whole thing is touching everybody. Nobody is free. I don't think the judiciary go to different markets. I don't think the Agbado people go to different markets. We are all in it together. I just have this for the judiciary. We are same people in Nigeria. We are normal people in Nigeria. We are not in Banana Republic. We need a country where the judiciary will become super free, when the rule of law will be obeyed to the latest. So please and please, judiciary, don't dance naked in the public square, because the obedient and well-meaning Nigeria are ready to beat the drum for you. Yeah. And I believe you will do the right thing. Now I yield my mic. Thank you, UC.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aruna. Thank you for that stern message. Thank you. All right, quickly, let's go to Henry Okereke.
Thank you, fellow obedient brothers and sisters worldwide, wherever you are. I stand on the existing protocol. I've just joined this conversation a few minutes back. So I was listening for the actual discussion on ground. I haven't gotten it in full, but the last speaker gave me reason to put up my hand to speak, specifically on why we will not let the judiciary do the wrong thing. One, there is an affirmation by the National Assembly, as suspect as it is, given the manner most of them emerged as senators and House of Representative members. They have affirmed that Nigerian poor should breathe. So that acceptance that Nigerian masses should breathe should not be taken lightly, because it is not too often we get the National Assembly to work in the interest of the people. This time around, even though they were taking it as a jest, when they made that affirmation, the Holy Spirit has spoken through them that the poor masses of Nigeria must be let to breathe. So I want us, looking at that, to go further, talking to the National Assembly. Look at what they have done. They are taking serious this impostor's ministerial list nomination, and they are acting on it. It's a sad commentary that a former governor of 2 terms as a Senate president cannot boldly, cannot boldly suspend that exercise and say, in the face of this tribunal contest, let's stop pedal and see how it works. That's another way of gingering the judiciary to come up immediately with a solution to this problem before we start appointing ministers, because that's another way of rigging the election, supposing by any stretch of imagination there should be a rerun which involves the APC. You have allowed them, we have allowed them to appoint ministers, stakeholders in various forms and shapes that will go back and ginger and use the resources of the people to try to provide the next election, assuming that will happen. So this is...
Thank you.
I'm not done, please. I don't know.
I already rang the bell. I already rang the bell twice. I think your mic has some issues, so it's you probably didn't hear when I was ringing the bell. All right, thank you very much for pointing that out. Okay, quickly, let me just say, so tomorrow, I think we just got the notification we just got the notification from Michael saying tomorrow we'll be having the court adoption of address is going to start by 2 p.m. We don't know if the one for PDP will start earlier, but I mean, I don't think that's the one we're really interested in. But depends on tomorrow. If we're able to get the pledge for the other parties before that time, we'll start the space earlier, and we can then enter into the adoption aspect. And like Uncle Akaji have said, it's more like a formality. So let's not expect much, but we are going to have to talk about it and keep talking about it. Like I said earlier on this space, that is when the real waiting starts. That is when, hopefully, they don't give a long gap between that time and the addresses and the judgment rather. But that's when the real waiting will start. I was trying to see if I can get my Madonna. All right. So before we end the space, so Peter Obi was on Parallel Fact on Saturday, and everybody heard him. And you know, there's a part of his submission in that space that was quite key, and that was what we started the space with today. And I promised that we're going to end it with that. So I'm going to play that part of the submission, and you know, for everybody to listen, and I think it's really a clarion call.
I urge all of you to always remember, we have no other country except this one. We will build it for our children. We're not going to build it by tearing it down. We're not going to build it by rioting. We're not going to do it by calling people bad names. We're not going to do it by encourage each of them. Where they show you hatred, show them love. Where they go scandalize your name, please give them good name. Always remain a reference point. Remain exemplary. People have told me all sorts of things. People have said to me, if they've called me name, they've called me president of mourning, president of condolences, president of, and I've written them back and said, oh, he's always going to where there's burial. He's always going to burials. He doesn't even go to where there's feasting. And I always tell them, it is better to go to the house of mourning than go to house of feasting. It is these are the things that makes you a human being. When you attend burials, you know that this life is so temporal. It's what makes you a human being. You know that all those things you're acquiring, you don't need them. You should not acquire them, especially when you acquire them wrongly. Those things will not last. It will not save you. So better use those things to help humanity. When you're giving public money to manage it transparently. It is for benefit of public and everything. Stay with people who are in difficulty. Don't push people down. Don't look down on anybody unless you're going to pull the person up. Let us pull each other up. Let us stay with each other. Let us show love to ourselves and show that we're a country where people live and can live together irrespective of their tribe. All of us are suffering. The North is suffering. Southwest is suffering. Southeast is suffering. Nobody today, like I said before, buys bread cheaper. We're all in it together. And if we work hard, the bread will come cheaper for everybody. The roads will be good for everyone. Lagos Ibadan road will be good. Anyone road will be good. Abuja Kaduna road will be good. Kaduna, all the roads will be good. If we do the right things, we will travel together. I used to travel to London only to one airport, Kano Airport. I want to go back traveling like that. I want people to come to Port Harcourt because they want to do business, do their business and go. We can build a better country. In India, it's too large. But today, people in Delhi are okay. People in Mumbai, people in all over India are living well. And they're doing things they want to do. The same thing in Indonesia. Yeah, I go to Bali, people are okay. People are okay in Jakarta, people are okay in other areas of the country. That's what it should be. Ours should not be a case of, oh, I'm from here, thereby the other people should jump into the river. They shouldn't jump into the river. There's no color. There's no difference between a Yoruba man who is carrying a green passport and an Igbo man who is carrying a green passport. We are all the same. Our children who grew up in the same society, we must not divide them. We must live with them. And that's what I beg everybody. So, everything I do, I showed you about Mr. Shonaikan, who I live with in a flat. He was a mother. He cared for everybody. We didn't know her as a Yoruba woman. I know her as money. My wife called her money. My children call her money. When we heard he died, everybody was feeling bad. On Thursday, I canceled everything I'm doing to go for a burial. She's been buried in London. My wife, my family, everybody will be there. So that's what we should do. That's how we should live. We shouldn't live where you say, oh, Aisha is from this place, Aisha is from there, and everything. No. It is one Nigeria. Let's be one. Let's respect each other. If David has problem, we have problem. Those people who are living in IDP camp in Nigeria are us. They're living through us. Unless they go back to their villages, unless they go back to where they belong, all of us are in IDP camp. Anybody who tells you is happy when other people are suffering is an animal. Anybody who is eating and are happy when people are hungry, an animal. Nigeria must be careful. And we must build a better Nigeria. God bless all of you. Bless Nigeria. Bless all those who work in it. All those who are trying to make it different. Please do not give up. Remain resolute, resilient. We will win eventually. God bless you.
All right, and I totally agree. We will win eventually. I just quickly want to tell the judiciary. Peter Obi is a man of peace, and he preaches peace every time. But I can guarantee you, if you make the wrong decision, Nigerians will not be listening to Peter Obi again. So just have that at the back of your mind. I say this every time because I know some of you might think, well, when we do it, we'll tell them to organize space now. You tell them, Peter Obi organize space and tell them to calm down. I'm sure when Nigerians get to that point, except you will give him the money to come and share for Nigerians. And just say, okay, I mean, I don't know how you want to do it, but when that time comes, be rest assured. I'm sure if Saddam moves the space, maybe not only Peter Obi go the gist of the space, nobody will be listening to him again. As in, so if you are really thinking you can get him to come and beg after doing nonsense, after all this warning, after the blood that have been shed, after everything, if you think you can get him to come and do the wrong thing, as in you do the wrong thing, you just all you need to do is get, because I'm sure you hear people every time say, oh, Peter Obi say, let's be calm, let's not do this. A lot of people hit to that because we are in court. By the time we leave the court, law. So I will really advise you. I say this every time that there are people currently in Nigeria that do not agree with Peter Obi that is going to court. Obedient, I mean obedient. There are people that feel like Peter Obi is wasting his time in court and they're just waiting for him to finish and come out. Prove them right. Go ahead and prove them right. I mean, just try it and say, oh, but like someone said earlier on this space, I think my biggest concern now is whether Nigerians might even be able to wait. I'm just hoping that Nigerians can wait. Today we are hearing of protests in Ibadan. I mean, the other day we heard of protesting in somewhere in the north. So I really urge the judiciary. I really urge you guys, just for the sake of urging, that please just do the right thing. It's quite simple to do. I mean, it's very simple, to be honest. And I'm not trying to minimize what you need to do. It's very, 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 very simple. So on that note, I'll just really thank everybody for coming. And I know Madonna is here. Normally, I don't like me pastor preach after the general overseer, I don't preach, but Madonna is Madonna, so I'll just allow her to say what she wants to say, and we'll gradually wind down this place. Madonna, please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Well, meaning Uncle Akaji, UC Maxwell, the chief priest himself, Emir Saddam, Jimmy, Obedient FBI, Mommy Baral, Anka Deje, everybody. I greet everybody. I just want to digress a little bit. Yesterday, I received the flyers. And today, we went out to share those flyers, even though we did not cover much because of the fuel situation. I just want to beg everybody. This is the time for us. You know that evangelism we did there before. We need to start it door to door, house to house. Your village meeting, your church, everything. Share that flyer. I can see the joy in some faces that when I gave them that flyers, they say, is there something happening? I want to beg us. This is not the time to sleep. We will not be Mahmoud again, no. Neither are we going to be Yahoo again, no. While we are looking up on judiciary, any means, any method we have to make sure that people are aware. Because me, I'm not listening to P2B. Once, if the judiciary decide to dance naked in the market square, we are going to show them that we too, we know how to dance naked, even though we are going to do it in a peaceful way. But let our people know what is on ground. Saddam, I'll make sure that this violent space, especially the ones where we talk to judiciary, I forward it to Alaba, and this place they say like building material at Surrey, at Alaba Suru. All those places, they play it when they finish their morning devotion. They listen to it. They know what is happening. If you are going to your village meeting, go with your phone. Make sure that all this information is passed. This is the only way people will know that what is happening. Their hope will come back. Some people have lost hope. And this flyer that they received, they say, is this? So I say yes, and we are getting back our mandate. Just wake up. If there is anything, you will be notified. Please, I'm just begging. Even this thing I received yesterday, we have almost shared half of it. Please and please, my people, what we are doing, what you guys are doing, money cannot buy it. Nobody can buy it. It's just organic love. I just want us to continue in this manner. Do that thing that we did before during the electioneering campaign. Let us repeat it again. It's going to work. Me, I don't trust the judiciary, but we are waiting for them. We are waiting for them, whether they are going to give us water or they are going to give us petrol. Anyone they want, we are ready for them. I thank everybody. I love you with the love of God. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, Mummy Madonna. Mummy Madonna said she not listen to Peter Obio. I thank God saying nobody in my mouth now for hear him again. All right. So, Honorable Ada, I said you had something quickly. The word was quickly needed to say. Is it quickly or something? What word did you use again? Important message to pass. So yeah, message. Let's go.
Well, meaning, good morning. It's very important to Oko Dakaji. I see you. You see, Madonna, it's been such a long time I heard your voice. Kai. Man, everybody, good morning. Mommy B, I see you. Guys, I didn't even want to speak to you people, my people, like, we know how it is, right? I just wanted to come on this platform and use the opportunity and just speak to these international communities. I take God, beg you people. Honestly, the way I feel, I won't speak pidgin, but you guys may not understand me. So the USA, Canada, all of you, France, whoever it is, right? President Biden, Vice President Kamala, Bikonu, please. Nigeria has a very illegitimate government right now. Stop dealing with the illegitimate government in Nigeria. Whatever you guys are promising him and trying to use this person to instigate whatever it is, please stop. Please, 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 please stop. This person is illegitimate. He's obviously in court, very heated judiciary process. And you people are trying to, I don't know whatever you're promising, if you're promising him legitimacy, whatever it is, and then trying to get him to go, see, your proxy war with Russia is none of our concern. Please leave Nigeria alone. For now, at least, we have a very illegitimate government right now. Please, I take up Begona, because whatever you're doing, whatever this man ends up doing, whatever he ends up doing is just going to put more millions of Nigerian lives in problem. Please. See, Uncle Doc, I'm very angry. Mona, they tell these people, oh, leave Nigeria alone. Like, more Nigerian lives will just perish for no reason. Caught in the middle of this whole war. And we know this man is, you know, when God wants to make somebody, wants to kill somebody, they'll make him mad. This man, his madness is going to show, and it's just going to affect Nigerian lives some more. Our borders are not protected for any reason. Now he wants to go and start sending troops to Niger. Don't involve Nigerians in this proxy war. I take God beg this man, and I know he will not listen. That's why I'm talking to you, Kamala and Biden. Please, just leave Nigerians alone. Poor Nigerian lives will be the ones caught in the crossfire. Just leave us alone, please. Thank you, guys.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Wada. American, but that's it. Should leave us alone. No, I agree. Please leave us alone.
Honestly, I've been running around different international spaces saying the same thing all morning, and I just came across, and I can see 1 million match crew is on. I know we are focusing on our mandate. I know that, but these were people. Let me just use the opportunity and tell them, leave us the hell alone. I beg you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Ada. Thank you very much. All right, guys. I mean, I think that's a fair place to draw the curtain. We've been here since about what time? Can't remember. I think 12:40 something. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Thanks for coming. Please, if you are not here from the beginning of the space, try to listen to the space. It was also streamed live on YouTube, so you could also check it out on YouTube. We looked at the response of the reply of APC today. We'll be in court tomorrow for adoption of address. If we're able to get the other replies, maybe we can start looking at them briefly before that time. And I mean, like Uncle Akaji have said a couple of times here, the final address, the adoption of address is not the major event. I think what I'm looking forward to tomorrow is the justice is probably just saying, look at the day of judgment. I think that's what I want to. That's what I'm looking forward to. So please, let's ensure that we keep our eyes locked on the judiciary. But before finally round up, I'll just go around the high table, the one MMC people that are still very much here. Guys, reach out to Yusuf Maxwell. Yusuf Maxwell is not so strong, but he's strong. Of course, the weather can be funny. So all love to Yusuf Maxwell. I hope he will be strong by tomorrow. So love to Yusuf Maxwell. All right, quickly, let me start from Auntie Akadede, since she just came up, before we go to the other people and round up.
Thank you so much. Well-meaning, all of us. You bear our name good. I want to know when you sleep. Somebody asked me that question a long time ago. Do you ever sleep? Because I always see you on space. I'm only hanging out on space, but you, well-meaning, I hear your voice 24/7. So I'm asking you, when do you sleep? But that said, I couldn't pass. I really wait till Friday. Today is Monday. It's feeling like Friday. My body is just, how I feel. My body is just, I can't afford this. We are waiting for our mandate. Beacon, my people, my obedient family. We need our mandate. We said we will wait. We are resilient people. We are good people. That's why they took us by surprise, February 25th, even March 18th. Now they said go to court. We are in court. And we are waiting patiently. They can do whatever they like. They've been doing all what they like. We tell them we are focused, laser focused on the judiciary. Like it or not. Dr. Haruna, thank you for the other side of it. Because if they do not give us this mandate, remember when the English lady said something about her niece not wanting to go to school? Can you imagine how many children will be affected? Then what is the point in going to school? PO went to a graduation ceremony of young children, told them go to school, make friends, because you need to know who your classmates are. You need to know where you went to school. We are looking at a man who did not go to school. This man did not go to school. I have no idea, Honorable Ada. I have no idea. He beats me hollow. Why? Why do you United States of America will be in any deal with Bola Ahmed Tinubu? They know. It's not like they don't know. They don't need to hear from us. They know everything they need to know about this man. And yet, they are dealing with him. Thank you for bringing that, because when I saw something about Russia interest in Niger Republic, I'm like, wait a minute. They haven't finished the war in Ukraine. They are coming to Niger, North Africa, or Sahel region of Africa. What is it? War. They fought in the Middle East. What did they get? I don't know. Why do they want to carry the battle down to Africa? My African brothers, yes, I do go to those international spaces. They are equally worried. Everybody is worried. Do they want to set us back? There was a season many years ago when military took over all of Africa. They managed to come out of military regimes. It looks like they want to go back there. But Nigeria cannot go to a military regime because it's not going to do us any good. Why are these people trying to tangle us with Niger Republic? Why? Why in the world would we, in any way, shape, or form, even send a peacekeeping force? We don't have peace in Nigeria. How can we go to put peace in another country? Take care of your home. Grandmaster said it this morning. If your house is on fire, why are you outside pursuing rats? Who does that? Who does that? So it beats me. I don't sleep well because I'm waiting for this mandate. And then these people want to just distract us for no reason. The Supreme Court is the ultimate journey, my people. The appeal courts must give us our mandate. That is the prime. They must give us our mandate. If not, education is haram. I joined Dr. Haruna to say that. They must give us our mandate. They don't have any choice on that. We get our mandate, then we march on to victory at the Supreme Court. Because if they mess around and don't give us our mandate at the appeals court, what in the world will we be saying at the Supreme Court? What would we be saying? Do we even need to go to the Supreme Court? Including those judges. Are their children not educated? They say this elite, they send their children overseas to go to school. So education is not haram to them. So why wouldn't they want ordinary Nigerians, children, adults to learn a trade? You can learn a trade to perfect your trade. Why do we do this to ourselves? I am asking myself, why do we have to beg the judiciary? I'm every day tweeting judiciary, all eyes on the judiciary. Why do I have to keep an eye on the judiciary? I ask myself that question. Why? Why do we have to do that? Why should we beg them? Don't they know what is right? Okay, somebody asked today, are we going to, will they be able to withdraw and replace or amend whatever they submitted? I try to read those things. I read them. I ask myself the simple question, do we need to explain and you all know when they disbarred Clinton for his legal, the legal, because he studied law, and I think he was attorney general of his state. What's his state again in the South? Before he was a governor, he was attorney general before he became the governor, before he became the president. But after Monica Lewinsky, he was disbarred. The same thing is happening to Rudy Giuliani. Rudy is now going to plead against his bosom friend because he's trying to save his life. But in Nigeria, people who are SAN, I don't know, it was UC who talked about advocates. What do they call them? Solicitor and advocate. That they do solicitor separate and do advocate. Plea bargain is there to help a guilty man get a lesser sentence. But in Nigeria, they want to model everything up and tell us that it's no longer and, it's now may, or whatever they called it. My goodness, I'm asking my God. God, please, please, we are good people. We are resilient people. People are waiting to get their mandate back. Please do not interject Niger Republic into Nigeria. The names is just IA, but we understand. Please let them take care of their problem. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. They don't want riot. We don't want riot. We haven't gone to the streets yet. All we ask for is our mandate. We had an election. We won the election. They know it. We've gone to court. It's proven. Let the judiciary do its job. Can they just do their job? They are being paid. They even got incentives. Good for them, but do your job. Please, my people, this thing bothers me. It bothers me. So I'm praying, I'm begging, please, let us be focused. Let us be calm. P.O. said be calm. Yeah, we are calm. Lady Madonna, I'm with you. We are calm, but I know in my heart that the appeal court will give us justice because they have no choice. If they do not give us justice, I won't even say if they do not, because I know that they will give us justice. My thing is the eyes will be on the Supreme Court because We will get our mandate. The military will not come back. They know they don't need to come back. We don't need them to come back. We've had it all. We are in a new generation. This is a new generation. We don't need the military to come and guide anything. We can take care of our needs. We can take care of ourselves. I have implicit confidence in the new Nigeria that has emerged, and I cannot wait. I just wanted to come up this afternoon or evening, depending on where you're spacing from, to encourage us. I know I'm weak, but let me encourage us to be stronger, because I keep saying it. We are a resilient people. We shall get through this. This too shall pass. And by the end of the day, we will glorify whoever we worship. Emir, you're here. The mosque will be there. The churches will be there. The traditional people will be there. We will all praise our Maker for giving us a country that we can call our own. We have had it all. We don't need it anymore. We can deal with any international. It's just that we are waiting. Can you imagine if PO was at those meetings they've had recently? Nigeria will have had a voice. We don't have a voice. The little bit of Niger Republic that comes down, look at how they are messing around. Okay, all the people that are forming their marshals or whatever they are calling themselves, where are they now? Or some people will say, Faraday. Where are they? Because it's all noise. But let us be focused, let us be calm, and let us be prayerful, so that all of us in the mix, we will be patient. The appeals court must give a judgment, and we will take it to the Supreme Court. Whoever is going is going. We get to the Supreme Court and we get our final mandate, and we rebuild the Nigeria that we all want. I want to see that new Nigeria. I can't wait to live in that new Nigeria. I cannot wait. And all of us, all well-meaning Nigerians, cannot wait. I'm not alone in this fight. I'm not alone. Every day our numbers are growing. Why is it growing? Because people are nervous. People are nervous. Look at Adamawa over the weekend. Why? It is government palliatives. How is government holding people hostage? I saw your Senate president talking about let the poor breathe. It was making a mockery of the poor in Nigeria. If we do, remember when he was running around looking for somebody to meet with because he wanted to be Senate president. Now he's Senate president, and he doesn't have the sense and sensibility to know that it was wrong for him to even have uttered those words out of those chambers. Let the poor breathe. Who are they making a mockery of? But how do we say it? Sometimes they say God is in control. God is in control, because Nigerians are good people and they believe in their God. So I pray. I'm so sorry to hold us up, but I really had to come up and pour out my heart, that my heart is there with you all. We will do everything within our means to get back our mandate. And that focus on the judiciary is to let them know that they have no choice. They have no choice. They have to do their work because they are being paid. So let them do their work. Thank you all so much for allowing me vent, because it really will make me feel better. I yield my mic. Thank you. Lami, I see you. Jimmy, I see you. Emia, my sister, Sisimi, I hear you all the time. I don't speak because you all speak my mind. Whichever angle you take it. I was with Arewa Chick yesterday. Whichever angle you want to take it, I'm with you. I don't have to speak. So I'm only just trying to lend my voice this afternoon because I'm totally, I don't want to use the word depressed. I'm troubled. I am pained, but we shall get our victory. We shall get our mandate. Please be resolute. Please. Thank you all so much. Wayemi, thank you. I see Professor Chris. Thank you all. I yield my mic.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Auntie Anka Didi. And if I give away, where me? Are you on this space like this? I just where me. Before she complete drum for my ear. Mr. Maxwell, are you there? Okay, but I think I can see Prof. So let's just quickly take Prof. Probably before then, use Maxwell can just say something. Prof, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. Depending on where you are, good morning. Good afternoon. Interestingly, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you now. Go ahead, sir.
Interestingly, the hopes that we have are not fleeting, they are grounded. The confidence that we have are rock solid. And following the happenings in the PEPT, we have more reasons to be confident that judgment will come our way. And then interestingly, behind the scene, there are a lot of collaboration. We're waiting for them. We're hopeful that they will do right. We believe that they will do right because they have no option but to do what is proper, right, and right. I think that the energy, the commitment, the dedication that we have is amazing, and is a wonderment that baffles every naysayer. The Tinubu camp, the other camps are troubled by our staying power and our commitment to what we believe. They are overwhelmed by the fact that even after the elections, the spaces are still on. Even after the election, Peter Gregory will be still the same. Even after the elections, the obedient movement has refused to be weakened. We are not cowed. We are strong, passionate, determined, and committed to ensuring that we get through with what we did on the 25th of February, which was the election of Peter Gregory as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So I think that what we must continue to do is stay positive. I tell you something that's very important here. Can you hear me, brothers and sisters? There are three things I want to say that's very important. Yes. The only reason there's still peace in this country is because of the PEPT. In some part of the country, people are even getting very impatient. They are particularly not waiting because there's hunger, depression, despondency, and poverty everywhere. The only glimmer of hope that we have in this country today is Peter Gregory, the obedient movement, and the mandate we give to the man who knows what can be done and what must be done. So the truth is that Nigeria is still at peace because of the obedient movement and our principal, Peter Gregory. The judiciary knows that. They don't live in mass. Even those who hate to love us do not live in Jupiter. So they know that the hope that we have, the hope that the Nigerian people have that the judiciary will do right, is the only reason there's peace in this country. But interestingly, they shouldn't bite their luck too far. They shouldn't test the resolve of the Nigerian people. You know, when they threw that threat, saying that if the judiciary annuls or invalidates the election of the impostor, that there will be anarchy. They're only predicting what they know, but they are undermining the people who will take the relevant action. Nigerians have come to a point where there is no place for cowardice anymore. Nigerians have come to a place where we don't have the luxury of cooling off. We do not have the tranquilizing drug of gradualism, like Martin Luther King Jr. would say. We're at that point where nobody is ready to bend over because they will only and can only ride our backs if it's bent. They've come to understand the fact that we're resolute. I don't know how many of you had time to listen to the impostor president's address this evening. and you see a man who's struggling to win sympathy. But you know, Peter Greg Roby in the parallel facts space said something that was very instructive, that you do not sneak in through the window and want to fix the house. You know, you must come in rightly before you begin to redirect or fix the house. So, and then they do not even know, they don't understand what it is to be passionate about the country, to have compassion, to have love for a nation. They are all buccaneers, rampaging buccaneers. They are all opportunists. Their soul is sold to mammon. You know, their God is money. That's all they know, you know. Rather than go after those who stole trillions in the name of subsidy, it is to further impoverish the Nigerian people that they are about. So all eyes, like we say, all eyes on the judiciary. You know, we've got our eyes on them and they know. Like I said, they don't live in mass. So I'm not going to hold the mic for too long. I just want to say to you, keep doing what you're doing. The universe is with us. Wayme, I see you. Well, meaning, I see you, Ankadede. You see Maxwell. I heard you under the weather. Just get up. Lamin, I see you. Kempela, my pleasure. I see you, Bolanle. I salute everybody here. And I want to say that together we will stay the course until victory is ours. Together we'll stay the course until the judiciary does what is proper, try to right. Together we'll stay the course because the universe is with us. And as I close, let me say very proudly that those words of James Russell Lowell perfectly captures our staying power and the divinity that is made manifest through the consistency of the obedient movement. Remember, he said long time ago, wrong forever on the throne, truth forever on the scaffold. That same truth sways the future. For behind the dim unknown standeth God in the shadow, keeping watch above his own. God is with us. God understands the challenge of the Nigerian people. And perhaps that is why those who stole our mandate are consistently and perennially making mistakes. Perhaps that's why they can't put the right foot anywhere. Perhaps that's why leadership has overwhelmed them until the mandate is given back to the man whose it rightly is. You know, so I salute you. I greet all of you. I love you all. And I urge you to keep doing what you're doing. God is with us. And that victory that we perfected on the 25th of February will come true. God bless you all.
All right. Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you very much. Okay, quickly, let's just take, just Max, are you here now? If not, okay, that's fine. Wayne, any goodbye greetings? You started as co-host and ended as co-host. That's what I intended.
Well, I'm glad I started as co-host and ended as a co-host. When I started this space, I said I'd like to come back to spaces because it's been a while and I don't think I know how to host spaces anymore because I feel like if I host this space, I wouldn't even know what to say. So let me warm up with being a co-host and be fully present before I go back to hosting spaces. Regardless, I just got home like not so long ago. And yes, if you're wondering, I'm in my bathroom. I got home and I was like, no, I was even happy the space had not ended because I really wanted to say my goodbyes and just to drop one or two things. And for me, oh my God, I'm even saying for me the way my president says it. But I would really, you know how, if not because I'm expected to check for certain things, I would never check for those things. You see how, people are making tweets about the ministerial positions, senatorial positions, all those things about this drug dealer. I will be the last person to even make comments on it because I find it absolutely irrelevant. Why is it irrelevant to me? Because it's expected that he's going to put like minds around him. More so, the mandate will be returned, and when the mandate is returned, they're going to flush all of these people away. So why am I giving myself unnecessary headache? It's not like I'm not concerned, but making a fuss about it will be the last thing that I will do because there are better things to do. There are better things to prioritize. I mean, I'd rather just come online and tweet all eyes on the judiciary morning, afternoon, and night. Do that like 10 times a day than to engage in certain conversations that do not make sense to me, right? And I'm saying this because it's all about priorities. Reason being that there's a lot of distractions going on right now. We live in an information driven world. Information is coming in per second. You could get drowned. Which is why sometimes I don't even know what is happening on the trend table anymore. I have this habit where sometimes I don't even go through my timeline. I just do that in the mornings, in the evenings, and just quickly check one or two news sites and call it a day. Not because I don't want to know what is happening, not because I cannot talk about these things, but I know that it is not wise for me to hop on certain things and then other people will follow suit, therefore spreading the distraction. So right now is the time to stay focused and place your eyes on the judiciary. A lot of things are happening at the moment. You can easily get drowned, and you can tell that there is a serious I wouldn't. No, it's not a conspiracy. That's not the word. There's a serious let me just use the word attempt because it's going to fail anyways, to legitimize this man in all ways. You see certain articles that are saying that last is going to just kind of like hinting towards a rerun or a re-election, or the case is going to be thrown out. And sometimes they come from sources like, statistic websites and everything. I saw one yesterday, an obedient sent it to me, and I never saw that coming from that particular website. And when I saw it, I was like, this is a paid gig. And this morning again, Ochila tweeted one. So clearly, it's obvious that there's an attempt to derail people and play mind games. So I try to just stay away from those things, and I would advise that everyone else stays away from them and just focus on all eyes on the judiciary, and focus on how to help people, because right now there's hunger in the land and we just have to come through for each other. Anyways, I feel like I've rambled enough. I'll try as much as possible to be more frequent on spaces. If it's just to co-host, even if I don't say much, I will try to just come around more because I've missed everybody a lot this last 1 month not being here. I really missed everyone. So it feels like I'm a novice. It feels like I'm a huge novice because thank God for Well-Meaning and UC. They were able to hold it down. Ngozi, Nello, Lamin, Uncle Akaji, Uncle Rob, and everyone else. So it didn't feel like I was missing anything, but I hope to be back soon anyways. And thank you guys so much for expanding the gospel of 1MMC. Thank you for always tuning in. Thank you for always sending DMs that, you guys have not opened the shop today, Jennifer and Cole. When are you guys going to open the shop? When I started saying that, I didn't think that would be a trademark of some sort, but now it's a thing. When are you guys opening the shop? We will try as much as possible to open the shop early and every day like we used to, but right now everyone is occupied and we're just trying to hustle and look for daily 2K. Anyways, please take care of yourself, love yourself, be kind to yourself, be good to yourself, be good to one another. There's a lot of venom flying around. Don't let the venom touch you. Stand your ground and be true to yourself. We are definitely going to get our mandate back for sure. And when we get it back, everything is going to be fine. I know right now a lot of people are in that mode of regrets, not like I care anyways. And please nobody should tell me, don't say I told you so. I will tell you that I told you so. Allow me gloat. And they would rather allow us suffer than admit that Pio was and is the right person for the job. But I don't care about that because at the end of the day, the mandate will be returned. So my final words would be all eyes on the judiciary. I've consulted all the oracles in the world and they all agree with me. I say all eyes on the judiciary. Okay. Let me mute my mic now and freshen up because I still have work to do and I'd like to finish by 11 o'clock so I can sleep and hustle for tomorrow.
All right, thank you very much, Remy. I loved what you said for me. That's how Peter Obi said for me. All right, okay, this is Maxwell is here now. This is Maxwell, please go ahead.
Okay, good evening to everybody. Please let me turn it down a bit. Sorry. Good evening to everybody. I've been listening in. It's not like I've not been listening, but I just wasn't close enough to speak or to respond at all. I want to thank Lady Madonna for all she said. I like it when people rant like that or vent. Let me not use rant. I like it when people vent like that unrestricted, you know, to be able to pass messages across. Like I would always like to say, everything we do here has a meaning. There is an effect that it does in the policy or in the polity. So we are not going to stop doing it. We'll try as much as possible to keep doing it when we can, when we have the strength to do so. As for the judiciary, no amount of talking about the judiciary will be too much. Trust me, there is no amount, because if the judiciary have been living up to expectations, like Lady Madonna said, we wouldn't even need to be putting our eyes now on the judiciary, because it's crazy telling the entire citizens to just set eyes on the judiciary, which is supposed to be the common hope, the last hope of the common man. Ordinarily, it is supposed to be expected that once a person goes to court, that every other person should go and rest, because justice will come out of it. But the reverse has been the case in our system. So don't stop doing what you are doing. Thank you to each and every one of you for the kind words and everything. I am indeed. A document is just dropping now in my DM. So I do hope that some of the documents, that's the INEC document, is there, but I'll check it out. So thank you. I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. Continue doing all you can. Continue doing all that you will need to do. Tomorrow, I had Uncle Akaji when he was saying it. Also, I wasn't close to speak at that time, when he was talking about timing for tomorrow's proceedings. Now, the timing for tomorrow's proceedings is by 2 p.m. So the Labour Party's case, by the notice of hearing that we received, will be holding by 2 o'clock tomorrow. So if I am able to go, I will give you live updates. But if I'm not able to go, you will still get the live updates, of course. So thank you to each and every one of you. Have a pleasant and wonderful night rest. God bless each and every one of you.
All right, thank you very much, UC. I know we started this closing round with Mommy, with Auntie Ankadede, so we end with Uncle Akaji. But before Uncle Akaji goes, let me just quickly say a couple of things. And the first is, you know, I know we have a couple of foreign people here, for a couple of even foreign journalists, and this mostly goes to you guys. So if you know you are here and you're not Nigerian, right? You are from in Nigeria, what we call the abroad. I mean, you are from overseas. You are from one of the foreign countries. It's good you listen. I want to believe you listen to the conversation all through. But one thing you can do for Nigerians, I know you've heard a couple of people say, "Oh, you know, the Western world should leave us alone," and that's actually the right message. Not really the Western people, really the Western leaders. So one thing you can do for us is add your voice to whatever is saying. You have a government. You are probably from the US. You are probably from the UK. You are probably from one of the EU countries, you have a government that you can speak true to, and they'll probably listen. Even if they don't listen, but it will be on record that you lent your voice to the message from Nigerians. And I just want to tell you that currently Nigeria is being led by an illegitimate president. I think Adora has said that earlier. Nigeria is being led by an illegitimate president. And that's not a statement of force, it's a statement of fact. We have a president that forfeited $460,000 US dollars in 1993 in the state of Illinois for drug, or what they call narcotics trafficking and money laundering. That person is currently sitting as a president in the United States. We have a president that had forged so many documents claiming to be president of Nigeria. As a matter of fact, his school certificate from Chicago State University showed that he's a female. But the person we have sitting currently in the what we call Astor Rock, what the US will call the White House, is a male. And we are left to imagine. We have a president that has broken all the laws, as if that was not enough. We have a president that deployed the highest form of thuggery, violence against men, women. I'm sure you've seen probably some of the videos online. They were not fictions. They happened. For an election, all in the desperation of power. And now he's running all around trying to get the legitimacy from, the Western world. And, and that's where, people's cry for the Western world to leave Nigeria and say, no, call me. Because currently we've seen Kamala Harris, the vice president of the US, in what really looks like a greedy move, try to bait, the Nigerian president to get involved in what is happening in another sovereign country of Nigeria. And the first thing I want to say is that may certainly be a move to just get him to say, do our bidding, and we'll probably start to, recognize you a little bit. Because even the US knows. You may want to go find the EU report. It's all over social media. Just Google EU report on the Nigerian 2023 election. You'll see it all over social media. The EU Electoral Observation Mission, one of the most renowned in the world, rightly said that the Nigerian election fell short totally of standard. You need to read that report if you've never read it or known about it. Go and read it. And you would understand that we have an outright illegitimate president. And because of personal gains, Kamala Harris and probably Joe Biden, and who knows who, maybe Emmanuel Macron and a couple of other people, really want to just extend the hand of, fellowship because they need him for their personal gain. And the worst part is that personal gain, if he does it just in desperation of legitimacy. Niger is our neighbor. I really want to imagine what will happen if Nigerians, first of all, we are suffering so much great insecurity in Nigeria. We have kidnappers every day. We have bandits. We have people dying in Nigeria in numbers. I really want to imagine what will happen if Nigeria, for some reason, takes some of our less military men to go and fight in another country, another sovereign country, and probably get killed. Or let's imagine it succeeds. And all of a sudden, we have a neighboring country whose military see us as their enemies. And we already complain so much about the infiltrations from such countries into our territory to cause some form of terroristic activities or the other. So I really just wanted this to be very plain. This is really not, I think Nigerians know everything I'm talking about. So this is really for if you are here and you are a foreign journalist. Take your time. We all live once. We only live once. Do your research if you want to. I'm sure you have been aware of what's going on. But the real plea here is for you to add your voice to the voice of Nigerians. Let it be said that you were one of those that added their voice when Nigerians kept shouting, all eyes on the judiciary. When Nigerians needed who they voted for to be in power. to get back the mandate. So I really want to plead to your conscience and all that you stand for, and say just stand by the truth. Add your voice. I know you may not need to, like you are not Nigerian, you are probably okay, you don't need to, it's fine. But before you sleep tonight, just tell yourself, do I really feel good knowing that some people somewhere are being dealt with by a president they never voted for? And I think I'll leave that to your conscience. Mommy Madonna said something on this space earlier, and now I'm speaking to Nigerians and Obedience. Obedience from tomorrow, I think that will be one of the, like I said earlier, it's going to be one of the toughest times. I really want to urge every one of you Nigerians, and I'm beginning to extend it to not just obedient Nigerians, because like I usually say, there are a couple of people that probably were not obedient before election. Now they've seen the light. So if you're one of those people, I don't want to leave you out. So I'll just say Nigerians, or at least we'll call it well-meaning Nigerians. We all need to do our part, irrespective of what anybody tells you. I said it on this space earlier. People will tell you, oh, forget it. Do you think the court will do that? Tell them you don't care. You don't want to feel like you were right. You just want to make sure that you add your voice to what makes Nigeria a better place. So please don't hold back. I'm so glad what Madonna said they started sharing flyers. I said it some time back. Please don't wait for anybody. You can print flyers on your own. If you want design, reach out to me in the DM. I will send you multiple designs you will choose from. I know of somebody here on this space now that has paid for a couple of aprons and, you know, discussed with me and said, oh, what can I choose from this design? Which one should we use? And other people are doing things on their own, just like we did before the election. Please go ahead. Nobody will hold you. If you want to make aprons, please go ahead, write it there. All eyes on the judiciary. The Presidential Election Petition Tribunal is going. Just put a message that everybody would hear. Let the judiciary know that Nigerians are indeed watching. Then lastly, I intentionally skipped, and I just want to use this to commend Obedience and everybody on the space. I intentionally, you know, pretended about, you know, what I tagged Tinubu poem recitation. I don't tag it a state address or whatever they call it. I think it's a poem recitation. I've not heard it. I don't need to hear it. But I'm glad that even while that was on, this space, there were still a lot of obedient listening here. Because I was thinking maybe when we get to that point, a lot of people will say, oh, let's go and listen to what he has to say, and, you know, maybe we'll have, the numbers are going to drop. But congratulations, Obedience. Congratulations, well-meaning Nigerians. We all stayed put. And that proved to me that we are not legitimizing this guy. Whether he likes it or not, he will remain an illegitimate president until he's eventually kicked out. So let's keep doing what we are doing. Let's keep putting all our eyes on the judiciary. Thank you for coming today. We'll be in court tomorrow. But before I round up, I see UC Maxwell's hand is up. So UC Maxwell, I'm sure you quickly want to say something before we go to Wakaji to round up for us.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I now have INEC's reply to our final written address, which is document we've been waiting for. Not only the reply, I also have a reply to the objection. So as it stands now, all the documents regarding the court proceedings are now available. So tomorrow they adopt, and then I don't know if a date will be announced for judgment, or if it is not announced, a notice will be sent out to the parties, and of course, you guys will hear it. We are almost at the last lap of the entire Court of Appeal level. So that is what I needed to.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. So, guys, I'm sure Mr. Maxwell put it on his drive. Go download it, read it if you can, skim through it if you can. We'll try tomorrow. Maybe we'll open the space earlier before court time.
Well-meaning cannot ask me for the document, and I'll tell him to go to the drive. So, please, I will send it once I'm settled. I will send it there, and I will notify you guys. Thank you.
Oh, Okay. So I said on tomorrow, maybe we'll try to open the space quite a little bit earlier. Once we get the time, we'll open the space a little bit earlier and maybe just touch something. So please, if you can read it so that we won't need to read the entire document. Maybe tomorrow when we come, we'll just be touching key points of the document. And of course, I personally enjoy demolishing their document. I don't know. I enjoy it so much. I enjoy it. All right, Uncle Akaji, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, well-meaning Nigerian, for holding it down, and the entire crew for the Million Man March, and everybody else who's attending the space this evening. It's been a very fruitful shift, some insightful conversations, and we're able to dissect the reply from the APC and Tinubu, their final reply, basically, where they are skating around almost like saying it's okay. He did drugs in America, but since it wasn't Nigeria, it's okay for him to come and be our president. And we also know that there are other things that the United States government has refused to release to us at this time. They've given us a date of 2026. I don't know how that works. And I see Kamala congratulating him on some bold economic measures. And I ask myself, so Tinubu mounts the rostrum, and the next day the price of gasoline trebles. If that happened in America, would that be held as some economic miracle if the citizens were to just wake up and find that the price of gasoline has trebled? So it just goes to show you the double standards. And for me, I see it. I mean, I live here in the United Kingdom. I see it that they have a very low opinion of us. And that's why some of us are pushing to get a human being in, someone who understands the nuances of leadership in this century. Someone without the baggages of Tinubu. If they are saying they won't release what they know about him until 2026, what's the significance of 2026? And, who's going to benefit? So such a compromised person will be a very useful tool, like Mobutu Sese Seko was. So today we have Tinubu, and that's why you see them pushing him to Niger to go and start something he's not going to finish. The people of Niger are very, very happy that the corrupt regime that rigged themselves into power have been removed. It's not perfect. I don't like military rule, but the issue is that it's much more nuanced than what we see on the faces of the newspapers. So Tinubu will do whatever it takes to have a phone call and have Kamala say, I spoke to Tinubu. Very soon, they will give him some photo opportunities, but they know that we are just waiting for judgment now. The hearing has been concluded. So why are they pushing over themselves to announce him and try and legitimize him? So anyway, that will be the question for another day. So tomorrow, as UC has said, we've received all the things we need. So it will be an opportunity to come and look at those documents and see what they are saying. At the moment, they haven't made any sense. And it's now obvious to all of us why the judges and the Tinubu's party and his lawyers wanted the whole thing to be kept in secret, so that we don't see how dumb these people really are, and what they take us for. So, for instance, today they were making the debate that uploading the polling unit result wasn't really, such a big deal, and blah, blah, blah. But that was the significant thing that happened in the Electoral Act amendment in 2022 before the election. That is why thousands of young Nigerians boarded the flight and went home to vote. And that was the big difference with everything that had happened, because people cast their ballot, they see the votes counted, and by the time it gets to the next collation center, there has been a lot of magic. So up till now, how many months after the March the 1st announcement, we don't have the the umpire cannot show us the numbers where he derived it from. He just woke up 4 a.m. in the morning and made a pronouncement, and this guy gets the certificate, and of course, cashing in on the loophole in our current system, he gets sworn in as president, and he starts this buzzing fund, you know, and making appointments. Who does that? So anyway, it's been a good one, and all I can say is let's do it again tomorrow. There's no letting off. God bless you all. Thank you so much, well-meaning Nigerian. And I'll just yield.
Thank you very much, Uncle Akadi. Thanks to everybody for coming. Please, foreign journalists, foreign personalities, add your voice to whatever is happening in Nigeria. If you need more information, no problem. In fact, you can reach out to me. You can just Google, like Uncle Akadi said just now. I don't know why Kamala Harris is congratulating Tinubu for inflicting sufferings on Nigerians, literally inflicting sufferings. If you think I'm joking, just Google Adamawa. Adamawa is spelled Adamawa, and find the most recent news of yesterday about Adamawa, where people have become so hungry in Nigeria that they had to break into stores yesterday to go and steal food. And the governor of that state had to bring up a coffee, just one place. So I mean, it's crazy. The double standard, it's really beyond me. But it is what it is. Thanks to everybody for coming. No, it's not what it is. I don't want to water that down. It's quite serious. It's deadly. It's serious. Thanks to everybody for coming. Jimmy, I see you. You have been here all day. Thank you very much. Divilo Meza, Momibolanle, our governor, our real Delta State governor, Kempela, the governor of the people, Omega X, Antonia, Kolade, Shiloh, Yusmax, for funny. I'll be for fun. You guys should check out For Fun's page. For Fun is doing so much, sending out a lot of message. Thanks for that video about, you know, the Big Brother and, you know, how Nigerians are focused on the judiciary. I really love that video. Thanks for all you are doing. Please keep doing what you're doing. Mommy Madonna, SIM card, Nina, Honorable Adora, Dr. Olu, Ezel Nandi, Ejikeme, Jennifer, thank you very much. Joe Paul, Olawaski, Olachi, Fuga. Please sorry to those that we couldn't accept your speaker request. Fuga, I think I saw speaker request at some point. We just really need to round up since we'll be back tomorrow. Icon Uzo, Shelly Lowe. It's good to see you. Azel, Jason, sorry if I pronounce your name wrongly. X on. I see you're an award-winning NFL and CFB writer for XB Nation. Please ensure you add your voice to whatever Nigeria are saying. June 12th. So many people. Sorry, I can't call everybody. Let me switch to this side. Shiloh, Doctor. Sorry if I'm not calling your name. Apologies. I think my phone is frozen at this point. Thanks to everybody for coming. And we really appreciate your coming. We'll see you tomorrow by, apologies if I didn't call your name. Patience, I can see you, Fatai. Everybody smart, little Latifuano, and everybody. Thanks for coming. We'll see you guys tomorrow. From us, remember we always do this for God and for country. Thank you very much.